First of all, thank you all for being here, I guess, both live and online. This is the Enhanced Rock Weathering Conference, part of the Double Nature Summit. Yesterday there was an ocean store to C2 carbon, today a rock store, and tomorrow there will be another general meeting about that. So this fits into a bigger team. I will give briefly a presentation about that. This is the 5th conference. The very first conference was in 2012. So we've come a long way, I would say. At the time we were only with, I guess, we had 5 or 6 speakers. Now we have more than 22. We even need to tell a few people that they can't attend indeed. Yeah, so in that respect, we're making big progress. In 2012, CO2 negative was not on the radar at all, and CO2 removal was something which wasn't existing. And now it's becoming bigger and bigger a topic. There is a EU policy made at this moment. And of course, as I always say, if you want to achieve CO2 neutrality, you need to have some kind of CO2 removal to that. I usually say as less as possible. So the first should be always reduce CO2 as much as possible. But at the end, you need some CO2 removal for that. This conference is about part of the Double Nature Summit. So some people already came yesterday. Some people will also join tomorrow. We split the program into thematic sessions. In the morning about marine weathering, and in the afternoon about terrestrial. At the end of the day, we have the Olaf Scheuling Prize handover, which will be always decided by the organizing committee. And very special thanks to our sponsor, Sibelco, at the back, Andrew. Therefore, we make it possible, let's say, for people either online for free or for the modest fee to attend that. And also for Deltares hosting it at this very fantastic facility. During lunch, we'll walk over, we'll see the test plot of Jos. We maybe play some petanque on the olivine bed, we'll see about that. And then very important is this is organized by the community himself. So you see that the researchers themselves, they're organizing that. Being honestly, I'm doing less and less on this conference, so I'm very happy with that. And also that I hardly know most of the speakers anymore. So that's a very good sign, I would say. Sven, do you want to say some words with regards to climate cleanup and double nature?
That'd be great, Paul. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, on behalf of our ambassadors, our board, and all the team. This is day 3 of the first ever Double Nature Summit. And it's a big experiment. Double nature, first of all, is a plan to reverse climate change by doubling nature. And at the core of it is really a love for life. A love for life. Welcome, Eddie. Welcome, everybody. I know you've got a big love for life, for example, and I know we all share this. And really about carbon as life's main building block. And the Double Nature, we're with this summit developing it as a 3-part plan with you all. First part of it is the goal to Double Nature, which means restoring 1,500 gigaton of carbon in nature, which happens to be the same amount as is currently already stored in everything that's now alive on Earth. So when we double nature, we restore 1,500 gigaton. With a team, number 2 of the plan, which is us really now. Entrepreneurial people, scientists, developers of innovators, mothers, like everyone who just gets him or herself to get it done. And number 3 is actions. As Tijn in the back invented just a couple of weeks ago, double nature actions are obviously the DNA of this plan. So double nature actions are systemic interventions that with like relatively simple things have kind of a huge effect. And those can be scientific discoveries, right? Once you discover something, it's hard to undiscover it. I mean, the books in Alexandria were burned, but nowadays it's getting increasingly hard to burn all of the internet. So knowledge will matter. And new discoveries and new inventions and innovation, it's hard to uninvent something. So especially in this space, scientific actions are at the core, and innovations and knowledge can be at the core of like systemic interventions. It will make a huge difference in getting this field of the ground. This field has this potential to restore like 3,000 gigatons, 6,000, who knows, right? Which gives our kids really a good chance. So on Monday, last Monday, day one, we came together with the construction sector, who cannot store that much carbon compared to rocks, but obviously making buildings from biologic materials also displaces a lot of concrete and steel, and really is a good part of turning our built environment into carbon sinks. Yesterday, we had an exquisite day at NEOS, organized by Linda and many others in the team. But Linda was raised on Texel, and the olivine, or also, but the community storing carbon in nature in oceans. It was like one zooming room and sessions of people really on the front of innovation, carbon storage in oceans. And today on day 3 we have Rock Day. So, and just to give a sense of how that integrates in double nature. I mean, how is this nature? We've been a kind of again stumbling on the fact that in our living soil, 50% is rocks. So I'm just going to read a little text from a book that's called What Your Food Ate. So the carbon in plants, people, and other life forms enters the biological realm through photosynthesis. With the exception of a few other elements, notably nitrogen, everything else in living things originally came from rocks or soil, as generations of microbes and plant life tapped these resources to build their bodies. Complex molecules essential to all life, like enzymes and proteins, require additional elements, including phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, sulfur, to round out plant, animal, and human biomass. Some are abundant in common rocks, others less so, and not coincidentally. Along with nitrogen, these are the elements commonly found in major mineral fertilizers. Organic matter, being the remains of once living things, contains the full range of elements essential to life. So once integrated into biological systems, they circulate through nature's grand cycle of life, decay, death, and rebirth, getting passed around and down through successive generations. And the title of the chapter is Rocks Become You. What your food ate. Yeah. Here it is on the camera. Do you see this? I don't know. So yeah, rock becomes us. Thank you very much. Again, Deltares, our ambassadors and sponsors, including Sibelco, for making this day possible. It's the first we do at the Deltares, and well, so far I like it. Look very much forward to learning, really, and to make double nature happen. Restore 1,500 gigaton and double nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven. Now it's always a tricky part, because now we have to get to online presentations, and I have to look at Linda to take it over. The first presentation will be Andreas Ochlis, but now He's on the screen, Andrea. There's always a startup, there's always the... And Felix is the guy to save us. Obviously, we didn't practice this thing, quite common indeed, quite good to see indeed, yes. But it is organized by the community himself, so therefore we have to, yeah. You said Andreas is not present yet. Okay, then we go first to the second speaker and then we go back later on indeed. Yes, I think would be better indeed. Yes. Then the next speaker will be Yuban Hu.
Yes. Can you hear me?
And then later on we'll come back to Andreas once he joins. Welcome, Yuban.
Hi. Am I here?
Yes, we hear you on the speaker.
Okay, and I will show my screen.
We are sharing the screen at this moment. There.
Okay. And one moment.
Shall I do something, Felix, or not? Or I probably need to stop sharing on that.
I don't think so. I think you are doing right.
Can you see my presentation?
Oh yeah.
Here.
Ah, now we. No. Or you probably need to press share screen, Yuban.
Okay. So
Share screen at the green bottom in the middle.
Less noisy there, but so you can see my screen. Oh, okay. Okay, so I can start now.
Yeah,
okay, thanks.
Yuban, we cannot yet see your screen share. So you have your presentation to share on your screen, right?
You see your camera. You need to press the bottom. At the bottom, there is something called share screen, and then you see your presentation. This moment, you see yourself.
Oh yeah, but it's. Oh, okay. But it seems it works here. Okay, okay, sorry.
No problem. That's okay. We now see it. We now see it sharing screen indeed. Yes, we see a nice picture of China with some Chinese signs indeed. Yes. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Yuban.
Thanks, Yuban.
Okay, and I will enlarge my presentation. So now you can see my PowerPoint, right?
One application. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for the technical problem. So the slides is moving, right? Hi, hello. My name is.
So you can start your presentation.
Okay, okay, thanks. Sorry.
No problem.
First, thanks for inviting me to this conference. And my name is Yubin. I'm from Shandong University in China. And the title of my talk today is the potential of olive application on carbon sequestration in coastal area specified in China. So first, global warming, I think, is a common challenge for all all mankind. So to limit the warming within 1.5 Celsius degree, according to the Paris Agreement, carbon emission reduction alone might not be enough. Therefore, carbon dioxide removal approaches are needed. Among them, ocean alkalinity enhancement, that is OAE, is considered to be one of the most promising approaches. First, let's have a look at the carbon cycle in Earth. Actually, nature has a magic ability to maintain the carbon balance among the lithosphere, atmosphere, and the ocean. And CO2 is removed from the atmosphere by rock bearing. But this occurs at very long time, which is the geological time scale, which is not fast enough to compensate the CO2 emission by our activities. So therefore, how to enhance weathering in order to accelerate CO2 removal is of our great interest. So among the many rocks, Oliven is considered to be one of the most promising rock for ocean alkalinity enhancement due to its relatively high dissolution rate and widely distributed distribution in the world, on the Earth's surface. And for the ocean scenario, there's two locations for Oliven application. That is open ocean and coastal waters. For the open ocean, is estimated. The model study indicate that we need very small size of Oliven to achieve effective CO2 removal, as that is the particle size should be less than 1 micrometer, so that it can dissolve in the mixing layer stink out of the mixing layer. But for the coastal application, we can use relatively large size of Oliven, which means this will generate less CO2 footprint. And on the other hand, from the mining location to the application site, the distance will be shorter, and this will have cost benefit. The less cost. So obviously, the coastal application should have higher advantage than open ocean, but still we don't really know the dissolution rate of Oliven in nature's seawater, and as well as the carbon sequestration potential applied in coastal waters. So with these two questions, we carried the preliminary experiment. The lab in the lab by adding 1 per mil Oliven in the aged seawater, and the average size of Oliven we used in the study is around 30 micrometer. And during the 10 days experiment, the carbonate system parameters, including pH, TA, and DIC, as well as the dissolved silicate, was collected using our homemade device with this closed filtration system under the positive pressure. So first, let's have a look at the result. During the 10 days, it's relatively short, but we can see a very clear the trend that is compared with the controlled with the hollow symbol. The Oliven addition group has larger increase in pH as well as in the total alkalinity and the dissolved silicate, while there's a significant drop in PCO2. So this result indicates that this Oliven application has potential in carbon sequestration, where at the same time it can mitigate ocean acidification, which indicated by the increase in pH. So next, we would like to know the dissolution rate of Oliven by looking at the increase, the change in total alkalinity and dissolved silicate, as these two parameters are more or less conservative parameters. So for the MOSAT study, we use the accumulation rate of total alkalinity and dissolved silicate were best fitted by the combined model. And we use the second half, which is the linear part of the change of the TA and the dissolved silicate to calculate the accumulation rate, which is fitted here for both TA and dissolved silicate. And next, with the knowledge of the accumulation rate of total alkalinity and dissolved silicate, we can use this equation to calculate the dissolution rate constant of olivine. First, by assuming this olivine dissolution follow the stoichiometric reaction, and but we can see from here the dissolution rate constants calculated from TA or delta TA and delta dissolved silicate actually are not same, and this indicates that the dissolution of the silicate of the olivine does not follow the stoichiometric reaction, which is also found by many other studies. So next, we use the dissolution rate constant K from delta TA, because the TA is a better indicator of the CO2 buffer capacity. So we use the K equals to 1.9 for our latest calculation. And we use the shrinking color model as done in Hecks and Spears, according to these two equations. And combined with the knowledge of the size distribution of olivine used in our study, we can calculate the percentage of each size distribution. And so the results are quite clear and also obvious. So with the smaller particle size, the less time is required for olivine to be fully dissolved, and for the whole size integrated result, we can see actually take quite long for the full dissolution. Like it takes over 2,000 years to complete dissolve the olivine, but we can also see that it only takes less than 100 years. I mean, this is 73 years for half of the olivine to be dissolved. So this result indicates that when we perform olivine application in future, we might not go for the ideal goal like 100% dissolution, but we should set a goal at 50% of 80%, which will be more reasonable. Otherwise, it would take too long, right? And now let's consider the coastal application. Actually, China has very long coastline, around 18,000 kilometers. But not all, of course, not all coastal line is suitable for olivine application, such as the rocky and the bio-based coastal line. But still, there's more than 50% of the area can be potential location for olivine application. And these two types of coastal line in total is around 10,000 kilometers. And we consider these two types of coastal line, and with a beach wide about 100 meter and the bulk density of Oliven of this number. And if we applied the Oliven thickness around 10 centimeter, then we can achieve like around 300 telegram Oliven application in the one-time application in this area, which means that for the first year's application, the CO2 sequestration can be achieved around 4 telegram, and which is equivalent to the ecosystem blue carbon in China coast area, or equivalent to 1,000 square kilometer tree plant on land. This study, very preliminary study result suggests that Oliven application in coastal water in China has huge potential in carbon sequestration, but of course there's still a very long way to go before it can really apply in real world, such as we need to fully understand the ecosystem impact, and also the cost and benefit evaluation. But I believe this is the right direction to go. Okay, with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there questions either from the audience here? I see there's a question already from the audience here.
In the beginning of the experiment, the CO2 around 900, which is actually very high. Why did you choose such a high PCO2 to start with?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear your question clearly.
Repeat that question.
If you come over here, just be here. Then they hear it. Come over here.
Hi. The question was
Hi.
the initial experiment was about 900. Why did you choose such a high PCO2 to start your experiment with?
Oh, okay. Thanks for your question. Actually, this is not our I would say this is not our plant designed, but as I mentioned, we use the aged seawater to perform this experiment. And the aged seawater has relatively high PCO2, but yes, you are right. In real world, the PCO2 should much lower. And we also did experiment at other PCO2 condition, and results are similar, but the difference is the dissolution rate might be a little lower. Yes, because the pH, at such high PCO2, the pH is relatively lower in our experiment.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there more questions? I'm not sure how to handle the questions if they are online. Otherwise, we go to the next speak. Online, no questions, Linda says indeed, yes. Okay, thank you very much for your work from China, and good to see that there's also quite some work done in China, especially you've got a very long coastline, and there's lots of progress with solar and wind. So there's also, I think, time to start CO2 removal in China. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be, I think, Clive Pashas. Yeah. Also getting better.
Yes.
So, hello everyone. My name is Rosis Pokhrel. I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Earth Sciences at Utrecht University. So the title of my talk today is Unlocking the Potential of Olivine Weathering for CO2 sequestration and dredge sediment management in the Port of Rotterdam. So this is an NWO funded project, and it's a collaboration between Utrecht University and NEOS. To give a brief background, so Port of Rotterdam is located in between North Sea in the west and the Rhine River in the east. So the sediments in the Port of Rotterdam is both marine type and fluvial sediments. So every year about millions of tons of these sediments are dredged as part of harbor maintenance. So 90% of these sediments are disposed back to the North Sea, while 10% of the sediments that are contaminated with toxic metals or organic contaminants are stored in a confined basin called the Slufter. We think that there's a huge potential of this sediment to be reused as a building material, for example, for some ecological restoration projects. But there are concerns that when of release of greenhouse gases and toxic metals, when this waterlogged reduced sediments are brought into the surface and are oxidized. So in this particular project, we are trying to explore whether addition of natural minerals like olivine that can capture CO2 and also limit mobility of trace metals can somehow make use of this material into something useful. So this is our moon project M. The first part of the project is sampling. So we took a lot of sediment core and soil samples in the Port of Rotterdam. So for example, in the west, so the sediments are mostly marine dominated, and in the east, more terrestrial or Rhine type of sediments. And so we did a lot of initial characterizations like salinity, organic matter type, organic matter content in the sediments. And for the course of my presentation today, I'm going to pick two representative sites. For example, station 115 is the marine site in the west of Port of Rotterdam, and station 21A is the fluvial site or the Rhine type sediment in the east of Port of Rotterdam. So the slide that you see here is the total metal content in the sediments after dissolution and ICP analysis. The marine site is represented by blue and the river site is brown. As you can see here, that the river site is more contaminated with trace metals than the marine site. So it is also expected because of maybe the industrial activities near the Rhine area. And yeah, so next part of this project is to find the right type of olivine. So for that, I am currently investigating several commercially available olivines. For example, olivine from the Greensand company, from Sibelco, also some basalt from the Eifel region in Germany. So for the presentation today, I am going to show you my results from the Greensand olivine. So the olivine from Greensand is from Norway. So it's a mental derived olivine. And the particle size we are using is 10 to 30 micron. And quantitative XRD of this material showed that it has about 62%. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. 62% olivine in that. And the rest is pyroxene, amphiboles, some serpentine minerals. So electron microprobe analysis in this olivine showed it's a relatively good quality olivine. So it has 90 to 94% forsterite component and 6 to 8% pyrite component. Bulk XRF analysis of this material showed typical values of magnesium and silica that is typically found for olivines in Norway. But it is also important to note that there is about 2000 ppm chromium and about 1800 ppm nickel, which could be harmful if it is released in the environment. So now I wanted to, now I cannot change the slide. Yeah. So now I wanted to quantify the dissolution kinetics of this material, Greensand olivine. So for that, I designed laboratory batch experiments reacting different amounts of this olivine with artificial seawater. So for example, 4 different experiments were designed. Experiment 1, which is a control experiment with just seawater. Experiment 2 is I reacted 5 grams of Greensand olivine in 200 milliliter seawater. Experiment 3, 10 grams in 200 milliliter. And experiment 4, 20 grams in 200 milliliter. So basically I was increasing the solid to liquid ratio in this experiment. And the solid to liquid ratio, I adapted it from Michael's paper which was published in 2022. And it is an open system experiment, so which means the CO2 was constantly exchanged with the atmosphere throughout the course of the experiment. It was run for 90 days at 12 degrees Celsius, which is roughly the average temperature of North Sea. And during the course of the experiment, I took samples for which I analyzed pH, alkalinity, DIC, and elements. And at the end of the experiment, I centrifuged the solid for mineralogical characterization using XRD and SCM. So the graph you see here is the carbonate system graph, pH, DIC, and alkalinity. So the black circles are the control experiments where there's no olivine, just seawater. Experiment 2 is 5 gram, the green one. Red is 10 gram, and blue is the highest solid to liquid ratio with 20 gram of green sand olivine. So if you see in the pH graph, at the beginning of the experiment, there is a very sharp increase in pH. So for example, in the experiment with the highest solid to liquid ratio, the pH went from 8.1 to 9.1. And in all the experiments, the pH dropped very quickly and then again increased to a stable value. So this increase, decrease, increase trend is also seen on DIC and alkalinity measurements. So to explain this trend, so the first rapid increase in these values could be due to a rapid exchange of magnesium from the surface of the olivine with protons from water, which increases the pH, increases and generates alkalinity so that the DIC and alkalinity values are higher. The rapid decrease could be precipitation of some carbonate minerals, which I will verify in my next slide. And the slow increase again could be the relatively slower dissolution of olivine, which is capturing CO2 and generating alkalinity as bicarbonate ions. So to quickly summarize this slide, I think in terms of reducing ocean acidification and CO2 sequestration, green sand is a suitable material for enhanced weathering applications. But the next phase, we have to also see the trace metals released from this material, from these sediments. So here I did measure and trace element analysis using ICP-OES and ICP-MS. So the graph in the top left is the concentration of calcium in the solution with time. So except for the control experiment, in all the samples, calcium precipitated really fast. And so the experiment with the highest amount of olivine, the calcium concentration went the lowest for experiment 4. And this could explain the decrease in pH, alkalinity, and DIC values, because during calcium carbonate precipitation, it consumes bicarbonate and releases protons. The next one graph is the magnesium graph. It's very ideal. So the experiment with the highest amount of olivine, so the highest release of magnesium in the solution. Silica is very interesting. So as you can see here, experiment 4, the blue circle with the highest amount of olivine has the lowest amount of silica at the end. So this could indicate some precipitation of magnesium silicates. And as I said before, in experiment 4, the pH went up to 9.1. So this is a typical condition for some type of magnesium silicate precipitation, for example, schiepolite. And so this is the trace metal analysis, nickel, cobalt. So in experiment 2 and experiment 3, there is some very less release of nickel and cobalt in this experiment, and the release is below the maximum groundwater intervention values in the Netherlands. But experiment 4, there is a high release of nickel and especially cobalt, which was surprising. I think this has to do something with the pH. So as you can see in this calcium graph, a lot of calcium carbonate precipitated, and there's a lot of release of protons in experiment 4. So maybe there's a micro acidification happening in the olivine, and this could trigger release of this nickel and cobalt. So this is still an open question for us, and we're still discussing the other possibilities. Second, the chromium and zinc concentration were below the ICP-MS detection limit in all the experiments, which is good. So the next part is the SCM analysis and XRD. So actually, we didn't find any mineralogical difference between reacted and unreacted olivine in all the experiments in terms of XRD. But what we did find is there is some iron oxides and chromium oxides that was detected by SCM EDX. And this could explain why chromium was below the ICP-MS detection limit in all our experiments. Also, we could see a lot of calcium carbonates precipitating, which supported our solution data. And other phases were instatite, diopsidite, quartz, halite, which is commonly observed. So to summarize this part, I think experiment 3 with the solid to liquid ratio of 1:20 or experiment 2 is suitable for further testing with harbor sediment, at least from a geochemical point of view. Experiment 4 with the highest solid to liquid ratio, maybe not, because it's releasing a lot of cobalt and nickel. And also there is indication of magnesium silicate precipitation, which is not so good for enhanced weathering. So now the next part is I am trying to mix, I will mix the olivine with the maximum solid to liquid olivine to seawater ratio of 1:20 with the harbor sediment. So this is the real experiments and it's still going. So it's been 6 months, nothing is stable, so I cannot stop the experiment. So I don't have a full story at the to show right now, but I will tell some results that I have. So what I did was I mixed different amounts of gold, the green sand olivine with the harbor sediment from the Port of Rotterdam. So I chose the river Rhine sediment because it's the most contaminated. And as you can see here, the percentage of green sand was from 0 to 50%, but I didn't go more than 10 gram green sand, which is experiment 6. So very similar experiments, batch experiments, open system, sampling of fluids and solids at the end. So solid sample has not been taken because the experiment is still running. So this is the PS data. So the experiment, so the blue is the control experiment with just the seawater. Red is just the harbor sediment, so there's no olivine in it. And other colors are due to increasing amount of olivine, 10% olivine, 20% green sand olivine, and up to 50%. So to say something very quickly, as you can see here in the pH graph, in the beginning, the pH of all the experiment went down really fast, and then it kind of went up again and equilibrated. So the main and the solution with the samples, the mix which has less olivine, had the most change in pH, the red one, which is a harbor sediment only experiment. So this acidification at the beginning is likely due to iron sulfide oxidation to iron oxyhydroxide, which releases proton, and it is also due to organic matter oxidation, which is present in a lot of amount in this sample. So this is the graph for DIC and alkalinity. So in the beginning, we see a lot, very high DIC and alkalinity numbers in all the experiments. So this could be due to carbonate dissolution, olivine dissolution, and also organic matter oxidation. It will cause an increase in DIC value. But later, all the DIC and alkalinity value is going down slowly with time. And my guess is there is a potential degassing from the system. Precipitation of carbonates could be a cause of the slow decreasing, and also formation of autogenic clays, reverse weathering, which captures bicarbonates, which cause the decrease in DIC and alkalinity. So this is, so I'm trying to explore more on what is happening. So the graph on the top left is the iron graph, and this supports the iron sulfide oxidation. As you can see in the experiment, at the very first hour, you could see some soluble iron in the solution, which completely vanishes with time. So iron oxyhydroxide is precipitating, I think, so which will be confirmed by SCM analysis later. Calcium is very interesting. There's no calcium precipitation in this experiment. Actually, calcium dissolved. So which is also reasonable because the pH was not that high in this experiment. So pH was below 8 in most of the experiments. And the experiment with the lowest pH had the highest amount of calcium in the solution. Magnesium is interesting as well. So in the it seems that there is magnesium is taken out from the solution into the mineral at the beginning, and later it is released back into the solution. So this could be due to different processes. For example, it could be a typical cation exchange with calcium. So when the typical seawater intrusion of basalt, some kind of calcium and magnesium cation exchange is possible. Or it could be clay formation, reverse weathering. So this, as I said before, I'll know the story when I see the solids with SCM and XRD. In terms of trace metals, we have a positive result. Actually, if you see zinc, so the red one are just the harbor sediments. So where the harbor sediment is releasing a lot of zinc in the solution, but when you are mixing the harbor sediment with olivine, the concentration of zinc in the solution is low. So this is somehow limiting the mobility of zinc. It's the same for manganese, although it's not a harmful element, but the graph also shows like the concentration of manganese is low in experiments with olivine, and this could indicate some manganese carbonate precipitation, which I don't know right now with SCM. Yes, maybe. And which is the good part is nickel and chromium were below the ICP-OS detection limit. I am going to test the sample with ICP-MS to better my detection limit. So yes, so this is my last slide. So so now I'm doing more experiments with other types of olivine, Sibelco, basalt. I'm not just interested in the chemical property, but also in the physical property. So I'll try to test the engineering properties of this mixture. I also want to explore ways in which I can separate toxic metals, for example, using magnets, just to take it out of the system. I'll also do more experiments with rainwater. And later we have ideas for field applications, but this is at the end of the project. And yeah, so with all this testing, maybe if we find the right type of olivine and right type of and the right mixture of olivine and harbor sediment, maybe we can somehow find a way of using this harbor sediment, which is normally dumped in the North Sea, for some building material, eco-friendly, environmental friendly, safe, and maybe carbon neutral, or with a carbon neutral fingerprint. Yeah, carbon negative. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions either in the audience or already?
Yeah.
Jos Vink was first.
Well, first of all, my compliments for excellent presentation and good work on the experiment. You put a question mark on the manganese precipitation, suggesting carbonates being participated. I think it's oxidation, actually.
Okay.
But more important is the question, is there any magnesite precipitation? So magnesium carbonates. If we know for sure that it occurs, or whether it doesn't occur in these conditions, then that would make the modeling exercises, the chemical modeling exercises, way more easy. Can you say something about it? Does your mass balance point into the direction of magnesite precipitation or not?
I haven't balanced yet, but for me, for magnesite precipitation, I think the partial pressure of CO2 should be a little bit higher than the normal atmospheric pressure, or it should be very alkaline condition for that, because it's very difficult to bake the dehydration cell for magnesite precipitation. So I doubt that I will find it in the XID and SCM, but this is my But if we find, it's very nice. This is all we want.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And there was a question for Mathilde.
So first, what are your plans in terms of modeling the data that you have in order to find additional explanations or confirmations? And second, I was very curious about the microenvironment hypothesis. How much mix takes place in those experiments? And is that plausible given the amount of mixing?
First question on modeling. Currently, I am not thinking about that, so I'm just doing experiments right now, and maybe when I have a overall data, so we will proceed with the modeling part. And for the second experiment, so I was using a magnetic stir bar continuously throughout the course of the experiment, so it was well mixed. In my PhD, I did a similar experiment where I incubated fungi with olivine, and I could find out in the areas where the fungi was going, there was more cavities found. So this could be microacidification in that environment, but I never detected it in the pH. So the pH was measuring in the solution, so this could not be detected. But I think there is some microacidification.
We do one more questions because otherwise we run out of time in DTS. the girl next to Eddie.
Yes, I was wondering, you said that the highest ratio, the experiment, the highest ratio of green sand had a higher or got a higher pH, but eventually that went on to continuous. The one which was blank had more, was going up and down.
Blank?
Yeah, the blank, the control one.
It's not going up and down, right? I think it's pretty.
So
Control is pretty stable, which is good.
okay, but then, oh, it was the red one, I think.
Oh, okay.
It went up and down.
I think every experiment, the control one went up, down, up again. Yeah. Oh yeah, so for example, if you put olivine in water, the very first thing that happens is a rapid cation exchange between magnesium from the surface of the olivine with protons from water, so which captures a lot of proton from the solution. And in that process, there's a simultaneous generation of alkalinity bicarbonate. That's why the proton, it becomes more basic, and also the DIC and alkalinity goes up. So this is a rapid cation exchange reaction happening.
If there are more questions, he's here during lunch, so you've got plenty of time to catch up and read. Yes.
Thank you.
There's on.
Could the removal of trace elements be caused by the co-precipitation of, oh my God, CaCO3?
Carbonate.
Most, oh yeah, so the question is if the removal of trace metal was caused by calcium carbonate precipitation. I think some, yes, but I think there's more chances the metals are removed by precipitation of the phyllite component of olivine, more by the iron oxide component. So it has more absorption capabilities than the carbonates. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then we go for the next presentation. It's online. Now we have to look at Felix how to swap that for the online.
Hey Andreas, you could just request, like, just share a screen, please, and then we will.
Yes, I tried. There's another one sharing screen. Yes, now good. Okay, thank you. And oops, sorry. Okay. Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our best practices guide on ocean alkalinity research. So that's what I would like to present. I also have to apologize. I have to rush through. I have only 3 minutes left until my next meeting. I hope you can see the slide. I assume so, yes. So this is an effort that we have started a while ago. Well, last year, we thought that, well, ocean alkalinity enhancement, as you know, is a marine carbon dioxide removal approach, which keeps on, well, attracting more interest, also more funding, public funding, but also private funding, philanthropic funding. A lot of ideas are explored, and we all know we need CDR, and we have to find out it very, very quickly what can work, what has potential, what has side effects. And in order to, well, use this opportunity as best as we can, we think this rapid rise in research activities also brings the urgent need to learn if it can work, but also a need for best practices so that we can have synthesis work, compare different experiments, different endeavors, different methods, different approaches to speed up knowledge generation. That's the idea. Ensure that all the resources that we have, of course, always limited, time, people, money, are used most efficiently, and that the research is conducted also responsibly and transparently, since it's still a sensitive issue to societies, and societies will in the end have to decide what we do, if we deploy it, if not, and to facilitate synthesis work across different approaches, different research initiatives, and also inform the public and the public debate that will be important to make decisions and will be at least in democracies, which we hope still a very successful model to decide about deployment or not. And also in parallel to all the natural science and engineering research to develop responsible governance and MRV schemes. So the guide has a number of chapters of topics. It's about CDR altogether, the role of ocean alkalinity enhancement, background carbonate systems, how do we measure it, what are the important variables, what can go wrong if we use wrong methods, different alkalinity sources, delivery, including also electrochemistry, research methods, lab, mesocosms, field, research governance, so that's governance of research, not of deployment, and then MRV issues, also research that is required, and finally, data reporting and sharing of information. The guide is funded by ClimateWorks and has some support by the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. It's led by Jean-Pierre Gattuso, who also led the Ocean Acidification Best Practices Guide more than a decade ago, in which I was involved as well. So we basically took the old guys again, and we assembled a new team, a steering committee here. Internationally, north, south, we tried to have a diverse group, all publicly funded. That was important to us. And then we have these chapters we have here. You don't have to go through it. It basically covers all the issues I just mentioned. Also, we try to have a diverse team of lead authors. They are mentioned here, but all the lead authors are free to assemble their own author team. For each author, we require a conflict of interest disclosure. So that will be part of this research. And some of the authors are also involved in startups, might have vested interests. But here, this report, of course, is best practices in research, not best practices in running a startup. And so we have to be very careful that this is really the best that we can achieve here for research. The timeline is ambitious. We are just writing together the final versions of the chapters end of May, and we will submit it, and that's probably hopefully important for all of you, it to the State of the Planet. That's Copernicus journal, open access journal, with the Copernicus type open public review as well, where everybody can participate. And that will be submitted early next month. And then everybody has the chance to review the chapters. And we also plan to have, this allows also for revisions, updates, maybe in 1 or 2 years' time when best practices will have evolved, which we are sure they will, to always keep up at least close to the state of the art, that what the best we can do in research to make progress all jointly together and improve our science, improve our knowledge base, and help society and everybody of us to reach the climate goals. That's all from me. Thanks for your attention. And sorry it was so short, but I hope that you all engage in this process and make ocean alkalinity research as open, as efficient as it can be today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. It's also good to see this not only about the research, but also, let's say, about getting good procedures in due time in DTS. That's just as important as doing the research. Let me just briefly, if there's questions, but you need to move also. There are no questions in the audience here. That's a very good sign, I would say, in DTS. Then I will move. I look, Linda, there are no questions online, I guess. No, then we move to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to the publication in DTS. I'm sure plenty of people present here online will react to that in DTS. Thank you. Jacob Renning, I'm not sure if it is online or live. I think it is online. Now, okay, you already sharing the screen indeed. I see indeed, yes, so that's, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I guess, can you hear me?
Yes, you hear you very well. I will see your screen for live.
Good. So thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about enhanced weathering of element in rivers for ocean-based CDR. And that's something I have been looking into the last 1.5 years with Phil Renford and James Campbell, and also together with my supervisor, Caroline Löscher. So yeah, I'll briefly talk about where the idea is from and the background, and then the aim of the study, some of the results, and then the conclusions, and then in the end, what's next. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah. So first is the idea and the thinking is behind is more or less the usage they have been doing in Sweden and Norway the last 40 years or more even for solving the problems of acidified freshwater systems and treating them with these silos you see here, for example. There was also used boats and helicopters to treat the very badly stated of ecosystems you see in these freshwater systems up in these areas. And they also have been doing this actually in Canada and the States. And that they have been doing mainly with limestone, but also with dolomite. And there's different ways they do it and have additions with it. They do it continuously, for example, with the silo. With the boats, they do it now and then when they know when to. And there's a lot of data and monitoring on how they do this and how they have been doing this for ages, so decades at least. So yeah, so we thought this could be interesting to use in a other setting looking into, because this is more or less they use the natural process, and they accelerate the natural process by adding smaller pieces of limestone, for example, into the river, and then downstream they can monitor how well it's degraded and it's dissolved into it. But it's also, they don't see any sedimentation in the end, and it's only also basically something that we used a lot to have a increase in salmon in a lot of these freshwater systems. So we thought it could be interesting to use this as a conveyor belt for alkaline water to target the regions in the northern hemisphere. Maybe even other places in the world would be interesting as well, depending on the pH of the freshwater systems. So the aim of the study have been examining 3 different conditions. So the freshwater was tap water, and then brackish water and salt water. And the brackish water and salt water is made of some salt mix they normally use in Harriet Watt when they want to mimic some sea water levels. And we had the seawater more or less to have something kind of control to see how it reacted compared to freshwater and brackish water. And then it was to understand how the carbonate system is developing over time, the 7 days we ran it, to these treated conditions. And first we wanted to examine a low solid also. We also wanted to examine this, a very low solid liquid ratio, which was 0.15 gram per liter, which is also similar to what they do actually in Sweden. And we added, our grain size was 10 to 30 microns mainly when used. And we also, of course, wanted to investigate how the condition reacted to element additions over the time. And we used this with, we looked at this, the weather after element after and before with ICP and XRD data. And then, of course, the carbonate system, we looked at pH, DSC, and total alkalinity. And this is the mesoscalic artificial river we used in Harriet Watt. They have up there. It's very straightforward. The only small problem we saw after our experiments is that there's a pump pumping water up again, and it's a closed system. So we have our small redesign wishes if we wanted to do it again in such a mesoscalic river. Others also, we also added this. We added at least we tried to add a mixing devices, which is also something to do in Sweden, but there they had larger stones to enhance the mixing of the minerals when they add the minerals in the rivers. So some of the results is, of course, the pH, which is where we see the black dots. It's before the addition of the olivine. And as you can see, all of the dots are below the before the addition. So the tap water is the circle, and the brackish water is the square, and then the triangle is the seawater. And mainly we see a biggest increase in the beginning in the tap water, which is a high increase, also just for such a small low solid liquid ratio we add. But compared to also brackish water and seawater, we see a smaller compared to the background. We see, of course, they actually almost found a plateau just straight after the addition, which is better if you wish not to harm the ecosystem as well. But over time, until the 5th or 6th day, especially for the brackish water and tap water, we see a plateauing, and then afterwards it started to decrease. And the total alkalinity, is the same movements, but over time, the total alkalinity for where the tap water decreases way faster compared to the brackish and the seawater. There it would be more ideal to have the continuous system where we added small amounts of olivine all the time compared to adding it at once, as we did in this experiment. But as the brackish water in the middle, you see a slow and fine increase in the total alkalinity, whereas the seawater is slowly having the same plateau but increasing slowly over time, whereas the tap water is jumping a bit less, decreasing in the end. And then the DIC, the brackish water in this time is in the bottom, but here we also see the background before the initial addition of the olivine is below the additions for all of the treatments conditions, and that's also we see an increase over time for all of them, and that's also an argument to have it after 4th or 5th day to then add something again if it wasn't a closed system as we used here. Then the conclusions is that the low solid liquid ratio of olivine appears still to have an influence on the carbonate system for actually all of the three system conditions. And freshwater, as we also expected, have a more fluctuating rates because there's less salinity and other stuff, chemical parts in it compared to the seawater. And then after the use of the NEMO, as it was called, we would probably have initially a redesign of the artificial river, or we would go directly to use one of these natural settings and try it out. And also that way it would be easy if it had any negative effect on the ecosystem, we would be able to stop it again. And the wish is then, of course, to use a kind of system like this, of the pictures shown in the beginning. And one of the very intriguing parts of using a river is that the MRV is very straightforward. You have before and after. And then there is a control spreading if you use it the way as they do in Norway and Sweden, continuously over time, depending on the pH. And then the life cycle is also very knowledgeable because of the database that is available in Scandinavia. So yeah, I would like to say thank you to the Willem Foundation and the group in Harriet Watt, Phil, and James. And of course, if you have any questions or interest in collaboration with any of us, just write us. I guess we would be more than willing to talk to you guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Let me check if there are questions here already from the audience here present. Francesc Montserrat has got a question.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two short questions. One about, I didn't see any controls in your experiment. Is that correct? You didn't have any seawater or water only experiments?
We had the background was running for 2 or 3 days before we started the experiments.
Keep on measuring any developments over the rest of the.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah. That's what the background is meant to be, because we couldn't read this. Yeah. If that's the end of the question.
We didn't keep on measuring in parallel a.
No, we weren't able to have. We didn't have the same flume next to her, so that wasn't a possibility.
And then another one is this has to do with the concept of adding ultramafic materials to riverine environments. I seem to remember, but I might have it wrong, that from a paper from Peter Köhler in 2010, I think, he described, he modeled actually different environments in which to add ultramafic materials like olivine. And one of the conclusions of his models was actually to preferably not add it to riverine environments because of the risk of over-alkalinization. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, no. I don't know anything about the olivine additions in the over-alkalinization, but what we know from limestone and dolomite, that don't see any appearance of this. That would of course something we would wish to check out before we could say anything about that, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And just a quick caution about field tests and being very optimistic about MRV. I can speak from experience that it's not that easy. In theory, it might seem very easy to do field measurements with and without olivine addition, but this will prove trickier than you think. So be careful to not design something too big.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is able to have you some of the caveats about that indeed. Yeah. So therefore, okay. Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Michael Vuur.
Okay, hi. Thanks for having me on the conference. My name is Michael Vuur, and I'm going to talk about the benthic weathering of olivine and calcite in the Baltic Sea. The changing of these things, where does that work? Slide changing. Doesn't do anything. I click, there we are, good. And now we can, yes, awesome, cool. So yeah, benthic weathering of dunite and calcite in the Baltic Sea in order to sequester CO2 from the atmosphere. So what did we do? Quick and dirty, we went to Bockney's Egg, which is a type location northwest of Kiel in the Eckernförde Bay, a depot center with organic rich sediments that produce lots of CO2, and we think that it is possible to convert that into alkalinity via the addition of calcite and dunite. What we did is we obtained several sediment cores. 3 replicates were treated with dunite or olivine, 3 were treated with carbonate, and 2 were left untreated to serve as a control. We had a constant through flow in the experiment, so it was an open system, plus we bubbled air into the water column to maintain oxygen concentrations. And we took samples on a regular base, plus we logged pH and CO2 in pH and CO2, pH and O2 in the bottled waters, and obtained micro profiles for O2, H2S, and pH during the experiment. Now, the most important outcome of that is, of course, alkalinity, because that's what we try to create here. And if we look at these results, they at first sight look very bamboozling, but I'll guide you through that, no worries. Color coding first, blue lines indicate the calcite treated cores, green ones are the olivine treated cores, orange and red are the control experiments. The dashed line indicates the time when we added the materials to the cores. On top, you see the concentrations in bottom waters, and on the bottom, you see the actual corresponding fluxes via the sediment surface. Now, we have one very prominent feature, two outliners. We're going to set them aside for the moment because they're a little special. If we look at the rest of the cores, we see that in the calcite treated cores, a clear increase in total alkalinity in bottom waters was measured, along with corresponding fluxes directly after addition. You see these blue lines, this blue bump there, and a bit of increase in the olivine treated cores, but after 3 weeks latest, this, especially the fluxes, kind of diminished in something like a white noise background signal. So not very indicative, but at least at the beginning, we could distinguish different treatments here. If we now try to connect that to certain processes, we have to look at the other respective weathering products. First, for calcite, we look at the calcium concentrations, again, same color coding. On top, the concentrations, and we see that in these two outliners, apparently there was some sort of calcium carbonate dissolution indicated by higher calcium concentrations. And same thing for the fluxes, but what we also see is that the difference in the fluxes and the concentrations is not as high as in total alkalinity. So apparently there was some process going on that provided alkalinity which is not connected to calcium carbonate dissolution. If we try to do the same game for silicate in order to look at olivine or dunite dissolution, we got a large problem here, and that is that there was a strong accumulation of silicate in the pore waters and the bottom waters in all the treatments without any clear trend in the different treatments, most certainly background flux on diatom dissolution, which also visible in the fluxes, really disguised if there was some sort of olivine dissolution. It is not visible in silicate concentrations. The question now is, why did we have, especially TA-wise, these very confusing results here? To understand that, we have to have a look at the pH values in pore waters. This is one exemplaric set of pH profiles that we obtained in core calcium 2, so a calcite treated core. And we see two major features. For one, acidification of all cores. So overall, the pH went more acidic, and you see that by the dashed lines that indicates the development of the pH over time. Red is the initial, blue is the final pH profile, and we see a general change in the shape. If you look at this red profile that we saw at the beginning, we have low pH values in the top of the sediment and high pH values in deeper sediment. In the end, it was exactly the other way around. And that was due to a microbial shift that we observed in all cores at different times to different extents. So these cores were very different. But what we can say is that the metabolism of cable bacteria, which are H2S oxidizers, most certainly has caused this blue type of profile. And they do that by oxidizing H2S in a two-step way. First, like down at 2 centimeters, where these low pH values are, they oxidize H2S, produce loads of protons and electrons. Those electrons are transferred inside the bacterium up to the surface, where they where they react that with oxygen and protons from the water column to water. That again causes high pH values at the surface and also creates an apparent TA flux, because protons are removed from the water column. And that is the reason, by the way, why we had these outliners TA-wise, these two cores. There we had cable bacteria from the beginning. So we had strong TA fluxes induced by this process. And that's why we had these discrepancies between the TA and calcium fluxes there. Good. Now, as I said, there was different times, different extent of pH changes. What can you do to actually resolve that, to make these things comparable? If you have no idea what to do, you just start inventing stuff. And that's what we did. we invented something called DISPOT, the dissolution potential. Don't laugh at me. I see you, Francesca. Well, what that is, it is fairly easy. We calculated the saturation state, omega, with respect to calcite in pore waters. And then we integrated the area underneath the graph where these values are below 1. That means the higher this area, the more calcite can possibly dissolve. The smaller this area, the less. And now we divided our experiment into time intervals and plotted these time intervals against the average fluxes over these respective time intervals. And that is the outcome. So what we see here is the dissolution potential at the x-axis, y-axis, the TA fluxes during these respective times with a certain weathering regime, so to speak. And you also see a dashed line, and that dashed line indicates the maximum naturally occurring dissolution potential that has been obtained in natural conditions. So we said, okay, if that is the most that we can get in nature, we only look at those which are below that value. So we only look at the left-hand side of that dashed graph, that dashed line. And if we do that and compare the time steps or time intervals with these conditions and average the fluxes, then that is what we get. We see in the calcite treated course a clear increase in alkalinity fluxes, whilst the Dunite and control experiment are not really compared, not very different. But most importantly, if we look on the right-hand side, if we look at the difference in fluxes of TA versus calcium, we see the ratio is about 2. And that is a clear indication that the enhanced flux that we see in the calcite treated course is most certainly derived from calcite dissolution. Wrapping this up, it's a lot of information, I know that, but in short, overall, we had a shift in the microbial community, and that changed our weathering regime. We had strong background fluxes that we had to cope with, and we had overall very inhomogeneous sediments. For calcite dissolution, we could, with a bit of a stratagem, see an increased TA flux in comparable time intervals, and we could show that this increased flux is most certainly induced by calcite dissolution. Unfortunately for olivine or dunite, we could not resolve any weathering or whatever because background fluxes were just way too strong. Sorry, Sipalco, we tried. Anyways, there is hope because we continue our work. What we will do or have already done is anoxic to hypoxic incubation. So same setup, no oxygen. Spoiler alert, looks way better. And we will continuously work on our bentacosms, which have been running for half a year now, will run until September. Also there, results look a little clearer than in the oxic experiment. So a bit of good news there. For the moment, thanks a lot. And if you have questions, here's my contact info. Unfortunately, that shouldn't look like that. Anyways, you can follow me on Twitter or get to me via email, or even better, you can work with me because I'm still looking for a postdoc position end of next year. Give me a call when you got a job opening. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So,
are there questions either from the, okay, already at the back indeed.
Hey, nice talk, Michael.
Thanks a lot.
What is the role of organic matter oxidation in total alkalinity values in your system?
Actually, it's a very, very important role because the oxidation of organic matter is what drives dissolution processes in these sediments. That is what we are basically dependent on. The more organic matter is coming down in the form of rain rate, the more CO2 is produced, the lower pH values, the more dissolution we have. So that is a driving factor for this system. Other questions?
You have to now look at Linda if the line. Oh,
I did that. I focused her.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we go to the next speaker, but I have to look at Isabel. Isabel, you are online, so you can take over the screen, I guess, and thereby present your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Ah, we see you. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if it works.
We see now your screen, but not on the full screen mode, and we see
Yeah.
your.
Now,
and
can
we
you
hear
see
you
it?
very well. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Isabel Mendes. I'm a researcher at CIM at the University of the Algarve in Portugal, and I will show you our first preliminary results of a field experiment on alkalinity enhancement that is running in an intertidal environment. This talk is in the aim of recap project that have a title Reduce Atmospheric Carbon by Alkalinity Enhancement in Intertidal Environments, the Potential and Impacts. This is a project with the financial support from the Portuguese Science Foundation and Technology. We have a team with several researchers with different backgrounds from different institutions from Portugal and Germany. And we go ahead with this project because we know that reducing atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration is one of the greatest challenges of humanity. And we know also from the literature that marine alkalinity enhancement is a promising measure with high potential to increase our oceanic carbon uptake and storage. And the weathering and the alkalinity supply can be enhanced by the deploy of fine-grained alkaline minerals to nearshore waters. However, the rate of CO2 uptake depends on the mineral that you are using, the grain size, and in the environmental parameters. And also during the mineral dissolution, we have the release of nutrients and some trace elements that can be affect the marine biota. So field experiments under natural conditions are required to understand what will be this potential and the impacts of alkalinity enhancement. So our objective was to install this experiment in the Ria Formosa coastal lagoon. We are using olivine and basalt with different grain sizes, and we want to evaluate the CO2 sequestration potential and also identify the biogeochemical and ecological impacts of alkalinity enhancement. For those that are not so are not familiar with Ria Formosa, Ria Formosa is located. Oops, what I'm doing here? I'm trying to. Ria Formosa is located in the south of Portugal, as you can see here. The Ria Formosa have a triangular shape. We have is bordered by barrier islands, and inside the lagoon we have salt marshes and channels and tidal flats. This area is under influence of climate Mediterranean climate, and we have mean temperatures ranging from 10 to 27 degrees Celsius. This system is very dynamic. We have 5 inlets that communicate with the Atlantic Ocean and which guarantee the daily renewal of the water inside the lagoon. And the mean tidal ranges range from 1.5 to 3.5 meters. Inside the lagoon, the currents have velocities between 0.3 and 0.5 meters per second. And the salt marsh are composed by different types of vegetation and faunal communities that are distributed according to a level of tidal submersion. This is a shallow lagoon that sustains a high primary productivity. Also here, for those that are not familiar, this is some pictures of the Ria Formosa. Here in the first one, we have the different vegetation floors. As you can see here, in the upper part, we have the same area with the high tide, where the salt marsh is completely covered with water. Here in the right side, we have the different floors of vegetation: high salt marsh, middle salt marsh, low salt marsh, the tidal flats, and the channels. Regarding our experiment, we saw our experiment in September 2022. We choose a stable area colonized by Spartina maritima. As you can see here, we divide our experiment in 3 plots. Each plot is replicated. We have a control, And then we have a wood frame where we install our treatments: olivine fine, olivine coarse, basalt fine, and basalt coarse. And we repeat this 3 times. And now we intend to monitorize this experiment during 24 months. For now, we are going to the field every month. We are collected supernatant water. As you can see here in the right side, we collect the water, the supernatant water that is in contact with the sediments when the tide is lowering. And then we also collect sediments from the pore water, the interstitial water, with the syringes and some reasons that we put in the superficial layer of the sediments. So we are measuring the field temperature, salinity, oxygen, and pH with a probe that we do these measurements just after collecting the samples. Then we transport the samples and we take total alkalinity. We do the measurements for total alkalinity. And we also are analyzing trace metals such as nickel, copper, and chromium, and nutrients. We also are analyzing nitrates, ammonium, phosphates, and silicate. Each 3 months, we also go to the field and we collected sediment samples to do the species inventory of the macrofauna, meiofauna, the microfauna, namely the benthic foraminifera, diatoms, and bacteria. Here, for instance, you can see also, we also do this record of the macrofauna that we see here. We have a gastropod that are attached to a spartina plant, and here we also have some basalt grains. As a preliminary results, what we saw during this first, we have our data from September 22 to March 23. And what we see here from the supernatant water about the alkalinity is that just after the deploy here in white, we have the control, then olivine fine, olivine coarse, basalt fine, and basalt coarse. And what we saw is that in the first months, we have higher variability of the alkalinity between treatments. But then after the second month, we have lower variations. And what we see through time is that we have a variation, it's increasing, decreasing, and we don't have a clear pattern, maybe because of the natural background of the salt marsh variation. Relating with the average of all these points that we have during this period, what we see is that there are no big difference between the control and the 4 treatments that we are using. Regarding the results for the pore water, the pore water samples, what we saw here, we have just after the deployment, here we have the control around 3 millimolars per liter. And then what we saw just after the deployment at that the alkalinity almost double for all the treatments. However, just after the first month, what we see is that the alkalinity is in the second month, we see also higher values than the control. But after the third month, what we see 4 months that the alkalinity is decreasing and the differences between the control and the treatments are getting lower. Here for the average of in the lower part for the average of the values, what we see is that the controls still have lower values of alkalinity, and then the treatments, olivine fine, olivine coarse, basalt fine have approximately mean values very similar, only basalt coarse still have slightly higher values of alkalinity. Regarding the salinity for pore supernatant and pore water samples, what we saw is that the salinity is mostly controlled by the rain that occur in higher abundance in December and February. So we have these variations but in each month between treatments, we don't see almost variation. Values are all very similar. For the poor water salinity, we see also the same trend that the rain influenced the salinity in this area, but we have higher variations between the control and the treatments. Regarding the pH, what we observe until now, it's more or less for the supernatant water variations, also more or less with the same pattern as the alkalinity. We have higher, we have variations in the supernatant water through time. Small variations between treatments, but and the control, but not so evident. But in the poor water, we saw the same trend as the alkalinity after the deployment of the minerals. We had lower values of pH in the control, and then the values of pH for the treatments increased. But in the second month, this difference getting lower, and we have also some variations through time. This is only our preliminary results. We still have a lot of samples to collect. We are still going every month to the field. We still have the sediment samples to continue to analyze. We have more data to treat, carbon uptake to calculate. So we have a long way to do it. And we hope have more news soon. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please, I'm available.
Thank you very much, Isabel. I'm sure, let's say next year you have some more results to present.
I hope, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if there are questions from the audience here.
Thank you, Isabel, for explaining your experiment. It's also comprehensible to someone with not an academic background. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you also monitoring nickel and chromium? I missed the slide.
The question is if you also monitor nickel and chromium.
I'm sorry, I'm not listen quite well. Can you repeat again?
Also monitoring nickel and chromium. Trace metals. Nickel, if you
yeah. We are still not having the results. We are having some issues with our machine, our equipment, but we hope have results soon. Yeah.
Okay. Then again, these experiments will take a few years to run indeed. Yes, I'm sure by next year you have the results indeed. The machine will be fixed by time.
We hope, yeah, we will. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin. I have to look at Linda if, oh, that's already happening indeed. Yes, so that's, oh, somebody raised their hand. Wait, there's one question of the.
Yeah, I had a question for Isabel.
Yes.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, yes, I'm listening to you, yeah.
I was just wondering because, you know, like this Ria Formosa is really big. It has a lot of water exchange. And I wondered like how the scale of your deployment, like in terms of assessing environmental impacts, whether it really, like you're expecting any changes to happen in the meiofauna, for example. Like, I don't know what the dynamics are within the sediments, but I'm guessing like the supernatant is constantly, like the signal is going to be exported. I mean, you see it in your alkalinity and everything. So do you really expect at such a small scale in such a big field to observe anything, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we are hoping to have the first results of meiofauna in this month. We still we hope to have it. What we are yeah, it's true that alkalinity is washed because the supernatant every 2 times a day this area is washed by the tide. But inside the sediments, what we see is that the alkalinity stay high. So it's what we want to see, if this have an impact in the fauna that is inside, because we have this wooden frame where the sediments remain. So we still want to see at this scale, at least in this box that we have, if the fauna have a kind of answer to the minerals or not, what is happening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we have a break here because at home, I'm sure you get some coffee in between, but here we also need some coffee. So until 11 o'clock, we have a break. We'll get some coffee here and then we start again. Thank you.
There we go.
The floor is yours.
Right. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Benjamin. I'm a PhD student in the Geobiology Research Group at the University of Antwerp with Professor Philip Maasman. And today I would like to introduce you to some of our research on ocean alkalinization using coastal enhanced silicate weathering and a long-term mesocosm approach. So in recent years of ocean alkalinization research, the coastal zone has gained quite a bit of attention. The idea is to start spreading olivine there. How we actually get the olivine into the coastal zone is step 0, but my colleague Luna will briefly talk about that in her next presentation. So once we actually reach the coastal zone, we can start spreading out olivine using ships, for example, existing dredging ships. The olivine will then be deposited onto the sediment, where a dissolution process will start to take place. And this dissolution process produces alkalinity. Now, this alkalinity can do 2 things. It can either drive secondary mineral precipitation reactions in the sediment, which is what we don't want, or it can be exported to the surface water and there drive ocean alkalinization, which is what we do want, of course. This ocean alkalinization will then start influencing the carbonate system reactions, thereby causing a balance shift, which will allow for atmospheric CO2 uptake, the whole goal of our approach, of course. And so there are a few reasons to believe that the coastal zone is well fit for enhanced weathering purposes. For one, there are natural grinding processes that can take place. Grinding is important because it will increase the reactive surface area of the olivine grains, thereby also further enhancing the weathering. And these processes can be abiotic, such as tidal currents or wave action, and they can also be biological. Think about bioturbation by lugworms. Now, another interesting thing about this approach is that the infrastructure to do this is already largely in place. Think about the dredging ships I mentioned on the previous slide, but also existing commercial olivine mines and also known olivine reserves. But before we can get to that, there are some questions that still remain to be answered. That is, does olivine actually dissolve and lead to a sedimentary alkalinity release under natural conditions? Does bioturbation in fact enhance the olivine dissolution as we think it does? And does olivine addition negatively impact the ecosystem? So a lot of studies up to now have focused mainly on laboratory experiments. What we are currently doing a lot in the group are mesocosm experiments, and we're also looking at natural analogs. And a next step would also be to start conducting field trials. So what I will focus on today are our mesocosm experiments. We have 20 of these mesocosms. You can see some of them in the picture here. And each one of them consists of 2 large plastic tanks. They are stacked on top of each other. The bottom one acts as a water reservoir and the top one contains the sediment. Water is continuously circulated between the 2 tanks, creating our whole mesocosm system. Now, each of these mesocosms simulates 1 square meter of natural seafloor. To achieve this, we used natural sediments that we collected in the Eastern Scheldt River, and we also added bioturbators to our sediment. This is the common lugworm, or Arenicola marina, and it is the most common bioturbator that is found in the North Sea. Now, to the 6 blue tanks that you can see in the back, olivine was added already 9 years ago in 2014, and since 2019, we have been performing continuous flux measurements in our tanks. These flux measurements consist of 5-week sessions, after which we replace the water, and we take weekly samples of alkalinity, pH, DIC, nutrients, trace metals, and other things. Is there a problem?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so that is how we work in 5-week sessions, and then we replace the water. Now, the remainder of my talk will mainly focus on our blue tank experiment, which features 6 of these mesocosms, 3 that are defaunated and 3 that contain the bioturbator Arenicola marina, right? And then to in each of these two treatments, olivine was added to one mesocosm about 9 years ago. So that's the general setup. Now, recently, we have also installed pore water horizons in these tanks so that we can not only look at what is happening in the surface water, but we can also get a look at what is happening with the geochemistry inside of the actual sediment. So let's jump into some of the results from the blue tank experiment. Is our olivine actually dissolving? The answer here is yes. Oh, my slides got a little bit messed up, but I hope you don't mind. Anyways, what you see here is the grain size distribution of the fresh olivine before we add it to the mesocosms, and then also the grain size distribution of olivine that has been weathering in the mesocosms for many years already. And as you can see, there is a clear decrease in the grain size diameter, indicating that in fact the olivine is dissolving in our mesocosms. We can also have a look at alkalinity fluxes. So when we look at our defaunated mesocosm that contains olivine, we can observe a higher alkalinity release compared to the control mesocosm. This is indicating that in fact there is alkalinity being released from the olivine weathering. When we have a look at our bioturbated mesocosm that does not contain olivine, we observe an even higher increase in alkalinity. So what this is telling us is that bioturbation is a key process for releasing the alkalinity from the sediment. If we then look at the combined effect of bioturbation and olivine weathering, the effect is a little bit less clear. But here I do have to mention that the replicate numbers for this specific experiment were quite low. And we are diving deeper in into these combined effects in our new experiment. And the preliminary data there is showing that there is in fact an effect of bioturbation on olivine weathering. So the take-home message here is that olivine is releasing alkalinity, and bioturbation is very important for this sedimentary alkalinity release. We can also have a look at pore water profiles in the sediment for total alkalinity. So on the left here, we have a tank that is bioturbated, and on the right, we have a tank there where there were no worms present. So as you can clearly see on the left, there is no buildup of alkalinity in the pore water, whereas on the right, it does build up. Now, you do not want alkalinity to build up in your pore water because this can increase saturation, which will then slow down the weathering process. So this is actually why we believe that bioturbation is such an important process regarding the enhanced weathering process. We can also have a look at what happens to the dissolved inorganic carbon concentration at increased alkalinities. And there we can observe a linear relationship. So this linear relationship between alkalinity and DIC is telling us that in fact, CO2 is being actively sequestered in our mesocosms. And so based on all of these measurements that we did, we can also calculate olivine dissolution constants. We calculated it 2 times, one time based on the decrease in grain size that we observe, and the other time based on our flux measurements. All of the gray dots indicate olivine dissolution constants at different pHs as they are found in the literature. And as you can see, what we observe falls nicely within this range. So this is a good sign. The olivine is dissolving at a pace that we would actually also expect. Then we still have the ecosystem impact. So regarding the release of chromium, we don't really see anything. And regarding the release of nickel, we do see that there is a release of nickel. However, it is quite small. You can even see that in the bioturbated mesocosm without olivine, the release of nickel is actually higher. So there is nickel being released, but it is not very large. We can actually dive a little bit deeper into this. This figure is a bit complex, but I'll walk you through it. The dashed line is indicating the nickel release rate as you would expect it based on the chemical composition of our olivine. And all of the other lines indicate the actual release of nickel that we are observing. Now, as you can see, these slopes are all lower. So there is actually less nickel escaping to the water than you would expect based on the theoretical composition of our olivine. What is actually happening to the nickel in the sediment and whether or not it is bioaccumulating is something we want to figure out in our further experiments as well. And so to conclude, does olivine dissolve and lead to a sedimentary alkalinity release under natural conditions? The answer here is yes. Does bioturbation enhance the olivine dissolution? Based on the results I showed you here, the answer is not super conclusive yet, but our new results are showing that in fact there is an effect here. And then regarding the ecosystem impact, there is a release of nickel, but it is rather small. So our project is a large collaboration between several people across universities and institutes. So I want to thank all of the members of the team for their various contributions. I would like to thank you for allowing me to present our work at this conference. And if you're interested to learn more about our project, I invite you to scan this QR code, visit our website, or also if you want to collaborate, please feel free to contact us. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's ask if there are questions. If there are questions about nickel, I always look at Jos, but he's not answering me. So, no,
Michael.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Question is, did you actually calculate the delta TA flux that was induced by the addition of olivine compared to the control example? And if you did that, did you try to attribute this TA flux to a chemical process that makes it clear that it's olivine solution? Or could it be that there are other processes going on, like, for example, naturally dissolving calcium carbonate, other processes that produce alkalinity, like Paraquarial, for example? Did you investigate that, or are you planning to do that?
Small disclaimer, I did not make these calculations. Now we measure the total alkalinity in surface water, but there's no real way to discern where this is coming from. However, as you can see, there's a higher flux of alkalinity in a mesocosm that does not have olivine. What we do expect here is that this is coming from calcium carbon dissolution, which will be enhanced in a bioturbated sediment because there the organic matter mineralization is of course much higher. But for now, there is no distinction or way to tell where this is coming from, as far as I'm concerned. For more detailed questions about this, you can contact Astrid Hillen, our postdoc. I think you know her.
Yeah. We talk.
There you go.
All right.
Thank
you.
Thanks, Benjamin. It was a very nice presentation. You said that the nickel release was quote unquote quite low. Did you check it at all against any environmental regulation or guidelines?
I believe it's lower than what is it's not high enough to be a problem for environmental regulations as far as I can recall.
Okay, that's interesting.
So
that's actually very encouraging.
And also in the one without olivine, but with bioturbation, the release is higher. So this is just background nickel levels from the sediment that are likely being released, because in a bioturbated tank, there is of course more export of pore water to the surface.
Yeah, nice. Good, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question about grain size distribution shift. How did you measure it? Is it from the whole 9 years?
Yes, these are grains. Well, it's not from 9 years. I think these grains were collected 2 years ago by Geraldine Fierce. She was a postdoc at the UGent at the time. So again, not measurements that I did myself. But so it were grains that were collected in the tanks after, I think, a period of 6 or 7 years. And I think they used XRD analysis, but I'm not entirely sure. This paper will be published, I believe, somewhere in the next year. So it's in preparation.
Great, thank you. Right, thank you very much. Then we go to the next speaker, Luna, which is present here. Oh, I also. The floor is yours, Luna. You can just push the down.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Luna Geerts, and I'm very pleased to be able to present to you here today about my work, which is on the feasibility of enhanced silicate weathering. But of course, every good story needs to have a character that you can root for. And the story of today's talk is the planet Earth. Everybody's quite familiar with these kinds of images, right? Of a sick Earth with a thermometer sticking out of its mouth. But our Earth is not only dealing with the fever, we're also dealing with the heartburn, a kind of acid reflux, right? Because of our oceans, which are too acidic. And as any sensible doctor would do, we would limit the exposure to CO2 and greenhouse gases, because this is, of course, the reason why we're dealing with this fever and this heartburn. But also, we would prescribe a medication to alleviate the symptoms. And this is kind of where coastal enhanced silicate weathering and silicate addition plays a role, so that we can hopefully move from the sick Earth towards a happy Earth. Let's zoom in on how this addition or how this medicine works. So Benjamin already explained this earlier in his talk on the details of this. So I won't go into detail about this anymore. However, if you see this whole process, you can start to think or ask the question really, does coastal enhanced silicate weathering still make sense from a CO2 sequestration standpoint? Or in other words, maybe we do more harm than good with our medicine. And this is really the key question that I wanted to answer today. So where does this question really come from? Well, before we can get to the spreading of our olivine, you can imagine that coastal enhanced silicate weathering goes through a lot of preparatory steps, let's say. First, you need to mine the olivine. Then you need to grind it down to a smaller grain size. This is very important because the smaller your grain size is, the faster the dissolution process will be. Then you need to put it on a ship and transport it to a suitable location, after which it's spread out into the coastal zone. And then your olivine will dissolve, releasing alkalinity, and this alkalinity release will then lead to a CO2 uptake. But yes, the footprint of this whole system might maybe cause, or this CO2 footprint might be even bigger than the eventual CO2 that we sequester. So we investigate the CO2 footprint and this total effect with a life cycle assessment. And a life cycle assessment is essentially an equation. Oh, the colors got a bit wrong here, but it's essentially an equation that adds up all the negative impacts. So the steps that in red that all contribute to CO2 emissions, right? The CO2 footprint, and adds them up with the last step where we sequester CO2. Adding these all up, we can tell whether we actually emit CO2 by the end or whether we sequester CO2 by the end. So for this life cycle analysis, we did a kind of baseline scenario, and we went with the following scenario. Let's assume a one-time application, and let's see what the impact would be of spreading 1 ton of olivine, grinding it down to 3 different grain sizes, 10, 50, and 130 micrometer, transporting it from the nearest large olivine mine from Norway, and spreading it at the Belgian coastal zone. You might all ask why the Belgian coastal zone. I'm from Belgium myself, so I'm a bit biased there. So what we saw from our results is that, of course, coastal enhanced silicate weathering initially causes a CO2 depth because we had all those preparatory steps, right? Before we get to the spreading of the olivine, we have a CO2 footprint from the mining, the grinding, the application, and the spreading. And if we put this into numbers, we get a graph like this, where on the y-axis, you see the tons of CO2 emitted per ton of olivine, and this for 3 different grain sizes. For the keen-eyed amongst you, you might have noticed that, of course, the application, the mining, and the transport group has the same CO2 footprint, which makes sense, because here it doesn't matter what the grain size is of your olivine. However, for the grinding portion, you will see that the smaller the grain size becomes, the more CO2 you will emit. And this makes sense because you have to invest more energy into grinding to such a small grain size. And what we also see from this graph is that grinding becomes really important at very small grain sizes, namely below 50 micrometers. Here, this grinding cost or this grinding CO2 footprint really becomes exponential. What we also see is that the transport effect is actually quite sizable because we have to keep in mind that this olivine was transported from rather nearby Norway and via ship transport, which is actually quite efficient. Then the next natural question is, okay, we have this olivine that has like the CO2 footprint, right? On what time scale does this olivine dissolve? And when do we reach our CO2 break-even point? So when do we resequester the CO2 that we emitted in the first place? And this is given by the following graph. So on the y-axis here, you see the cumulative tons of CO2 sequestered per ton of olivine for our 3 different grain sizes, 10, 50, and 130 micrometer. And what you see on the y-axis is that we start below the 0 line. This is because of our CO2 depths that I talked about earlier. What's also interesting from this graph is that eventually each of our grain sizes will flatline. This flatline happens because all our olivine has dissolved. And you see that between the 3 different grain sizes, the 10 micrometer grain size dissolves within 12 years, the 51 in 6 years, the 131 in 155 years. And also that the 10 micrometer grain dissolves or sequesters in total less CO2 than our 130 micrometer grains, which makes sense because the difference here is due to the grinding. Now, looking deeper and zooming in on these first initial years, we actually find that the CO2 that we emit compared to the CO2 that we sequester is actually quite negligible. Within the first few years, regardless of grain size that we use, we actually resequester the CO2 that we emitted in the first place, which is really good news. Then finally, we also looked at the energy footprint of coastal enhanced silicate weathering with other alkalinity approaches. And recent publication given by the National Academy of Sciences gave like rough estimates between these different alkalinity approaches, right? For ocean liming, open ocean enhanced weathering, coastal enhanced silicate weathering, what we're very interested in, land enhanced silicate weathering, as well as carbonate addition. For carbonate addition, there is only 1 point value because only one paper really looked at this. But you can see that the estimates vary widely, roughly between 100 kilowatt hours per ton of CO2 and 1,000. But interestingly, if we plug our own simulations into this graph, assuming a starting grain size of 50 micrometers, we see that our estimate really lies at the lower end of this spectrum, around 110 kilowatt hours per ton of CO2, which means that coastal enhanced silicate weathering from our simulations compares quite favorably to other alkalinity approaches. So to conclude, we can really say that there are quite a few key trade-offs present when we would want to do coastal enhanced silicate weathering. The first key trade-off is present in grinding. Because on the one hand, your small grain size, of course, secures a fast CO2 drawdown, but in the end, it also lowers the total CO2 capture efficiency. The second big trade-off that we found was that in transport, on the one hand, transport secures optimal conditions, right, where we can spread out our olivine, but it also lowers the total CO2 capture efficiency. And especially for the case for transport, it's actually a really complicated question because the optimal conditions really depend a lot on the local pH dynamics, temperature, salinity, as well as olivine availability. So you really have to go by a case-by-case basis to see what works best. And with that, I would like to thank all my collaborators and team members for all their contributions to and helping me present this work here today. I would also like to thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, go ahead. Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, of course. I'm not sure what's happening on the screen, but like...
Not a question, but it's a good question though. No, the question is, what assumptions did you make for the eventual CO2 uptake and for the time after which the olivines actually dissolve? Like what kinetics for the solution did you use for that, and what uptake efficiency did you use?
Yes. So for the dissolution rate, right, we based our values of a review paper by Rimstedt, where they looked at these olivine dissolution rates. As for the CO2 uptake kinetics, we base ourselves off the Belgian coastal zone conditions. So this means pH value of 7, because it's like a rough average sediment pH. This is lower than the pH of the overlying water. So that's why your dissolution is also accelerated in sediments versus the overlying water. And the temperature, the mean average temperature that we took here was 15 degrees Celsius.
And how much CO2 did you take per mole or per kilogram of olivine?
So theoretically, of course, you produce 4 moles of total alkalinity, right? But we went for 3.73, which is calculated from the composition of olivine, assuming that the iron fraction of your olivine does not actually contribute to the total CO2 drawdown. Of course, it can be lower in reality, right, due to secondary effects and stuff, but we cannot account for this in our models yet, because there's too little data on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Compliments for an excellent presentation. Especially, I'm interested in the values you presented for the LCA, for mining, grinding, and transport. In our model, we're compensating CO2 capture with, of course, these numbers, but we're still using the values from 2009 presented by Hanks and Spears. They look right in the same order, but are they upgraded or is it the same as them?
Some values are definitely updated. In terms of grains, like grinding, right? That's a really tricky one. There have been several papers that actually looked at the grinding efficiency, Hanks and Spears themselves as well. There have been like a few updated papers on it, notably one by Streffler in 2018. And for the mining, those are quite similar. Still, for the mining, the transport is based on large ship transport, let's say, from Renford. But we looked at many different literature values. I'm just summing a few up that I come to mind right now. But yes, there have been a few updates to it. Yes.
Excellent.
Thanks. Mathilde, last question. Mathilde first.
Yeah, so thanks for a very nice presentation. So you presented the outcome of your LCA's single values for at least the different grain sizes, but I assume you also conducted some sort of sensitivity analysis or looking at, okay, which of the other factors has the biggest impact? Also, if you want to apply your model, your calculations to a different ecosystem or so. So can you say something about that?
We're currently working on getting the sensitivity analysis up and running. This was really a first look at it, everything, a few scenarios. As for sensitivity in terms of grain sizes is really difficult because this is, of course, a choice you have to make, right? But yes, indeed, you can imagine that for the grinding, the mining efficiency, all these values have, of course, a range, and of that we are still doing. Currently working on making a sensitivity analysis, yes.
Now about mining and grinding, are you answering a question or are you giving an answer or a question, Andrew?
Actually, I compliment you, so well done on your presentation. Just this week, so we're looking to hopefully restart a mill at Orheim in Norway. So that capacity is 65,000 tons. So to go from mine to mill and load it on the boat, it'll be 7 kilos of CO2 per ton of holiday. And that's at a particle size of 90 micron. So when you look at your numbers, yeah, I think it's fair. And always with the shipping, that's always tricky.
Yeah.
Depending on the boat, depending on the oil, under oil, diesel, what are they using?
But your quarry is like right next to it. You're in a fjord, and your quarry is your mill's right next to the quarry. Yeah, it's all, and you have your own port.
So yeah, it's very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a good compliment for your work. The next presentation is Nicolas. Now I have to see if I do some things or look at.
I'm here. Okay. So you need to stop sharing your screen and then I can share mine.
Okay. Yeah. Good. You should be able to share yours now. Perfect.
Yeah.
We see it.
And can you see the presentation or the presenter mode?
We see presentation mode, so that looks great.
Awesome. Okay, great. Then, yeah, thank you so much for having me. My name is Nicolas Sanchez. I'm a PhD student at Ulf Rivesel's group in Geomar. And I was in this conference last year and I presented very preliminary results from this study, and I come back this year with a more refined storyline. So I hope to interest you guys. And yeah, the title of the presentation is Low Impact of Ocean Alkalinity Enhancement on Subtropical Food Web Structure and Production. All right, let's see. There we go. So yeah, just jumping right into potential biological responses or impacts that can derive from enhancing alkalinity. Actually, it's really nice that Luna presented right before because she really showcased the complexity of OAE implementation schemes or enhanced weathering implementation schemes. And of course, biology doesn't really detect or respond to changes in alkalinity directly, but alkalinity does affect chemical properties of the seawater that biology is susceptible to. And depending on how alkalinity is actually enhanced, the way or how these different components of seawater chemistry are going to change, to what extent or even the directionality might change. And here I'm showing an example of an air equilibrated and a non-equilibrated approach and how things like pH or carbon speciation in the seawater change. So with that in mind, in terms of how different compartments in food web, so producers, consumers, and so on might respond, we have very little knowledge so far, at least published, on responses in biology. There's more so for microalgae, for example, this study by Federer published in 2022, which reported moderate impacts of ocean alkalinity enhancement, both equilibrated and unequilibrated, on the composition of the microalgae community and on some of their biogeochemical properties. And these responses, however, were detected during the blooming period, so during the periods of high productivity. In terms of marine animals, so consumers, direct impacts of alkalinity have not been reported thus far, as far as I know. I did a little bit of a literature review a few years ago on the impacts of changes of one of these compartments, the pH specifically, and how an increase in pH could impact marine animal physiology and metabolism. And I went into other disciplines like ocean acidification, aquaculture, and so on. And what I gathered was that there were mostly no impacts of increased pH in marine animal physiology. The few positive responses that were detected were mostly in the function of calcification, as can be expected. And the negative responses, the negative responses that were detected were mostly at pH levels that were beyond the ones that are expected or predicted by global models on ocean alkalinity enhancement, so on very extreme pH levels. So with that background in mind, within our project or the project in which I'm doing my PhD, we set out to define a safe operating framework for ocean alkalinity enhancement. And because this experiment that I'm reporting on was the first one that we did within the project, we decided to start by testing the more optimistic or idealized scenario. And this would be an air equilibrated approach, meaning that the alkalized fluid that you're introducing into the natural system has already taken up the CO2 that it's meant to take up. So all that in-gassing and sequestration has already happened. And it's more optimistic or ideal because, of course, in terms of verification and monitoring and effectiveness of the technique, it's already there and it's easy to do. But also in terms of the impacts that can be expected from the environment, these are much more moderate because the shifts that you get in carbon chemistry and pH are much smaller than under other implementation schemes. So we went to Gran Canaria with the mesocosm units that you see up here. We had 9 of them. And we enhanced alkalinity going from ambient levels of alkalinity in the Canaries up to a doubling in steps of 300 microequivalents per liter. So if you're not familiar with our mesocosms, this is conceptually what they look like, and they enclose all kinds of properties going from abiotic, physical, and chemical, all the way to biology and several trophic levels within the food web. Monitoring all these different properties in the community help inform about different ecosystem properties and services, such as, for example, carbon export or integrity of the food web. And of course, the one that I'm most interested in, which is the ecosystem of food or fisheries production. And for this, I focus on this particular part of the mesocosm food web, which I expanded here on the right. So we didn't actually add fish into our mesocosms in this campaign. So at the very center of my data set and of the story that I'm going to tell you are the zooplankton. And I look at different zooplankton properties, seeing them as food for fish. And that helps me then extrapolate how the next trophic level, in this case fish, might respond to ocean alkalinity enhancement. And as we just saw in the first slide, Of course, zooplankton or marine animals can respond directly to changes induced by OAE, but also indirectly by changes happening on lower trophic levels, on primary producers and microbial consumers. So I will also look into these organisms to see if there could be any potential for indirect responses. So this is a little taste of what I'm talking about, the type of data that I work with. So the first panel, panel A, is showing you just one example of a property that is informing about total quantity of food for fish, in this case, zooplankton biomass, so micrograms carbon per cubic meter. And panel B is showing an example of a nutritional quality property, in this case, the copepod to gelatinous zooplankton ratio. So copepods are more palatable, more nutritious for fish than jellies, so looking at the relative proportions will inform about how fish might perform. If I now can draw your attention to the bottom of each panel, you see a temporal development plot, where you can see that we had a 34-day long experiment, of which we had 29 experimental days, which are marked by this solid line here, marking when the treatment was implemented. And then you see that this experimental period was further divided into 3 phases. The first phase was the immediate or shock response phase. And then we had the shorter and the longer term response phases, which basically differ in different degrees of potential for acclimation by the communities. Sorry. Then on top of the temporal development plots, you have the phase average plots. So basically each of these points for the mesocosms are averages of all of these individual observations or measurements that were made. And we fitted a general linear model on them as seen as in the red line. And I'm reporting as well the p-values and the r-squares. And each of these are roughly aligned with the phase that they belong to. So immediate, shorter term, and longer term. And because this is a lot to take up, I summarized everything into this table so that now you know where it's actually coming from. And this table is all looking at zooplankton properties as food for fish. The top rows are food quantity properties, like the biomass that I just explained. And the bottom rows are nutritional quality properties. So for example, this composition-based proxy of copepods versus jellies, or fatty acid content, and so on and so forth. And then here you have the responses during each of the different response phases that I just explained. And in terms of color coding, when you don't have any feeling, that means that there weren't measurements available for that specific phase. If it's gray, it means that no impacts were actually detected, no significant responses. And if it's orange, it's a negative impact. And this negative impact already has a bit of an interpretation to it, right? So it's negative towards the ecosystem service of food production, whereas the arrow actually shows the actual shift with increasing alkalinity. So in both of these cases, they decreased. So what's the main message that this table is telling us? The dominant color across all phases and all properties is gray, meaning that air equilibrated ocean alkalinity enhancement on this subtropical food web or community had an overall low or no impact, which is a good thing for ocean alkalinity enhancement research. It's promising. But of course, these two orange boxes here, these two negative impacts do catch our attention. So we can look a bit further into it. And that's what we do here. So this is a bit overwhelming maybe, but really easy. So I'll just take you through it. So these two panels are showing their bar plots. The bars are showing the slopes of the linear regressions that I just showed before. And then the error bars are the 95% confidence interval. So whenever the error bar is crossing the 0 line, it means that there wasn't a significant response. But to make it easier, significant responses are colored in orange, and they also have the asterisk. And these are specifically the two negative responses that I showed on the table before, plus all other associated parameters and sample types that I think are necessary to make sense of those responses. And of course, we have the shorter term and the longer term on the right side. So let's go step by step. These at the top are the responses that I showed in the table before. So we saw a negative impact in secondary production, if in this case of this large mesozooplankton, but we can see that across all other sample types, even though the response is only marginally non-significant, it's consistent. So the directionality and the size of the response is comparable across all sample types. So there was a decrease in secondary production in the shorter term, which seemed to impact their reproductive output. In this case, measured in terms of naupli, which are the earliest life stages of copepods. And copepods were the dominant functional group in our community. So as we saw before, this could come from direct impacts, but also via indirect trophic mediated impacts. And when we look at the bottom of the food web here, so this is the suspended particulate matter on which these organisms can potentially feed, we do see a couple of negative impacts that are linked to the nitrogen. So we see a decrease in the particulate organic nitrogen, and we see an increase in the carbon to nitrogen stoichiometry. And both of these are interpreted or can be interpreted as a decrease in the palatability or in the nutritional quality of the food for zooplankton. And just to, as further evidence to this link between producers and consumers, these four properties are the carbon to nitrogen stoichiometries of the consumers. And we see that for the intermediately sized consumers, this signal is propagated consistently. So there's also an increase in the carbon to nitrogen stoichiometry that they have. But if now we go into the longer term, so this is all shorter term. If we go then over time towards the end of the experiment, what we see is that at the consumer level, so all the zooplankton responses completely dissipate, in spite of this persistent signal that could be a decrease in the nutritional quality of the food for the zooplankton. So with that, the take-home messages, coming back to the table, we're in front of a predominant no response scenario, that gray color that sort of flooded the whole table. There were a few significant responses, which possibly dissipated over time, as we just saw in the previous panels. And so our findings, all in all, inform about the low impact of idealized ocean alkalinity enhancement, air equilibrated ocean alkalinity enhancement on plankton food webs in the nutrient-poor ocean. And with that, I want to thank you all for your attention. And yeah, I hope there's time for questions.
Let me see if there are questions in the audience here. No questions live, and then, Francesc, sorry.
Nicolas, thank you very much for your very nice presentation, very clear. I'm not sure if I completely agree with your last conclusion, because you said that you see very low impact, whereas if you do actually see a significant decrease in nuclei biomass. I mean, that is just the nuclei biomass, but that clearly affects the subsequent generations of your copepods, of your primary consumers, and the food for your fish biomass. So how do you rhyme those two?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Francesc. Yeah, I've thought about that. It's just because of time that I think I sort of shortened everything. But yeah, there is a component which is this dissipation over time that I showed, and then there's another component which I called like constrained implications, because.
Okay, the next speaker is Gunther, and then we got one speaker more, and then some questions, and then there's a break. So Gunther, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone.
Oh wait, do you hear us now? Okay, Gunther, the floor is yours. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gunther. I'm a PhD student at the University of Antwerp, and my talk today will be about acute bioaccumulation and chronic toxicity of olivine in the marine amphipod Gammarus locusta. I will keep my introduction about coastal enhanced olivine weathering quite short, because the previous speakers already explained it very well. So we would distribute olivine in coastal oceans, where it would increase seawater total alkalinity upon dissolution, which would then drive atmospheric CO2 drawdown. However, before it can be implemented, we first need to know what CO2 sequestration potential would be, and if there would be ecosystem impacts. Regarding those impacts, increased seawater total alkalinity could potentially improve calcification. Furthermore, some of the elements that are released during olivine dissolution could enhance phytoplankton growth like iron and silicon. However, there's also a potential risk of nickel or chromium toxicity. Currently, the effects of olivine exposure on marine biota are largely unknown, and therefore we wanted to look at the effects of olivine exposure in the marine amphipod Gammarus locusta. To do that, we conducted a couple short-term experiments in which we exposed individual amphipods to pure olivine in small beakers with artificial seawater to look at whole body metal accumulation and the ingested olivine grain sizes by exposing them for different times and depurating them for different times. And we also looked at the effect of olivine grain size on the metal accumulation. Subsequently, we conducted a chronic 35-day toxicity test in which we exposed juvenile amphipods to mixtures of natural sediment and olivine and looked at various endpoints that are listed here at the bottom of the slide. Moving to the results, this figure shows whole body nickel concentrations in amphipods exposed to different olivine grain sizes for 24 hours. So the grain sizes are shown on the bottom of the slide. And amphipods were subsequently either not depurated or depurated for 24 hours. So depuration means that we transferred the amphipods to clean beakers without olivine to give them the time to ingest any of the grains that they had consumed during the exposure. And so what you can see here is that there was a grain size dependent increase in whole body nickel concentrations, and that this was more evident for amphipods that were not depurated, indicating that there might have been some ingestion of olivine grains. For the artificial seawater, we also observed a grain size dependent increase in nickel concentrations, which can be explained by the faster dissolution rate of smaller olivine grains. Similar to nickel, we observed a grain size dependent increase in whole body chromium concentrations. However, these concentrations were significantly lower than the nickel concentrations, which can be potentially explained by the 20 to 50% lower chromium compared to nickel content of the experimental olivine, but also the lack of or the very low accumulation of chromium in the artificial seawater compared to nickel. Subsequently, we wanted to look at the uptake and the depuration in more detail for the finest olivine grain size. So this figure shows again whole body nickel concentration in amphipods, this time the median and the range for amphipods exposed for up to 72 hours and then depurated for up to 96 hours. So what you can see is that there was a fast initial increase in whole body nickel concentrations, after which they remained relatively stable during the accumulation phase. However, there was a lot of variation present between individuals, which can likely be explained by differences in the amount of olivine grains that were ingested, given that this variation largely disappeared during after 24 hours of depuration, indicating that most of the olivine grains were ingested within this time frame. Furthermore, differences in dissolved nickel concentrations in the artificial seawater between replicates were limited, indicating that differences in waterborne nickel uptake can likely not explain this large variation that we observed between individual amphipods. With scanning electron microscopy, we observed thousands of olivine grains present in the guts of these amphipods, ranging in size between 0.1 and 185 micrometers. And based on the potential weathering rate of these particles, we concluded that particle ingestion could be a potential metal exposure pathway for these animals, but more experiments are needed to assess its importance. Then moving to the results for the chronic toxicity tests, this figure shows the survival rate of the amphipods at the end of the 35-day test for different olivine concentrations expressed in percentage weight. So amphipod survival was reduced by half in the pure olivine treatment. Overall, our survival rates were relatively low, which can be explained by cannibalism, which is frequently observed with Gammarus species. Even if you feed them well, they will still try to eat each other. And also the relatively short life cycle of this species at our experimental conditions of 20 degrees Celsius and 33 ppt seawater. So based on an estimated age between 6 and 8 weeks, at the end of the experiment, we would expect a survival rate of the amphipods in the control between 55 and 65%, according to this study from 2002. Furthermore, a study from 2005 reported a control survival rate of 50 plus or minus 10% after a 28-day exposure. So our results are quite in line with previous studies. Then moving to growth. So this figure shows the metasomatic length of the amphipods. For different olivine concentrations, we observed a significant decrease in the growth of amphipods at olivine concentrations of 25% and higher. Furthermore, reproduction was significantly reduced at concentrations of 10% and higher, as indicated by a reduction in the percentage of gravid females and total number of juveniles. This reduction in reproduction can be partly explained by reduced growth, since female amphipods need to reach a size of approximately 7.5 millimeters to be sexually mature, and this size was not reached by a substantial fraction of the amphipods in the higher olivine exposure treatments. Furthermore, there were more non-gravid females, mature females present at higher olivine concentrations, which indicates that there could have been more brood abortion or reduced pairing behavior under higher olivine exposure concentrations. At the end of the experiment, we observed a significant dose-dependent increase in whole body nickel and chromium concentrations. Furthermore, ionoregulatory disturbance was observed for the pure olivine treatment, as indicated by this significant decrease in whole body calcium concentrations, but also sodium and potassium concentrations were significantly reduced. And then finally, we also observed an increasing trend in whole body MDA concentrations, malondialdehyde, which is a biomarker for oxidative stress, an end product of lipid peroxidation. And so based on these findings, we conclude that the adverse effects that we observed, that there can likely be linked to metal toxicity. So moving to implications for coastal enhanced weathering, we observed negative effects on reproduction at concentrations of 10% olivine and higher. From this, you could derive a highest no observed effect concentration or 10% effect concentration of 1% olivine. In regard to ecological risk assessment, you would have to divide this NOAC or EC10 value by an assessment factor to account for uncertainty, which would be 100 in our case, because of the limited data, giving a safe olivine concentration of 0.01% olivine or only 10.6 gram per square meter of seafloor, which is very low, even if you compare it to sediment nickel or the guideline that we derived based on the sediment nickel environmental quality standard of 59 to 1,400 grams per square meter of seafloor. So the main take-home message here is that we really need more data to accurately determine at what scale olivine can be safely spread in coastal oceans. So to summarize, for the acute tests, we observed fast grain size dependent metal accumulation. Nickel accumulation was always higher than chromium accumulation, indicating that this is likely the metal of main concern. We observed ingestion of thousands of olivine grains, which could be a potential trace metal exposure pathway, but more experiments are needed to assess its importance compared to waterborne uptake. For the chronic toxicity test, we observed dose-dependent metal accumulation and adverse effects, with reproduction significantly reduced at concentrations of olivine concentrations of 10% and higher. And this shows that we really need more data to accurately determine at what scale olivine can be spread in coastal oceans for climate change mitigation. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for listening, thank my colleagues for their support, and I'll happily take any questions.
yourself in DTS, but you just have to ask other questions.
Are there any questions?
But obviously not. Otherwise, I would raise their hand in DTS. Then we have to look at, oh yes, Jos
Well,
Vinker.
shortly then, maybe I didn't quite understand, but if you're looking at the survival rate, wasn't it true that just after 50% of olivine, weight by weight, that there was a significant effect, or 100 even in this case?
Yeah.
So if you expose the organism to 100% olivine, wouldn't you be looking at other effects like shortage of food or stuff like that?
We provided foods, so we provided sea lettuce ad libitum, so they always had food available. So this was not like a difference between the treatments.
Yeah, there's food available, but there's also a lot of olivine available.
Mhm.
So, you know, there's maybe, yeah, Paul makes the right gesture.
You mean
this is not disclosed as well as in non-existent olivine batches? You know, we've observed this with well, other amphipods as well. There is food available, but by adding other materials, the food is less available than you would expect.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be something you would be looking at here?
You mean a dilution effect?
I think if you have some,
But that's when
simple availability.
I think if you have some inert sand and compare that,
yeah,
would be make a nice reference, I think.
But I don't fully understand. So do you mean that you mixed it with the sediment of food, or how did you provide the food? Why would it be different? Because we supplied the sea lettuce or the algae on top, the microalgae on top of the substrate layer, so it would be available to them.
Yeah, but the amphipods in the 100% olivine are living within the olivine.
No, they're living on top.
Yeah. So totally available there.
Also the other effects are quite consistent, that especially at the higher concentrations you see across the entire board, you see negative effects in reproduction in grafted females. So I think I see what you mean, but I think these amphipods, what they do is they bury themselves in the top, let's say 3 to 5 millimeters, come out, go back in again, come out, and they graze in that top layer.
Yeah.
So whatever they find, they will graze, and as it is provided on top of it, I think it was fully available to them.
And did you also see that when they ingest the olivine, you saw the particles, the microscope? Yeah, nice pictures. By the way. Is it also available to the organism?
Yeah, that's of course the question.
Right.
So I just did some simple calculations with olivine dissolution rates, assuming like a pH value in the gut and a temperature. And based on those calculations, you would expect that it's less important as an exposure pathway compared to waterborne metal uptake. But yeah, of course, that's a simplification, and you would need additional. I think you can't really derive that from this.
It could be easier, but maybe you did these experiments so that you allow them to take up the olivine particles and then allow them to void them again, void their guts, and see if the body concentrations of nickel, for example, are comparable or that they decrease.
Yeah, but that's what we.
But they did that. With the
Yeah,
depuration.
that's what we did with the depuration. So this is, for example, when we. But then the concentrations were still elevated, but we also saw that, for example, here in the depuration phase, that amphipods still had some olivine grains present in their guts even after 96 hours. So that could mean that they either had a really long retention time or that they were again ingested after egestion, which then you would have to change the setup, that you change the water like every day or more often, that you actually remove any of the particles that are ingested.
Okay, anyway, you are both here doing lunch, so I'm sure there are plenty to talk about in DTS. The next speaker is Grace Andrews, but I'm a bit puzzled how to move on, honestly. As you know, my business is not IT, obviously, in DTS. That's, yeah. I think I have to stop sharing, but I'm a bit, But now has to push anything. So
Yeah,
that's
I understand.
or to share anything.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Who next?
Grace.
Grace Andrew, right.
Yeah.
So Grace, perfect.
Oh, we hear
Hi.
you. We
Great,
see
we
you.
can hear you. Can you start screen sharing? Does it work for you?
Good question.
Yes. Oh,
perfect.
Perfectly. You got the floor.
Okay, great. And you see the full view, right?
Exactly. We see your slides. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Seems like it's been a great conference so far, but I wanted to share some of our data from our first field trial. So I'll just jump right in. I'll skip this. We all know how coastal enhanced weathering works. Okay, great. I'll say, so I'm coming from Vesta, and we all understand why we're excited about coastal enhanced weathering, carbon removal, reduction in ocean acidification. But I also just wanted to highlight another reason why Vesta in particular got excited about coastal enhanced weathering, which is the coastal protection potential of it. This idea that globally around the world, sea level rise and various other processes are causing massive amounts of coastal erosion. And there is an entire industry surrounding this idea of putting sand back on beaches. So at Vesta, we got excited about coastal enhanced weathering from both, of course, the carbon removal perspective, but also about its potential to potentially contribute to coastal protection. And this idea that it could be useful for not just mitigating climate change, but also the symptoms of climate change. So that's one lens that we've really come into looking at coastal enhanced weathering with. So we've done a bunch of lab work, but today I really wanted to focus on the pilot that we initiated about a year ago now. My understanding is that this is the first, and I believe still the only sort of full-scale field trial of coastal enhanced weathering that's happened. So I think this is a really obviously critical project for us all to learn about the real world safety and potential of coastal enhanced weathering. For this project, we worked with the town of Southampton in New York, which is located on Long Island, right outside New York City. It is a project site that's actually located within the Peconic Bay. So this is not open coastline. This is a relatively sheltered environment, relatively low wave energy. But we felt like this was a really great place to start to give us the best chance of being able to monitor and track the olivine once we placed it in the ocean. The town of Southampton was doing a coastal protection project. So this is a stretch of coastline that was facing severe erosion, and they were going in with dredge sand to add about 10,000 cubic yards of material to rebuild that beach. Again, and this was in June of 2022. So we came in and we added about 500 cubic yards of beach compatible olivine sand. So in total, the olivine made up about 5% of the nourishment volume. We used a material that was 92% forsterite, and I'm giving you the D50 here of the sand. So this is a relatively coarse grained beach. So the native sand there is a D50 of about 550 microns, but it's a quite bimodal distribution. So we came in and we added olivine sand that was about 330 microns, so again, quite coarse grained. But we felt like this was the right decision to make so that the grain size of the olivine, as I said, it was compatible with the natural grain size of the beach itself. When you start messing with grain size too much, you can get weird impacts on sediment transport and coastal erosion, for example. So the way we set up the experimental design of the project, we had an area here in brown that was the total area where the town did its beach nourishment. And we added olivine to about 2/3 of that. So that's the striped line right here. We monitored within the olivine and nourishment area just the nourishment area. And then we had sites on both sides of the project area with no nourishment sand at all to act as native control sites. So in total, we had about 4 different kinds of sites. And I want to highlight, before any of this actually kicked off, we obviously had to do quite a lot of engagement. So we spoke at town hall meetings, we held a press conference, we actually put up notice boards and flyer boxes all over the area to just provide people with information about the project. We had a number of reporters come and do local press coverage on it to really get the word out. We met with local NGOs and gave presentations, made sure everyone knew what was going on. And we've had just tremendous support from the community in this project. I'm actually going to the site this weekend. We're having a plaque ceremony to commemorate it as the first site where coastal enhanced weathering was trialed. So this is something the community is very proud of. And so it's been a wonderful experience working with them and seeing the local community get excited and engaged about climate mitigation. So this is what it actually looked like to do the project. So again, we deployed the sand. We did it by truck in July of last year. The way we did the project was the town did its nourishment project, and then we came in afterwards and basically added our olivine as a layer on top of that nourishment sand. So when we first started the project, there was definitely a green beach. There's no getting around that. And then we just basically let the natural wave and tidal energy of the site mix and integrate the olivine sand into it. So we started with the green beach. By August, you can see it was starting to mix in. Last year was a drought year in New York, so there was actually basically no storms or any significant wave conditions for about 2 months after we did the project. So actually pretty little mixing for the first about 8 weeks. But then in September, we got the first big storm. And as you can see, one storm did a lot to mix and homogenize that olivine into the sediment. And by October, a couple of storms had come through. And this is what the site looked like about 12 weeks after we did the project. And you can see there's no visible olivine at the site at all anymore. And this is what it continues to look like. You can also see pretty well here that bimodal grain distribution, pretty coarse grain material. So this at just a first level really highlights the importance of understanding sediment transport at a site. Again, this was a bay, so very, very low wave energy. So low wave energy, no storms for about a few weeks means you get olivine pretty transparently there. But it doesn't take much to actually mix it in, even with the relatively coarse grain material we were working with. So already some pretty important lessons learned. We have been doing a pretty extensive monitoring program of the site. So of course, we kind of want to just understand every aspect of what may be going on. So we're looking at water, both pore waters and the water column. We're doing sediment core surveys to understand that reservoir. Again, doing geomorphology, like I just alluded to, wanting to understand sediment dynamics and how wave dynamics impact that, any potential changes in the beach bathymetry, et cetera. And then of course, understanding the ecology of the site. I want to highlight just quickly here, I'm going to be showing you guys some data. This has not just been done by Vesta. We've had some fantastic collaborators at a number of local institutions that have been playing a key part in all of this. So in terms of our monitoring program, I also just want to highlight our student scientist program. So again, this is partially our monitoring and partially our engagement, but we have a student scientist program. So last year we had a local summer intern come and learn about collecting sediment cores and the science behind what we're doing. Over the past year, we've had 3 local high school students in a collaboration with Brookhaven National Lab. They've been analyzing sediment samples for XRD. And doing this as part of their high school research project. And now we've got in the upcoming field season that just kicked off this week, we've got another set of high school students from another local high school that will be coming out and working with us as well. So this is just part of the initiatives we're trying to take to help build the community and give back to the community and build its support. So I'm just going to start showing you guys the sort of spectrum of data we've been collecting and some of the initial conclusions. As just a starting point, one thing we've done was, again, in terms of understanding sediment transport, we've installed a smart buoy at the site where we're getting continuous real-time data on parameters important for wave dynamics. So wind speed, significant wave height, temperature, that kind of thing. And all of this we've made publicly available. So if anyone wants to go check out the data we're getting from our site, you can go download it for free. It's right here. And again, this is important, we think, for increasing transparency around it. And again, part of the give back, making sure other people can have access to what we're learning. So I encourage anyone who's interested in taking a look to go ahead and do that. We installed XO2 sonde to look at water chemistry, water column parameters. So this is a handful of the parameters we've been measuring. So chlorophyll A, that's important for understanding whether or not there's any impact to algae. This is water column pH, dissolved oxygen. These are all really important for understanding, just water quality and health metrics. This is where our site is, and we're plotting here data relative to some local USGS sites. So there are other monitoring stations in the Peconic Bay that we can compare our data to understand whether or not, what we're seeing is unusual. And essentially what we're seeing is no significant impacts, no discernible impacts on these kinds of parameters, which of course is, particularly with pH, that's actually what you expect, right? Is that the project, even if you're getting an increase in pH very locally, once you're mixing it into a water reservoir the size of the Peconic Bay, you shouldn't see any significant impacts. And so that's what we expect, and that's what we're seeing. I want to jump right into, I'm going to primarily focus on some of the ecology data we've been collecting, because I think for right now, that's what's really most important, is understanding whether or not this is having any impacts. So what I'm showing you here is some of the data we've collected on community structure for benthic organisms. This is, the top plot is abundance, the bottom one is species richness. We have inshore locations and then slightly offshore locations. We have some pre-deployment data. So we did some baseline measurements, 2 months of baseline measurements. And then this is 2 months of post-deployment data. So I know this is complicated, I'm trying to walk through it. And then again, we've got our 4 sites. So we've got white and gray here are control sites without any nourishment material. The yellow is just the dredged material. And then the green is dredged plus olivine. And so I guess the takeaway here is, for both of these metrics, there's a lot of seasonal variability. So numbers go up and down throughout the season. But importantly, when we look at the post-deployment, where we have olivine added to that site, there is no statistically significant difference in either abundance or richness at either of the time points. So August, which is about 2 months after deployment, or September, about 3 months after deployment. And so in terms of just the rebound of the community after after the project, we're not seeing any impact. So that's great. We also, of course, wanted to look at trace metals for the benthic organisms. So again, we have, in this case, control sites in gray and yellow, and then the olivine treated. And these are this is June pre-deployment for chrome, nickel, aluminum, and cobalt, and then October, which is again about 4 months post-deployment. So this is certainly enough time that you would expect to see any accumulation. And the takeaways here are, in general, across the board, concentrations of trace metals went up for benthic organisms post-deployment, but that was true across all sites, even ones that didn't have any significant or any olivine there. The concentrations for all these metals we're still very, very low. So again, nickel is the main one that we've all been talking about. Minor increases in nickel but they're all across the board. And there are outliers in this data set, but again, we get outliers again in all sites. So again, no significant impact there. So that's great, of course. We also wanted to do an experiment with oysters. So oysters are, of course, important for commercial reasons, but oysters are also just fantastic accumulators of trace metals. So we wanted to do an experiment where we artificially put oyster bags out across the site, both, again, in all 4 sites, the olivine treated, the dredged only, and then the control sites, to look at whether or not they would accumulate trace metals. So again, this is important from scientific perspective, but also in just in terms of understanding whether or not this is a strategy that could gain social acceptance at these important organisms. So this is, nickel, chrome, cobalt, and then a variety of other trace metals in August. So that's about 2 months post-deployment, and then November, so 5 months post-deployment. And what we're seeing is that at both 2 and 5 months post-deployment, we're not seeing any statistically significant difference between the olivine treated sites and the other 3 sites. And again, that across the board concentrations are just generally low. So again, these are really encouraging data. The last thing I wanted to just talk about is carbon removal, right? Did it actually work to take carbon removal, CO2 out of the atmosphere? Could we measure anything, right? So we did a variety of approaches. I'm just going to highlight one of the approaches we took, which was to deploy benthic flux chambers. You can imagine these are basically upside down buckets that you put on the sediment at that, and they capture a parcel of seawater at that sediment water interface. And the idea here is that you leave them out there for about a week, and that allows for the accumulation of olivine dissolution products in that volume of water. Without that there, the olivine dissolution products would just be lost into the ocean. That dilution is just so great. So this traps them and allows for us to track, hopefully, increases in key parameters through time. And so this is data from September, so about 3 months after we deployed the olivine. And we're showing you pH, DIC, and total alkalinity over about 4.5 days. And what we can see is that relative to a control site, again, pH ticks upwards, DIC is about the same between both sites, and alkalinity in the olivine site ticks upward as well. So this is really good evidence for the process we're expecting to see. This is all as expected. And it is also just a good demonstration of the technique that we can measure olivine dissolution products in situ, that it can be done, and you can get resolvable signals with this approach. Another way we could look at this, so this is the same benthic flux chamber, also from September. We can look at, this is now PCO2 versus nickel, right? And so what I'm plotting here is, again, this is over the course of about 5 days. We've got control site in brown. We have some sites that had some olivine, but not really pure olivine. And then we have sites that were basically still at that point 100% olivine, again, because it hadn't distributed through that wave energy quite yet. And what we can see is in our control site, over the course of 5 days, PCO2 jumps upwards. That's, that's your respiration processes, and it's being trapped in the chamber. So it's getting sky high. And what we see is with some olivine, that's significantly lower PCO2, and your nickel starts to go up a little bit over that week. And when you have only olivine, you can really see that PCO2 coming down through time, and correlating with the increase in nickel as well. But I'll emphasize again, these nickel concentrations are very low, particularly given that it took about 5 days to get concentrations of even that concentration. So these are certainly indicative of safe nickel concentrations. And so this is, again, just another way of demonstrating that we're seeing the evidence for olivine dissolution, that nickel release corresponding to decreases in PCO2, and that we're doing that in situ. So obviously, there's a lot more work to be done here in terms of actually figuring out the ton of CO2 per ton of olivine, understanding mechanistically what's going on in the sediment. We haven't looked at TIC or TOC yet, so we haven't assessed whether or not there are any changes to the carbonate reservoir or organic carbon reservoir. So there's a lot more work to be done here. So I'm not going to come out and try and say a number about tons of CO2 per ton of olivine. But anyway, I wanted to show that, we think this is really, really good evidence that, this is working in the field. It's can be measured in the field. It works in the field, even with a relatively coarse grain size. And so we think this is just really promising for the potential of coastal enhanced weathering. So I want to say quick thanks to everyone on my team. I just showed a lot of data. Most of it was collected by these fabulous people and not myself. So thanks to all of them, and thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Very impressive work. Indeed, yes, good that you can measure it. Questions? I'm looking here. There's a question here from the audience.
Maybe I missed it, but related to the carbon capture. So you see an increase in pH and total alkalinity, but not in DIC. And you say that it's expected to not see it in the DIC. Why is this? Like, why would you expect the DIC not to increase?
Yeah. Oh, I can hear the echo. So we expect DIC not to change because the fundamental chemical reaction is that we're taking CO2 that's dissolved in seawater, and through the olivine dissolution reaction, we're just converting that into bicarbonate. So it's just converting one form of dissolved inorganic carbon into another. So you don't expect the DIC to change. You just expect that the relative amount of alkalinity to go up, the PCO2 to go down, and the pH to go up. And that's what we saw.
Okay, there's a second question here in the audience.
Follow-up question on that. You said that the high PCO2 you observed in the non-olivine treated Baltic genders was due to respiratory processes. Wouldn't that be something that should be reflected in DIC, no matter how that's in what form DIC is there? So if you add CO2 by respiration, there should be DIC increase. If it's turning to alkalinity, again, it would be an increase in DIC.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the point is that that you can have DIC staying the same between the two plots without when just having that conversion. So we're assuming that the respiration happened in both of them, but that as the PCO2 in the olivine treated plots went up, that was ultimately converted into alkalinity. So it's not to say that we didn't have changes in increases in PCO2 in the olivine treated one, but that there was just a secondary reaction.
Okay.
I have to look at Linda. I have to also questions from the online panel. No.
Just one remark that we're going to use another Zoom link this afternoon. Sorry, it's now lunchtime, isn't it?
I can say it.
Ready?
Okay, thank you very much, Grace. And very good to see the results. And I'm sure we see you next year.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start for the afternoon session. Yes, we want to start with the afternoon session. Do you hear me? Thank you all for attending. But now we have to get back to the Felix. How shall I get Dirk Pessler as a first speaker? How can I get Dirk Pessler? I'm sure he's online.
The password?
Dirk Pessler.
Dirk Pessler. Dirk Pessler is online?
Yes, and he will be the first presenter.
Exactly. He's already here.
Okay.
So we can just ask him to start screen sharing in a second and then.
Okay.
you can go.
Thank you very much. Now we'll start with the afternoon session. The afternoon session will be about terrestrial weathering. The first presenter will be, if people want to speak, there's no problem, but then please go outside. It makes it a bit easier. And if you want to attend, then you can stay here. Thank you very much for the audience, and also thank you very much for people being present live. The first speaker will be Dirk Bessler. Dirk Bessler started a few things, negative emissions platform, carbon drawdown, and he'll be the first opening speaker of the afternoon session about terrestrial weathering. Now I have to look at Felix again to stop sharing, I guess, something like that.
Yes.
And Dirk, yes. I'm sure you can be, I'm not sure if you muted. Are you there, Dirk?
I'm there, do you hear me?
Oh, yes,
Great.
We hear you very
Yes.
well.
Okay.
And I know you've got a very nice sound system, so I'm sure that will be very done professionally.
Great.
We now see your screen presented, and we now see Project Carbon Drawdown. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you to all the organizers of the conference. I know how stressy this kind of work is for putting this up. Thank you for giving me some time and to the audience for your attention. I was asked by the organizers to talk a little bit about the basics of what we are talking. So it's like an intro into the rock weathering on fields or croplands, my talk, and I want to tell you a little bit about our experiences with several MRV approaches that we tried over the last almost 3 years now. So just short, Paul already mentioned, we are co-founders of Negative Emissions Platform, a lobby organization in Brussels, which is, by the way, always looking for additional members to make our voice heard better. Our mission is to speed up negative emissions. We do this, for example, by early investing in some climate companies. We are independently funded by our family foundation. And we run the science effort Project Carbdown together with more than 20 scientists from 6 universities, which you all see here. What you're about to see from the science perspective is a collaboration of all of these people. I'm just the person who's standing out here and talking about it. So basalt, rock and dust, rock dust on croplands. Why do we do this? It's a natural, self-driving and irreversible process. Earth is doing this forever to take CO2 from the atmosphere on into the ground. We speed the naturally very slow process up by grinding the rock and putting it into a location where it's going faster. We've measured up to 40,000 ppm and more in soils. That's 100 times more than in the atmosphere. And that means a basalt particle doesn't have to look so long for the next CO2 particle. We all know that the global basalt, or if you take olivine or you take some other rock, there's more than enough to solve the climate problem. And the life cycle assessment has already been shown that it's clearly positive. But there's a problem that we are trying to solve. Measuring NS rock weathering is really hard. And I would like to explain why I think that is. So we have 1 cubic meter of soil, 1 square meter, 1 meter deep. That's about 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms of soil, depends on where you are on the planet. Also, depending on where you are on the planet, you have you have precipitation. Somewhere between 500 and 1,500 liters go into a square meter of soil. And about half of that goes back through evaporation, and about half of that goes down into the water below, into the leachate waters. At the same time, also over 1 year and 1 square meter, there are a few hundred, maybe a few kilograms of carbon that are cycled through this 1 square meter every year. They go in, for example, through the work of the plants, photosynthesis, and it's going to be respirated over the year. And when we apply rock on a square meter of soil, we are not taking the CO2 out of the atmosphere. We are reducing the efflux of CO2 per year. Rock weathering has an indirect effect because it reduces the CO2 flux, efflux of the soil. And we do this by adding 4 kilograms of basalt into the soil. And now we have a highly complex mess of things going on between soil, flora, fauna, fungi, the basaltus itself and the CO2, and grain sizes matter, other worms there matter. There are many, many things that are really, very complex. So that's what I'm learning more and more over the last 3 years. And in the end, we have we will have carbonate alkalinity that's percolated, that's in these 800 liters. So we are looking for a few hundred grams of stuff over 1 year in maybe a few hundred liters of water and mixed into a ton or two of rocks. Basically, there are 3 options how we can assess the weathering process. One is let's look at the CO2 carbon flux and for the whole year. This is being done using flux meters usually, which is really complex to do for 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, because there's so many changes, seasonal changes, daily changes, weather changes. So that's complicated and expensive likely. The second option is, and that's what for example, Lithos and Ion are doing. We take soil samples every few months and we look how much of the basalt is still there. So we can calculate how much of the basalt has been dissolved. This is the maximum of CDR that could have happened, the amount of these already dissolved rock. But is it already been doing CDR? Because, as we will see, when we look at option number 3 down here, we take water samples all year and do lab analysis, and we look for these reaction products in the water. It's not there, at least in our experiments. Let me elaborate. So we'll go these 3 options from bottom up. So option number 3 was leached water analysis. We've been building experiments for this for the last 2.5 years. The first experiment was a field experiment in 2021, where we have a control plot and 2 basalt amended plots. In 2022, we created the XXL lysimeter project, as we call it. These are 20 300-liter water buckets dug into the soil. They have a tank at the bottom, and they are almost 200 electronic sensors built into this also. At the same time, our friends at the University of Hamburg created an experiment with the same soils, with the same rocks, and the same water amounts of stuff in soil columns in the lab. And earlier this year, in January, we built our greenhouse experiment that has 350 pots with 15 soils and 11 rocks in various combinations, so we can really understand what's going on here. The best data that we have is from the XXL lysimeters. And as you can see in these 6 graphs over here, this is bicarbonate flux, this DOC flux, magnesium flux, calcium flux, electrical conductivity, and a pH. The graphs show that we were successful in building 16 quite similar replicas in open nature, but there is no weathering signal whatsoever. We have the same situation with the 180 electronic sensors that are built into the XXL lysimeters. We have sister experiments in Bramstedt in Greece. They have the same situation, no signal in 1 or 2 years. And even the highly controlled soil columns in Hamburg, they don't have a signal. This is after 10 months, more than 20 scientists were involved with irrigation and up to 400 tons per hectare of rock, which is a ridiculous amount, as you can understand. So is this just a fact, or did we have unlucky choices? Did we just select a bad combination of rocks and soils, or were our methods flawed? The reasons can only be speculated. We do not understand them right now. What we have successfully shown is that in some situations, the usual MRV approaches do not work. At least they do not work fast enough, because we still don't know which one of our pots, which one of our field plots has actually done CDR or not. So maybe it's time to rethink our strategy, because for enhanced rock weathering to make it successful, we need to show that it takes less than 100 years to dissolve the rock and to actually draw down carbon from the atmosphere. So the approach that Lisos and Ian are doing, as I said, is we derive the basalt dissolution from the changes of tracer elements in the soil. It's a very complex, highly scientific process in the lab. And Lisos has calculated that for 100 tons, 200 tons, and 400 tons of basalt, we have somewhere between 4 and 8 tons of CDR, potential CDR per hectare, which is great. That's what we wanted to see. This is a good number. We do not see any of the rock ingredients that have dissolved in the leachate waters. So has the CDR actually happened already, or did we just dissolve the rocks? There are various obstacles, and I'm learning a new one every 2 or 3 months now for the last 2 years. And every time it's like a new rabbit hole is opening up. So nitric acid could be a problem. Secondary precipitation could be a problem. Clay formation, microbiology, cation exchange capacity. There are so many things in our way. So are there other options? So here's a guy who founded a network monitoring company 25 years ago, was doing network monitoring all the time. I'm trying to solve this with monitoring idea. So if we want to measure the reduction of CO2 efflux from the soil, why don't we just measure CO2 efflux or the CO2 concentration in the soil? And we've done that for the last 12 months, and bingo, we have a signal. And we have the signal after days and weeks, not months or years. Look at these 3 graphs down here. The dotted graphs are the control pots from our XXL lysimeter experiment. They are all the same in all 3 graphs. They are just the reference. So for 100 tons per hectare, we can see that except for this outlier, which we don't understand right now, but at least 3 of the 4 replicas are clearly at the bottom end of the control area. For 200 tons per hectare, it's getting even better. And for 400 tons per hectare, it's clear that all the values that we have from the 400-ton amended pots are clearly below the control pots. So is it because basalt? Well, I guess we all think that. But the most interesting thing is that we have this signal already in August, September, then when the basalt was put on the pot just weeks ago, a few days ago almost. So we have a very early signal, and it looks like a stable signal. So for this experiment, we measured the CO2 concentration in the soil. These black boxes here, that's where the sensor is put inside, and we are digging this into the ground, and this sender antenna is showing is above the ground. So we have hourly data from each of the pots. That's 8,760 data points per replica per year. And we used Fick's first law to estimate the CDR effect over the 8 months. Our signal started just weeks after rock application, and we estimate that the 100 ton per hectare has collected 596 kilograms of CO2 per hectare equivalent. 200 tons about 920, and 400 tons looked like 2,000 kilograms per hectare. You can see the green bars. These are the numbers that Lisos has calculated, and we are quite likely in reality somewhere between this. And I'm pretty sure that our data is the more inaccurate data because there are a lot of assumptions going into this calculation. But at least this needs more investigation. If you're interested in how we come to this data and how we did this, there's a detailed working paper on our blog, carbondrawdown.de. So the usual thing would be to use flux meters to measure CO2 efflux. But we would rather use simple cheap soil CO2 sensors that we can dig into the ground and which can stay there. Because they are cheaper, easier to use, etc. So our current concept, and this is brand new. We are just doing this in the lab in the greenhouse for the first time. is that we have created flux meters that fit exactly on top of our lysimeters. There's a small computer here. The sensor is over here. There's a servo motor that closes this door for 3 minutes every 10 minutes. So we have 6 flux measurements per hour, 24/7. This runs 24/7 all day. And we do this to measure the a factor which is called the diffusion coefficient D, with which we should be able to calculate the flux just from the CO2 concentration inside the pot. That's what we are going to do right now. And this has to be done by some robotic stuff. One of these flux meters is about 130 euros. We're going to build another 40 in the next 2 weeks, and then we'll move around the 350 lysimeters all year. Ultimately, our results need to converge with the other methods, like leachate and dissolution methods, but that will take some time, obviously, because the other methods are so slow. So here you can see how the lysimeters close the doors, and they do this synchronized every 10 minutes. I just wanted to show you this so you have an idea. So here is the first data, and you can see this is from yesterday. So it's completely the latest data that we have, the news that we have. This graph shows the CO2 concentration delta that we measured in the pot while the chamber was closed. During the night, there is a positive CO2 flux. This means that during the night, CO2 comes out of the pot. During the day, CO2 is reduced while we close the pot, and this is obviously because we have all the gas inside the lysimeters also. So the most interesting part right now is to look at the dark respiration, that's what happens during the night. And so we have the yellow and green lines are a Lufa 2.1 soil and mixed with dunite. The red and blue lines are a farmer soil that we collected in the Ortenau, and we put 40 tons of Eifel gold basalt on it. And there's another soil over here, which is another from the same farmer, just a few miles down the road, again with 40 tons of basalt. And what you can see is that for the dunite, this is Sibelco olivine, we actually, the control series has a lower efflux than the treated series. That means by adding the olivine, we increased the CO2 respiration during the night. And for the 2 basalt amended pots over here with completely different soil, so it's always, these are just snapshots, we can see that the control pots have a much higher CO2 efflux during the night. And over here, it's almost twice as much. So we created 1 CO2 source, and we have created 2 CO2 sinks by adding basalt on the pot. And it's also important to note, this is on day 98 to 103. We do not know if this is going on for the rest of the year, or if there are still settling processes or things going on that will completely change the picture after the whole season. The questions are, how does this develop over the next months, and how big are the influences of biological processes? We will continue to measure this. Our recent experiments indicate that the CDR effects kicks in much faster than we can measure in leachate waters and with tracer analysis. But we also have found a couple of unexpected results, which need to be investigated further. The fact that it looks like about half of the pots in our greenhouse are currently CO2 sources is worrying me a little bit. And we will have to find out if that's actually the case, or if this is just a right now, while we are just 100 days into the process. Ultimately, as I said, we need to show that all the valid MRV methods converge on the data. This will take some time, but I think with the greenhouse concept, 350 pots, 15 soils, 11 rocks, I think we have a good chance to help in this endeavor. Let's do some rock forming. Do you have questions?
Thank you very much, Dirk, for your nice presentation, and I'm sure there will be lots of follow-up work knowing you. Let me ask if there's questions here in the audience. Yes.
Dirk, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So you seem to expect that your CO2 efflux from the soil will converge to the estimates that you get with the lightest approach. But that's not necessarily the case because you're not measuring the same processes. Because with the soil CO2 efflux, you also have the organic fluxes, and the decomposition might increase. So that might explain part of the discrepancy there. So,
Absolutely. Yeah. This is so. First of all, what we wanted to show here is that CO2 might be. I cannot say if this for sure, but this might be an option to get faster data from, especially if you're comparing lots of variants that you treat with or with rocks, with more or less rock. This might help us to get an earlier signal. We still need to find out how much of the biology is changing the CO2 efflux, but still that would also happen on the field. So we have to understand that, because if we put rocks on a field and we are creating more CO2 efflux from biology than we actually capture by the rocks, then we did not do what we wanted to do to the climate.
yeah, I fully agree. So for the MRV, this is very important. This is also something that we have long-term experience with. So it's pity that you're not here, but we're happy to discuss this maybe at some other occasion, because we're working a lot on that ourselves too.
Which I love to hear. We need every help. So I mean, all these CDR people, we need all the help that we can get.
That's the whole idea about this conference, that people can meet each other and see what is happening and see where knowledge is lacking or where knowledge is progressing indeed. Are there more questions in the audience here? Now, if you look at Linda, if there's questions live, no live, then thank you very much, Dirk. We move to the next presenter, Jos Vink.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, we can't do anything.
Here we go.
Like that.
In the beginning.
Thanks.
There we go.
Yep.
The floor is yours, Jos.
Thanks.
I think I did not
Then
yet.
you leave the floor, okay?
Yes.
And we need to share screen, so online they do see your presentation as well.
Yeah, that's good.
That's important, huh?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Hi. Perfect. And then you can just with the next button switch slides.
Thanks a lot. Coming from an age of flip overs, this is quite interesting. Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. Hope you're still awake. You don't have a post-lunch dip or whatever. I hope to keep you awake for the next 10 minutes because that's all I got. Well, sorry for the online people. You did not get the opportunity to meet our experiments, which I'm going to talk about outdoor in the sun with some nice lunch. And I'll have to really speed up this presentation. I can not even manage a button, you know. You picked the one.
Sorry. What happens if we click? Okay.
That one?
So then it is clicking. Yeah, this one.
We do this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, field experiments we performed over the last 2 years, and there's way too much to talk about. I can talk all afternoon about this. 10 minutes is way too short. So just in a snapshot, we had field experiments testing all kinds of soil variables other than the previous speaker, which used mainly basalt. I'm talking about olivine and what we did to actually show whether there is some CO2 formation or capture by olivine, using mass balances by using lysimeters as well, and using pore water samplers, extractions, the whole works. We analyzed our butts over the last 2 years, cost a lot of money.
just to come up with these project goals to quantify dissolution rates. I think this is really important because there's much controversy in literature about a dissolution rate. Of course, there is not a dissolution rate. It's dependent on environmental variables, like the one mentioned here. Another one which is really hampering the large-scale application of olivine in nature or in agriculture is the concern about nickel. There is nickel in olivine, yes, for sure, because it's coming from the deep earth and there's nickel inside. Is it also an ecological risk? Well, that's something I would like to talk about in here. Actually, the presentation you see here, this graph is a summary of what we did the last 2 years. We're figuring out a way to actually see the weathering rate of olivine applied in these experiments, how CO2 is being captured in that way and being prognatized by modeling, and also what nickel does. And you see the graph on the right-hand side, that interesting graph with the fish in it. Anybody ever heard of BLMs, biotic ligand models? There's one hand, Eric. Yeah, you know about it. You can come up here. No, stay there. Biotic, just in short, biotic ligand models are very sophisticated risk assessment tools, which are actually laid down in the European technical guideline just last year, because it's a tool that really identifies risks of certain metals in soil or pore water or surface water. In short, you do chemical speciation. So you take into account environmental variables of the pore water or surface water composition to come up with a risk for a whole array of species, ranging from algae to fish and everything in between. For nickel, there are 23 species in which this can be tested. So maybe this aroused your little interest. Field trials, like I said, we did a lot of work in the last 2 years. Don't bother interpreting the graphs you see here. It's just to show how much we did, the whole works. You know, extractions, calculations, pore water sampling, rainwater measurements, etc. The teasers are that we could actually show, you don't have to believe me right here on stage, you can read the report afterwards. We show that within those 2 years, 6 to 8.5% of the olivine actually weathered in those 2 years. I should mention there that we did not use, like about 90% of what you find in literature, we did not use a very fine grade, because that's not really sustainable, is it? You can do experiments with 30 micrograms or something like that, but that's not really sustainable. It has to be grinded, it costs a lot of CO2, etc. So we used a 3 millimeter batch straight from the supplier, which is also the grain size that is being used in large scale applications, right? Still using quite a big grade, a large grade, around up to 8.5% of olivine is being dissolved in 2 years. This also led to an increase of 0.2 to 0.5 pH units with a dose, as I mentioned here. We also figured out that the grain size of the application you're using is the dominant factor, more even than the soil moisture content. Okay. We also used several agricultural crops, so as like summer barley and winter rye, which were sown and harvested during the seasons. And we expected that these plant roots would enhance the weathering, but that was only marginal. Nickel in pore water, like I said, that was our emphasis for this project. We measured a lot of pore waters on several depths, on several occasions, on several applications. And they were all below 96% of all these data were below limit of detection. Actually limit of reporting, I should say, for the chemists among us. The Norwegian olivine produced larger concentrations than the Spanish, and that's obvious because there is some more nickel into the mineral. Uptake by plants, we calculated a factor of 4 below food quality standards for these food crops. And the calculated no effect concentrations, is that a term you're familiar with? No effect concentration, I'm nodding, yeah. No effect concentration, that is the concentration below which there is no toxic effect at all. Yeah, so that's a safe quality standard as you wish. In all cases were larger than the measured concentrations. So the limit of danger is higher than the concentrations we were measuring. Okay. And something I would also like to stress, we did not do these field experiments just for fun, but we wanted to calibrate the model that we're already being developed in the last couple of years. Well, actually, since 2012, we've been working with this model. And these are the first long-term and detailed results that we could use to calibrate the model. Okay, well, you can all read it. It's in a report. It's downloadable from the Deltares website, and you can just read everything I just told you. Well, the model. We're having, I think, the first model that is able to calculate exactly what is happening during various environmental conditions. We're using the shrinking core model. If you paid good attention, there was somebody this morning, I'm not quite sure who that was, who had the shrinking core model as well. Well, let me explain it really short. You take into account the diameter of particles to calculate the dissolution rate. You can imagine that larger particles have a different dissolution rate than the small particles. And how does that work out? Well, something like this. You can see in this graph the weathering rate per fraction. So after 2 years of measuring, you can see that right on the right-hand side, you can see that the smaller than 2 mu particles have all disappeared. 100% has been dissolved. The smaller than 8%, 45% has been dissolved, etc. So the presence of small particles is indeed quite important if you want to actually calculate dissolution rates. Yes? Well, this is mainly for the people who want to look at it afterwards. Using the shrinking core model allows a person to have these kinetic dissolution rates in time transferred to actual kilograms. Mass, the original mass, the remaining mass, and the percentage that has been dissolved. That's in this table. I cannot dwell too long on it. I'd rather take you to this one. And the left graph shows you the difference between using a grain size calculation model instead of monodisperse. Monodisperse meaning that you're using an average diameter of your particle, which mostly has been done in calculating weathering rates. And you see that the difference, I cannot point it out from here, but that's the small graph within the graph on the right-hand side. It adds up to 90% of your error. So if you're assuming monodisperse weathering, you can make an error which is almost twofold. Okay. Well, having said that, it's all about calculating CO2 capture, of course, and that's within this. This chemical reaction you're all familiar with. I can wake you up in your sleep and you can write this down, I guess. And but it all comes down to actually knowing something about your loss of mass in time, delta M divided by delta 2 on your left-hand side. By using molar conversion of the chemical description, you can calculate the amount of CO2 that must be captured in that way. Okay. Now, and that's something you see here. This is just an example from one of our experiments. But what is most interesting is the formation of secondary products. On the right-hand side of the calculation of the chemical reaction, you can see the release of magnesium, Mg. You can see the release of carbonates or a pH effect and silica as well. And I would like to dwell a bit on that. Here you see actually how our model thinks how weathering takes place in these plots. And you see the actual measurements of these plots within the graph. What you can see here is the S numbers, which is the Spanish olivine. You see the N numbers, which is the Norwegian olivine. Input for the model is, of course, composition of the mineral, and the distribution, the grain size distribution of the batch that's being used. Well, if you use this as some sort of calibration, you can do a more reliable prediction on the long term, because we also want to know in the long term how these minerals will dissolve in time over the course of, let's say in this case, 100 years. And these are the predictions that we can come up with for the weathering rates of olivine. And again, these have been calibrated with field measurements. Okay, now the interesting part, nickel. These are all the measurements with a lot of overlap. So you see only a few dots, mostly are all overlapping, that we took in the last 2 years on several depths in pore water of all these plots that we just discussed. And you see the red line, the horizontal red line is some ecological, environmental quality standard in the Netherlands for surface water. And LOD is, of course, limit of detection. There's a gray line in there. The gray line is the reference plot, of course. And you can see that there is some elevation, yes, but 96% are below limit of detection. But still, you can see some that are above environmental quality standards, 2 of them. N numbers, so Norwegian numbers. Are they actually a risk? Yes, can we say that these exceedance of environmental quality standards are actually a risk? So now we're using the BLM, which I talked about a few minutes ago. The BLM takes into account the composition of the pore water. So it has to know how much calcium is in there, how much magnesium is in there, how much dissolved organic carbon is in there, and what is your pH at that moment, because you have to calculate a speciation for nickel. We are interested in the free dissolved nickel concentrations. That's what the BLM is based on. With these free dissolved concentrations of nickel, you can do the ecotoxicological tests with those 34 of species. And well, this is just a summary of all the data that we had showing that the predicted no effect concentrations are in all cases larger than the measured concentrations of nickel. Among ecotoxicologists, the term risk characterization ratio is very well known. That meaning if your PNEC is higher than your concentration, no, let me say, when it's the same, you have the value of 1. Yes, you divide the same number by itself and it's 1. So above 1, there is a possible risk of nickel concentrations. And as you can see in the right-hand graph, there's one data point, one Norwegian data point in which we applied the nickel on top of the soil, where you may have a small toxicological impact. It's 1. Okay. Now, what is really interesting, again, the same chemical formula right there, secondary products, what I said. Upon dissolutions of olivine, you get magnesium, which is being dissolved as well. You get a pH effect, which is being released to the environment as well. How does that work on your PNEC, right? And this is a graph, well, very simple, but it's a full BLM calculation on the effect of concentrations of magnesium, which will increase during weathering, which has a direct effect on the PNEC. To make it very easy, the olivine dissolution is being followed by release of magnesium. The PNEC increases, so it's being detoxified. Okay, so the more magnesium, the higher the pH, the higher the values of predicted no effect concentrations. For comparison, there are some environmental quality standards for surface water and groundwater, which are way below that of the normal environmental conditions that we mostly observe. Okay, well, there was a lot of work. short time to to bring the message over, I guess. But the main message is to, well, remember when you're doing some modeling or measuring, the concept of using your particle size specific dissolution rates instead of monodisperse, like I explained, shows that the time-related dissolutions of olivine occur significantly faster. The capture of CO2 following the kinetic size dependent dissolution of olivine can be quantified for various olivine types, doses, grain sizes, and environments, as I have just indicated. And using this state-of-the-art BLM concept, which has been laid down in European guidelines, you can actually use environmental variables to come up with risk assessment for nickel. And in our experiments, where we used quite a dose, 40 tons per hectare, we could not identify risks for nickel. Okay, well, I'm afraid my time is up, but not before I thank a lot of people, among which Paul. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Paul is the only one having a olivine green shirt on. And he said it wasn't on purpose.
No,
but okay. And the other people who were, well, put trust in our experiments. Thanks for staying awake.
Thank you very much, Jos. Given the time, we got time for one question. If there's a question in the audience here, yes, please.
Yeah, I was really interested about these particle-dependent dissolution rates. So I assume that you mean with that like an intrinsic dissolution rate for particle size, but isn't that just because your smaller particle sizes have like a larger surface area?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. It's related to surface area. Yeah. So reactivity. Yeah.
So is it correct for me to assume then that the only way you can correct for this particle size, well, particle specific size dissolution rate is by this increase in surface area?
I couldn't add more than that. You paid very well attention to it. Yeah. So yes. Yeah.
And I think maybe we can combine your LCA model with the shrinking core model.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about LCAs as well. Yeah, definitely.
So there will be a next year presentation of both of you together. I think that's the best thing indeed, yes.
Let's do that.
The next presenter is Tulia. I'm not sure if she is present. What? Arthur. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I have the old program still in mind, sorry.
Hey, Arthur. We're just gonna...
Can I just use the arrows?
Yeah, but we just need to switch to a different presentation.
Degrees.
Right. To make sure we start from here. You can go. I'm just gonna hide this.
Hi everyone. Okay, I wear a blue shirt, so I don't work on dunite or olivine. It's on basalt. I work in Antwerp University, and oh, this isn't working. Okay, no, it does. Welcome to
we
this
still see
presentation.
the Deltares presentation.
Oh.
Thanks for bringing that up. That's on me. So we wait. Share and screen share. Yes.
Okay.
And can you just confirm that you see now Arthur's presentation?
Yeah, no, it's gone. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So welcome to this presentation titled Monitoring Basalt Enhanced Weathering. Where is the alkalinity? In the field study in Malaysia by Larking et al., and also as pointed out by Dirk earlier today in Project Carbdown, there has been a problem in detecting alkalinity increases in basalt field experiments. To figure out why, we did a mesocosm experiment. We had columns of 60 centimeter height, and in the top 20 centimeter, we amended them with a range of basalt, ranging from 0 to 200 tons per hectare. We used a poorly acidic soil and we planted dwarf maize on it. The experiment ran in the summer of 2021, which was a very wet summer in Belgium where we had the floods. So the pots received water input equivalent to 1,600 millimeters per year. Okay, when we look at some results, we can see on these graphs, we have on the x-axis the range of basalt, and on the y-axis we have DIC, DOC, and alkalinity. So we can see that this alkalinity clearly increases in the topsoil basalt layer where the rock is mixed into, but we do not see this increase below the column in the leached water. So we can schematize this process in this way. We have a rock and CO2, making a bicarbonate and cations in the pore water. We do not see much leaching out of the columns. This -1 millimole is per mesocosm and is for the highest amount of basalt. We did harvest the plants and measure the calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium in the plant parts and calculated an amount of alkalinity from it. And we do see some increase in the plant parts, but only 32 millimoles, not so much. So we thought maybe something is blocking the alkalinity from leaching out of the soil. The first thing we investigated was carbonate precipitation. And we tested different methods for measuring this carbonate in the soil. So we measured SiC, soil inorganic carbon, sometimes called TiC. And you can see on the graphs the SiC concentration for the range of basalt again. We tried different methods. So the first thing we tried was decalcification, measuring total carbon and organic carbon, subtracting both and calculating the inorganic carbon from it. That gave quite large error bars and we didn't see a clear trend. A possibility is that there was organic carbon heterogeneity hampering detection of these small amounts of inorganic carbon. So we tried to burn the organic carbon first with a loss on ignition and then repeat this decalcification method. But still we didn't see a clear signal of inorganic carbon. We tried calcimetry, which is adding a drop of acid to the soil sample and then measuring the amount of CO2 that is released by the carbonate. Also here, we didn't see a signal. The most sensitive method was acetate leaching. So we took a soil sample and did an extraction with sodium acetate at pH 5. And then we could see a linear increase in soil inorganic carbon with basalt amendment. However, there was already some carbonate present in the basalt we initially added to the soil. So if we subtract this carbonate contribution that we added to the soil, we do not see a soil inorganic carbon increase within the experiment. So you can see actually the carbonate decreased even a bit if we account for the initially added carbonates. So we have in fact some carbonate weathering going on probably in this acidic soil in the beginning of the experiment. What else can happen in the soil? I think the enhanced weathering community is well aware of cation exchange. So the cation exchange capacity can increase. So cations can go from the pore water to negatively charged oxygen atoms in carbonic acids in the soil, so in organic carbon acids and on clay minerals. So this can exchange for these base cations. Also, we can have adsorption to iron and aluminum oxides and adsorption to soil organic matter. So to partition these cations in these 4 soil pools, we did a sequential extraction approach. We followed the protocol of Tessier et al. changed it a little bit. We increased the pH of the first extractants to avoid extraction of carbonates there. But we take barium chloride, extract the exchangeable cations. Between each step, we centrifuge and wash the samples with water. And then we add this sodium acetate leaching. I showed the graph earlier of this. We reduce the soil entirely. So we reduce all the iron and aluminum oxides, releasing cations bound to this fraction. And then we oxidize the soil to investigate the cations that are bound to organic matter. So we oxidize the organic matter with a peroxide here. Whatever is not extracted are primary and secondary minerals. We did this extractions on the soil after some time of weathering, but we also did it on the basalt that we initially added to the soil, because as I said, there can be carbonates in basalt, there can be clays already, and they can have some exchangeable cations already. So we calculated back with the basalt to soil ratio to get a net increase of each element. And these are the results. So for the range of basalt, we can see a clear increase, especially in the reducible pool. These cations bound to iron and aluminum oxides. We see a huge signal in the magnesium, top right graph. Also for sodium, for calcium, aluminum, and iron, we see clear increases in this fraction. We see exchangeable calcium increase, aluminum bound to soil organic matter increases, which could stabilize organic matter. I want to emphasize with this that we have to assess cations in all these active soil pools to quantify weathering rates. If we look at the numbers here, over 1,000 of millimoles of alkalinity go to this exchangeable pool and the soil organic matter pool, and even 12,000 millimoles of alkalinity went to the iron and aluminum oxide fraction. Likely because of the huge magnesium signal there and olivine dissolution, because there was 5% olivine in the basalt. We can then calculate a weathering rate from this by summing up the charges of all these base cations. And if we assume that there's no difference in conservative anions, chloride and sulfate, we can convert this into a weathering rate. The left graph here shows logarithmic weathering rates in function of pH for shake flask data. And if we compare then the weathering rates we find in experiments where only leached alkalinity is measured, we get a logarithmic value of about -14 in the study by Buckingham et al., which was quite pessimistic for enhanced weathering. If we then measure only in the exchangeable fraction of the soil, we find a number between -12 and -11. And if we measure in all four fractions, as done here, we find something between -11 and -10. If we then look to this U-shaped curve of basalt dissolution in shake flask data, we find something comparable than in this study. So if we assess in all these four fractions, we do not really see this discrepancy between lab and field experiments. Okay, weathering can be quantified, but what is now the impact on carbon? A possibility is that these exchange reactions and these adsorption reactions release protons in the soil in exchange for these base cations. And if a proton combines with a bicarbonate in soil water, this could lead to degassing. But we have passed on a metal charge to an organic carbon molecule potentially. So it could be that there is an organic CDR mechanism where we form a mineral associated organic matter. So these calcium, magnesium, aluminum, and iron could combine with organic matter in the soil. And there have been studies on this. There's a hypothesis calling it an organometallic glue in the soil. And the permanence of this mineral associated organic matter is estimated between decades and centuries. However, as Sarah already pointed out, if the pH of a soil increases, you can also stimulate microbial activity and decomposition of organic matter. So there have been studies with wollastonite in China where CO2 emissions increased after silicate addition because of this effect. Also, the study by Dietzen et al. It's a well-known effect with liming as well. So I think in the end, we need to look at both effects, the organic matter stabilization by metals, potential inorganic carbon formation in more alkaline soils maybe, and also the decomposition enhancements through pH increase. So as Dirk already pointed out today, I think there's a clear need for CO2 efflux monitoring because this takes into account all these different processes and in parallel do these soil extractions to see how these cations are partitioned and to learn more about the mechanism on how this carbon is actually being sequestered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the audience here? No. Oh, yes, Matilda.
So really nice presentation. Thanks a lot for presenting. Did you also quantify the cation exchange capacity itself, or whether that has changed?
Yeah, it did increase in this experiment, yes.
Okay, and was it a pH effect, or was it because you actually formed minerals? Could you distinguish between those two?
The pH increase, we didn't look into that in detail, but the pH increase, the cation exchange capacity increase. And,
What about ways of ungluing the cations or flushing them out through irrigation or increased water? What are the natural?
As I said, there are studies about the permanence of this mineral associated with organic matter, which say centuries to decades. So they might be available for plants, but it's much less available than particulate organic matter, the normal organic matter, which is more volatile. And also, if these cations are released back into solution, maybe then they will form a carbonate, maybe then they will reach out. So I think in the long term, you preserve your alkalinity in the soils.
Sorry, that makes the alkalinity then less available for subsequent atmospheric CO2 uptake. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is there a saturation though, like where you're just going to get cations coming out because the capacity is like reached?
It could be now some soils are saturated in mineral associated organic matter. So by adding more minerals, you could increase this saturation that is already in soils. Yeah, you'll have to see.
I think you both come back next year. I think that's the answer. Okay. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emily. She's on her own.
Oh, sorry, Laura, sorry.
Sorry, Emily.
Sorry, Emily, I was looking at the wrong panel. But you still got your turn, don't worry. You still got your turn. Laura, the floor is yours. Sorry.
Okay, sit next to Sarah. Right. With this one. Oh, you can also click on the slides. Yeah. I'm just gonna hide the controls. Great. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here today. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be here today. So I will show you some results of an experiment we just had last summer. It's actually also still running, so it's also still a little bit work in progress. And in this experiment, we wanted to investigate how soil biota affects enhanced silicate weathering. It's not. Now it's working. So just a quick introduction to bioweathering. So there are already some things known about how biota affects the natural weathering process. So to give just an example, roots can produce root exudates, and which also contain organic acids. They can also respire CO2, so they increase the CO2 pressure in the soil. So those things can affect the weathering process. And also to give another example for earthworms, It's also, they can also increase the CO2, they also respire CO2, but they also can, it's known that the microbes in their guts can also affect the weathering process, and they can even precipitate carbonates. So we do already know some things about biota and its effect on the natural weathering process. But in our experiment, we really wanted to focus a little bit what is their effect on the enhanced weathering process. So now let's have a look at the setup. So we had an experiment outside with mesocosms, and in the top 20 centimeters, we applied silicates. So really only the top layer, below we just had soil. And we used two different kinds of silicates. On one hand, BOF slag. So that's a byproduct of steel production, and it's kind of an artificial silicate. And then we also used basalt, a natural silicate. And we, of course, had a control treatment where we didn't apply anything. So how did we want to investigate the effect of soil biota? For this, we set up 3 different treatments. So the first one is, you see it on the left, I think. So the first one is a treatment with just bare soil. Then we also had a treatment where we plant 2 maize plants. And then a third treatment where we have maize plants, plus we also add 20 endozoic earthworms. And then those 3 treatments we always had with BOF slag, with basalt, and of course with control where we don't apply any silicates. So now let's have a look to the results. So after the growing season, we measured the pH in the pots at different depths. So in the top layer at 10 centimeter depth, then also in the middle layer and the bottom layer at 50 centimeter depth. In the first graph, the control, you see we had a quite acidic soil, but then with basalt and especially also with slag application, the pH increased, especially in the top layer, but that's also as expected since that's the layer where we really mixed the silicates with the soil. If we now look at the difference between the biota treatments, we see that earthworms increase the pH also in the lower soil layers. So that's because it looks like they really actively mix the silicates into the lower layers. So we do see an effect of bioturbation here. So yeah, that's what you see here. And if we also add the soil treatment, so the treatment where we only had bare soil, then you see that especially here in the middle layer, we also see a higher pH. So that's because, so we see that with bare soil, some of the weathering products also leached down into the lower layers. And that was not the case for the treatment with plants, because here the plants, it was a quite dry summer. So the plants took up all the moisture and nothing leached down, or barely anything leached down. We also measured the dissolved inorganic carbon in the topsoil in the pore water. And so we do see slight increases for the basalt treatment and really clear increases for the slag treatment. That's also kind of expected since the slag really weathers very fast. We also already saw it in the pH. It also had the highest pH increase. And then looking at the differences between the different biota treatments, we see that for maize plant, if we have maize, we have a clear increase in inorganic carbon compared to the bare soil. And for the worms, it looks like they actually lower the dissolved inorganic carbon. So here it's possible that they again mix it also in the lower layers. So then in the layers below, we might have comparably higher values of inorganic carbon. And I also mentioned in the introduction that they can also precipitate carbonates. So also that mechanism could play a role here. We then also estimated the carbon dioxide removal. So my colleague also already talked about it a little bit. So it's based on the cations in the soil. So what you see here are the exchangeable cations. So magnesium, calcium, potassium, and sodium. Those are just the cations we found in the soil. If we also add the ones we found in the leachates, we see that that adds a little bit for the bare soil treatment. So here more of the weathering products were leached out. And then I also told you in the beginning, it's still a little bit work in progress, but there is one small part we are still missing. Also the plants take up some of the cations, so we don't have those results yet, but we expect that that would also add a small amount to the treatment with maize and also to the treatment with where we had the worms. So it looks like for both basalt and also the slag treatment, there is a trend that the lowest carbon dioxide removal is for the bare soil, and then the highest we achieved with the treatments where we also had the worms. Then we of course also wanted to confirm this by looking into the CO2 efflux from the soil. But as you can see, there are no significant differences between control, basalt, and slag. So we do not see reduced CO2 effluxes from the treatment where we applied silicates. My colleague also already pointed out before in his presentation that the organic carbon might play a role here. So we also measured the dissolved organic carbon in the soil solution. And we see that for basalt, there are slight increases, and then for the slag, there's really a clear increase in dissolved organic carbon. And the basalt also had the biggest increase in pH. So it really looks like that the decomposition might be stimulated and we are releasing some CO2. So while we have CO2 uptake due to enhanced weathering, at the same time, we might also release some CO2 due to decomposition. With that, I'm already at the conclusions. So we do see an effect of biota, and it looked like there's a trend that earthworms, the treatment with earthworms had the highest CO2 removal, while the treatments with bare soils, we saw the lowest weathering rates. But it will also be important to, something happened with the format, but it will also be important to look further into this since we did not see this or could not confirm this by looking into the CO2 efflux from the soil. And a reason for that it looks like that if we really want to understand the interactions we have between soil biota and also enhanced weathering, we are still missing one link, which is the organic carbon. So it, especially also in the future, it will be very important to also take that into account to better understand the processes that are going on and also to give more accurate estimations of what the potential of enhanced weathering is. Thank you.
Shows already on the screen questions. So Jasper.
Yeah, the slag that you use, did it contain high contents of trace metals like nickel or rhodium or vanadium? Whatever?
It does have slightly higher contents as compared to the basalt, but we also apply much lower amounts since it weathers very fast. And yeah, I didn't show it here, but we also measured heavy metals in the soil and in the leaves. So yeah, those results will hopefully get soon also.
Further questions? We also have to look at the internet questions online. Questions on that? No. No. Thank you very much. And now is indeed time for Emily, and I'm learning
Felix, so you see you can sit there. I'm making also some progress indeed, yes. Thank you very much, Emily. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you.
You can just press this button and it should. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all for joining my presentation. My name is Emily de Pas and I'm a PhD candidate at Wageningen University in the soil chemistry group. And today I'm presenting the results of a laboratory experiment that we did to assess the potential of different types of silicate minerals for both carbon sequestration as well as to improve agricultural soil quality. A very short background introduction because I think this is well known in this audience, but I think this figure nicely shows that on top of emission reductions, we also need negative emission technologies like enhanced weathering to make it to the Paris Agreement. So that's why I'm showing it as a very short introduction. And here I also show an example of a weathering reaction, which nicely summarizes on the one hand, when the mineral weathers, like in this case, wollastonite, the dissolved CO2 either causes alkalinity, so bicarbonate generation, or the mineral precipitates as carbonate minerals. But also the process releases nutrients, for example, in this case, calcium, and therefore, when applied to agricultural soils, it can improve agricultural soil quality. So the aim of our experiment was to quantify and compare the enhanced weathering potential of different types of silicate minerals. And we defined the enhanced weathering potential as the potential of a silicate mineral for both climate change mitigation through carbon sequestration, as well as to improve agricultural soil quality by increasing soil pH and releasing nutrients. And for this experiment, we quantified this potential for 5 different types of silicates. And while I'm talking about this, they will appear, their source will appear on this map. First of all, olivine, the most focus point in this enhanced weathering research at the moment because of its high weathering rates. But at the same time, as we all know now, it also releases nickel, and this may have negative consequences for soils and groundwater quality. And therefore, basalt is also increasingly studied as it has a lower olivine content and is also a lower nickel content. And also wollastonite is receiving quite some attention, which is a calcium silicate mineral with also very high weathering rates. However, we believe that there may be more minerals that have potential to be used for enhanced weathering, but are not studied in this context yet. And therefore, we added 2 minerals that are novel in this context to our experiment. First of all, anorthite, which is a feldspar mineral, also a calcium silicate mineral. And anorthite also has high weathering rates. And also anorthite, elbite, another feldspar mineral of which the weathering reaction does not result in carbonation, and therefore by carbonation part of the captured CO2 is also released, and therefore elbite can be considered 100% sink of CO2. So we used a soil column experiment, which you can see in this picture. And this allowed us to both assess the effects on soil as well as on leachate, like with groundwater. And we filled these columns with 150 grams of soil, which was a low pH sandy soil from the Netherlands that was not fertilized, so it had a very low nutrient status. And on top of the soil, we applied a layer of silicates, which was equivalent to 125 grams of silicate per kilogram soil. And we conducted the experiment in duplicates. Then every 2 to 4 days, demineralized water was added on top of the column, and leachate that flow out of the column was measured for the concentrations of base cations and nickel, and also pH and total alkalinity. Then after 2 months, the experiment was terminated, and we analyzed the soils for the concentrations of base cations and nickel, and also the inorganic carbon content. Okay, well, my plots appear a bit different than what it should be, but let's move on to the first part of the enhanced weathering potential, namely the effects on agricultural soil quality. So this plot shows the effects that we measured in the leachate. We measured pH here over time, and well, the most important point here is that during the first few days, the pH dropped, while you would expect an increase. But as minerals started to weather, a lot of cations are released, and these exchange with protons on soil binding sites. So initially we saw a drop in the pH, but then over time, as you can see, we saw a gradual increase in pH. And at the end of the experiment, all different types of minerals increased the soil pH between 6 and 8, which is generally considered the beneficial range for crop production. Yeah, the blue dots and the somehow yellow squares, those are olivine and wollastonite. They had the most strong effect on soil pH, even increasing it for some days around 8. And that is not per se considered to be beneficial for crop production, but we believe that such high pH increases are not likely in real-world applications, as organic acid production by plants will likely reduce pH. We also determined the base saturation, which is the percentage of the soil binding sites that are filled by base cations, and this gives an indication of nutrient availability. And the control, which is the right bar, shows a very low base saturation of the soil, around 40%, and all the silicates increased it. And the most strong effects were again observed for olivine and wollastonite, increasing the base saturation to around 80%. So indicating an increase in nutrient availability. After the experiment, we also extracted the soils for their geochemically reactive nickel content. And here you can see that especially olivine, but also basalt, increased the nickel content of soils. But this plot also shows that there were quite some differences between the duplicates. And that was because over time in some of the columns, we observed that water was increasingly blocked, and the reduced through flow of water to some of the columns also caused likely anoxic conditions, which affects nickel mobility. So therefore, it's best to look at the second bar for olivine, which is the treatment that did not experience these issues. And then you can see a quite strong increase in the nickel content, but still far below the toxicity threshold for agricultural soils, which is 50 milligrams of nickel per kilogram soil. But when we look at the nickel concentrations measured in the leachate, you can see here the red line, which represents the toxicity threshold for groundwater. Then you can see that, especially in the beginning, there's quite a high peak measured for wollastonite. And as wollastonite minerals do not have a high nickel content, and also the somehow orange line, which is the control soil, also cross this threshold value, we believe that this corresponds with the drop in pH that we saw at the beginning, which was especially strong for wollastonite, and a lower pH also enhances nickel mobility. So this is more an indirect effect of pH adjustments. But we see that over time, the treatments, also the control, are below the red line, except for the olivine treatment that for which we observed an increase in nickel release over time above this threshold value. So as a conclusion from this, we think that not per se in soil, but especially also in the leachate, so the groundwater, we should monitor the nickel concentrations. So now we move on to the second part of the enhanced weathering potential, which is the effect on carbon sequestration. And in this experiment, we measured this by titrating the leachate for alkalinity and measuring the carbonate content of soils afterwards. And you can see that olivine and wollastonite captured most CO2 during this experiment. However, olivine and basalt and wollastonite were more.
We don't hear anything on the conference anymore. The microphone is off or broken or something.
slight increase.
Shall I say something to see if you're hearing now? No.
It's working now.
It's working now, so you can back here. You can answer also the question here. Yeah, sorry.
Can I still ask my question?
Yes, please, please. Please,
Okay,
finish your
just on
question.
this plot, the slight increase in nickel on basalt 1 you have there, is that, do you think that's just as a result of the 6% olivine that's in your basalt?
Yeah, the nickel content comes from the small percentage of olivine that is in the basalt. So yes, my answer would be yes then.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
You
you leave.
select the basalt that have no or very little olivine to test it. But yeah, I guess that is.
Lower, but still it has an olivine some percentage in it. So that's, I think, explains the increase in nickel.
Yeah, please continue. Otherwise, I'm sure we have something back in detail, so don't worry about that.
Okay, so I continue here. So what I'm showing in this table is that due to the minimal priming of anortite and albite, the result was a larger particle size and a lower specific surface area. And therefore, to allow a fair comparison between the minerals, we express the carbon sequestration per square meter specific surface area, which you can see in this graph. And then it shows that especially wollastonite had captured a lot of CO2 during this experiment. But also we see some potential here for anortite and albite, which is like some more or less similar to that of olivine. So we also believe here that due to their larger particle size, we're not fully able to quantify their enhanced weathering potential in this experiment. As a conclusion, we found how potential for wollastonite and olivine, but assessed, we also found some direct or indirect nickel leaching. So these effects on nickel may reduce their overall enhanced weathering potential. We also found some promising results for anortite and albite, but as said, we were not fully able to quantify their enhanced weathering potential, and therefore we recommend more research on these minerals. And also an important recommendation is to include minerals that are novel in this context in our experimental designs, as this will allow us to better quantify the potential of enhanced weathering as a negative emission technology. So that was my presentation, and if you're interested to read more about this work, it has recently been published in Frontiers in Climate. So yeah, you can read more about it. And thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions.
I've never really heard about anortite or albite. Where do you find these minerals? I mean, are there like large stocks?
Well, we are ordered it as larger blocks on work sites, and then really find it. So, but yeah, I started this research with a quite large search on all types of silicate minerals, and yeah, what I want, my aim was to have those three, the like olivine, basalt, and wollastonite that are more and more studied, and also to compare like other minerals that are not studied in this context, and like what could the potential be. So this was just a pick of two, but you can think of other minerals as well.
So you had olivine on top of the soil there. Do you think the result will be different if you mix the olivine in the soil? Or?
Yes, yeah, that's something also we really considered, because on the one hand you would like to mix it, also yeah, because you expect more effect down the column maybe if you mix it, and you now kind of form a layer. But from an analytical point of view, it was best to do it this way, because after the experiment we removed the layer more or less, and did the analysis on the soil. So when you mix it, you also have minerals in your sample that are partly weathered, mostly not weathered yet. So that makes the interpretation of the results way more difficult. So that was the reason to apply it on top. But yeah, there are definitely also reasons to think of a mixed application.
That's it. No more questions in the audience, see, and I don't see it. So thank you very much.
The next presentation is Harun. The floor is yours, so.
Very much.
You can just press this button.
Does it? Yes. I
Good.
worked at the
Thanks.
first time, yeah. Hello, my name is Harun. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at University of Antwerp. I am interested in, again, biotic enhancement of silicate weathering, but my focus is bacteria and specifically Bacillus subtilis and its potential synergy with basalt weathering. But before, why I selected Bacillus, I have to give a reason. It's messed up, okay. As Emily mentioned, enhanced silicate weathering has a good potential in agricultural lands because of several co-benefits. Nutrients, of course, this is the first. You also release silicon, which is better for stress alleviation for plants. You introduce alkalins to an acidified soil, which is becoming more and more of a problem. Of course, agricultural lands, if there is no water, there are artificial water, so there is no water limitation, and there is readily available infrastructure, therefore cost effective. So what's the idea? As the weathering goes on, nutrients and silicon is released from the minerals. At the same time, plant roots can acidify, further facilitate weathering by acidifying, respiring carbon dioxide, and shifting the cation balance. So a microbe, a bacteria, can potentially help this cycle if it can solubilize mostly insoluble minerals such as iron and phosphorus bound minerals. And at the same time, it can promote growth of the plant and at the same time protect it from stress. And Bacillus subtilis is such kind of a bacteria. It's already in use as a herbicide and fungicide all over the world. It is extremely safe to use. It can be found anywhere in the soil, in the guts of animals, us, everywhere. As I said, it has very prominent and potent stress protection roles. And as I said, the last one is it helps with mineral solubilization. So, but before putting it in a soil with plants, we wanted to see how it affects directly on the mineral weathering. Therefore, this experimental setup with pots, we put soil and manure in them. We put approximately 30 kilograms of soil, mixed it with manure to create an environment with higher carbon dioxide respiration to be able to monitor weathering. We put basalt, 100 tons per hectare, Bacillus subtilis, or both, and try to monitor weathering. This was done in a room, so the watering was done manually every week with a rainwater. So if we pass to the results, directly to the carbon dioxide emissions, only basalt amended pots showed significantly decreased carbon dioxide emissions. Basalt plus Bacillus subtilis pot did not present a decrease or an increased carbon dioxide emissions significant compared to control pots. Bless you. If we look at the leachate, interestingly, only Bacillus subtilis added pots displayed increased alkalinity. Maybe this can be expected because Bacillus subtilis does increase mineral solubility, so we can see them in the leachate. Indeed, if you look at the right-hand side, there is the orange one at the top is Bacillus subtilis, and both for DIC and VOC, there is a huge increase if there is Bacillus subtilis but there is no increase if there is just basalt or a basalt plus Bacillus subtilis, at least not a significant one. So for the alkalinity, there is organic and inorganic components. Organic, okay, we can expect for it because we are adding an high microbial mass into the soil, but the inorganic part is coming from mostly the soil. So if we check the cations, the inorganic part, we can see that there is a basalt effect. In the 14th day of sampling, we can see that the basalt increased magnesium, calcium, sodium in the leachate, but that effect did not prolong. After the 56th day of sampling, we can only see the effect of Bacillus subtilis. It increased magnesium, sodium, and potassium in the leachate. And even maybe a little bit, it's not significant, but iron was also increased in the leachate. So another thing, apart from that, a very, again, prominent effect of Bacillus subtilis, ammonium leached a lot. That may be a positive thing if there is a plant because it becomes plant available, but that can also be a negative effect because it can be the nitrogen, it can affect the nitrogen leaching, it can increase the nitrogen leaching. With basalt, there was much less leaching. Is it because it retains in the soil because of the increased cation exchange capacity of basalt effects of nitrification and denitrification processes? It's yet to be discovered. But let's pass. We cannot find the weathering effect in the leachate. Let's look at the soil fractions. As my friend Arthur, my colleague Arthur mentioned, we did fractionation, sequential extraction of the soil cations. Since it does not affect the primary minerals, it is a good way to monitor the weathering effects in the soil. This graph does not show the fractions, but the total cations because we don't have that much time. You can see that for calcium, magnesium, aluminum, and iron, there is an effect of basalt. But on top of that, there is an interaction effect for magnesium and iron with Bacillus subtilis and basalt. There is a positive interaction effect for magnesium, it is increased, and iron was also increased. For calcium, there is slight increase. It is not significant in total amounts, but if you look at the fractions of soil, the carbonate, reducible and oxidizable fractions, you can see that in the reducible, the mineral bound, and the oxidizable, the organic material bound fractions, there are an increase in calcium. That means, as you said, it does not affect the weathering, but mostly these fractions in time can be much more plant available and can be affecting the organic material preservation. But yeah, it can be discussed further. Total alkalinity calculated from the soil cations show that there is a significant effect of basalt. There is no significant effect of basalt plus Bacillus subtilis, although there is the mean amount was higher, and the carbon dioxide capture potential calculated from them shows that basalt plus Bacillus subtilis has a higher potential compared to just basalt. As a conclusion, I don't know if you can see, but there is an increased alkalinity in the soil fraction with Bacillus addition on top of basalt, increased calcium, magnesium, and iron, which are all important for plant growth, higher carbon dioxide sequestration potential, but I should also remind that there is also higher respiration. Basalt did prevent Bacillus subtilis related ammonium leaching. This may be a positive thing because if it is staying in the soil, that means you can use less fertilizer. So with plant plus chemical fertilization that does not provide calcium, magnesium, and other ions that the manure gives, there is much higher prospect And I would like to remind that this is directly applicable. It's very safe, so it has high prospects. Thank you. And yeah, questions?
So let's see if there's questions indeed. Yeah, I'm sure. Questions?
Could you explain the fluctuating DIC trend that you see in your
That one?
Yes.
Fluctuating DIC?
Or do you think?
So I'm not showing the pH because after manure addition, it jumped from 6.5, 6.4 to around 7.9 after 2 or 3 days. So I'm thinking about the dissolution of carbonates. But after that much of a pH change, I think with the dissolution of carbonates, also organic started to dissolve. But with the growth of bacillus in the soil, we can also see the organics are building up and leaching. But maybe after 60 days, both the manure is more or less depleted, and bacillus growth also was depleted a little bit, so we don't see much of a change.
So you did like a qPCR analysis to see how much
Did not, no. Since I'm actually doing another analysis, an in situ fluorescence analysis, to see if I can quantify visually. Yeah, if it doesn't work, I will go to qPCR.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Then it doesn't say anything. No. Then we will short break until 4 o'clock. So now we have a coffee break until 4 o'clock, either online or offline. The next speaker will be online, and I have to be careful how to pronounce it. Euripides Kansas, but I'm sure, sorry if I pronounce it wrongly, I'm sure you can correct me. The only thing now I need Philip to hand it over to you, or you can share the screen.
Yeah, I'll share a screen.
Okay, we hear you very well in the audience here.
All right, so someone is sharing, so you have to
unshare it. Oh. We need some help from the technical guys here. Just let me wait. Let me get Felix here. How to unshare it. Ah, Linda also can do that, I guess. Probably you're still sharing it, I guess.
Oh, where? Oh nee, wacht even, terug. Oh ja, Euripides. Waarom krijg ik die balk helemaal niet?
Ja, dat voel me ook af.
Er niks van.
Dan moeten we misschien toch maar op Felix wachten.
Ja.
Zal ik even Felix halen? Kun je een beetje doormodderen?
Ja, ja. Kan ik lekker aan plein publiek modderen?
Robert just wants to share the screen.
Ah.
As he's presenting online.
Great.
Ah.
Oh, escape je dit.
Ah. Stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
And
Great.
now you can.
Euripides, can you share your screen now? Does that work for you?
Yes,
Perfect.
very well.
Thanks. Sorry.
We now see your screen for live, so don't worry about that. Yeah.
All right. So hi everybody. So I'm Euripides. I'm from the University of Sheffield. I'm in the Leverhulme Center for Climate Change Mitigation. I'm going to talk about the house rock weathering in the United States. Now, it is about weathering. What I mostly do in the center is data. I do data simulation, machine learning, deep learning, mathematical modeling. I do this kind of things. And so about a couple of years ago, the United States government came up with this report about how they're going to reach net zero by 2050. And they produced this plot here that said how they're going to drop their CO2 emissions. And in the end, as it's mostly the case, you have these residual emissions that come from sectors that you cannot decarbonize, like agriculture or aviation. And the goal here is to see if we employ house rock weathering, which was not mentioned in this report, if we employ house rock weathering, how much of that 0.5 gigaton of CO2 we can help remove. Now, last year we published, I'm not going to call it similar, but a similar scope study where we looked at the house rock weathering in the UK. If we employed house rock weathering in the UK, how much CO2 we would remove. That formed the basis of what I'm going to tell you today. So we figured out you will remove 6 to 30 million tons of CO2 per year, which would cover about half of that residual CO2 that the UK government wants to remove. We figured, net removal, net costs. We did, we had a spatial analysis where we showed where the weathering is going to happen, how you're going to move the rock about. So this study, gave us the basis for the US one. So the US one, this study was submitted about a month ago, maybe less. So if you think about it, don't try not to share too much of what you're going to see today. So what do we have? We have a geochemical weathering model, right? So this model is a point model. It takes inputs of monthly inputs of climate, for example, soil temperature, precipitation, and it produces monthly outputs of weathering. And this is a point model, right? So if you want to run this over a country, you need a grid of these drivers. So the climate driver, so this model was developed by Mark Lomas mostly. And these climate drivers, this grid comes from CLM runs, which is a global vegetation model. We also have someone, Rafael, who's doing transport analysis, because when you look at these scales, you need to know what are the distances. If you move rock from the mine to the crop sites, to the croplands, what's the distance? How much CO2 you're going to emit moving it? How much is it going to cost, right? Because we always look at the net effects. We had Phil who did the mining and grinding emissions and costs. We had Lila, who's a geochemist and who looked into the mineralogy of the United States. For each state that could provide rock, we had hundreds of different basalts that we looked into. And of course, we had economic drivers. If you want to calculate the cost, you need to know what's the electricity it's going to cost in 2063. What is the diesel going to cost in 2059? You need to know the cost of you need to know the salaries. You need to know how much is the industrial electricity tariff that you're going to use for grinding the basalt. So all these things go into the model. So we're looking at continental United States, 2020-2070. We have 3 crop types. We have 13 states that provide basalt and 20 states that have crops. And we put all this together. So we have production scenarios for basalt. We have an optimization, secondary emissions. We produce uncertainties from mineralogy, and then we put the whole thing together. So let's look at a couple of things. So the basalt production scenarios, we have 2 scenarios, 1 gigaton and 2 gigatons per year that is reached at 2070. So the question is how to distribute this basalt production among the states, right? So which state should produce how much basalt? So we have this function here. This is a sigmoid function, and you can think of it as a blueprint for basalt production. So you have a state that slowly builds up the facilities to mine basalt. And then you have, a peak in terms of activity, and then you reach a steady state. So the assumption here is that if you have a state that can produce rock, but it's close to the croplands, right? Its demand is going to come sooner. So this sigmoid will move to the left, right? It will happen sooner. If a state, another assumption is that if a state already has the facilities, is already producing basalt, then this sigmoid will be steeper, right? The state will ramp up its production faster because it has the facilities, it has the expertise and the people. So if you do that all, if you put everything together, you get something like this. These are the 13 basalt states. And you can see some of these, like Wisconsin and Minnesota and Michigan, they start earlier. And the reason is because they're closer to the croplands. So this is the Corn Belt in the United States. This is where most of the crops are. This is where most of the basalt ended up being into. And you can see that these states, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, they're close to the Corn Belt. So these are the ones that are called first to produce the basalt. Now you might say, why not Colorado or Kansas? Right? These states don't have any basalt. Most of the basalt in the United States comes from these two states here, and then you have a lot of basalt in the east and west. But you see, the problem is that these states are far away from the cropland, so they don't participate so much. Another question is, all right, so you figure out which state is going to produce it. The question is, where is it going to send it in order to maximize carbon sequestration? And this is where this optimization goes in, right? Imagine you have 3 states, A, B, C, and you have these croplands. So the croplands, we treat them as individual grid cells on a map with a certain coarse resolution. So you're thinking, okay, how should I send this basalt to the individual croplands? So what you do here is you basically do what is called a binary optimization. And what is that? Sorry. So what is that? You find all the possible pairings of states and grid cells, right? So you say, well, is state A going to send basalt to this grid cell? Is state A going to send basalt to this grid cell? So you create all these pairings and you ask the optimization, is it yes or no, 0 or 1? So this is like a binary optimization that happens. And what you want to do is you want to maximize the net CO2 removal. As you understand, distance is the basic driver that's going to help you maximize CO2, right? You don't want to send basalt 2,000 miles away. So the optimization gets some constraints. One of them is that, of course, a state cannot exceed its production for a given year. You cannot have a state sending basalt that they cannot produce. And that comes from the time series that I showed you earlier. Only one state can provide basalt to a grid cell. You cannot mix and max basalts on the same place. And there is a cost threshold. So when we run the optimization the first time, the costs were prohibitive because the optimization at some point, it wanted to send basalt thousands of miles away. So we had to put a threshold on cost. And we tell when the optimization runs, it calculates everything. It calculates the grinding cost, the transport cost, the mining cost, the carbon sequestration, and it gives you these, besides the net CO2, it also gives you the cost. So we put this as a threshold. If you see cost over $300, don't do something else. And you get, in the end, after you run it, you get these sort of rock flows. So on the left side, you see the basalt states, and on the right side, you see the crop states. And some of them overlap. For example, Minnesota sends to Iowa, which is a crop state, but also Minnesota sends to Minnesota because Minnesota also has crops and it's cheaper, basically, and you maximize carbon sequestration if you send the basalt to the same state. And this is what happens at 2040. At 2070, you have way more flows, and I'm actually showing half of the flows here. If I showed all the flows, you could, you wouldn't be able to read through this graph. But what we see here is that Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are the major players. They send a lot of rock because they can produce it and they're closer to where the crops are. All right, so let's see some results. So what we saw, what we measure, what we model, actually, what we model is that we can remove 0.2 to 0.3 gigatons of CO2 by 2050. We had two scenarios. These are the two scenarios, 1 gigaton of rock and 2 gigatons of rock. The blue is the higher rock production. And that 0.2, 0.3 is about 50% of that half gigaton residual CO2 emissions that the United States wants to remove. And we have a breakdown by state. You can see Illinois and Iowa and Indiana are very high on this CDR chart. And we also, we have a spatial distribution to see how it looks. Most of it happens, as I said, in the Corn Belt. We have, we have some croplands here, right? This map shows tons of CO2 per hectare. I should have mentioned that what we're looking at is 40 tons of rock per hectare. That's what we're putting in. Just to give you an idea of what you get in return. So it's 40 tons per hectare. And at the beginning, when you start, so 2020, 2040, 2050, you get a lower net CDR. But then what happens, what the model shows is that when you put rock year after year, you get more carbon sequestration because some of the rock that didn't weather the first year would weather the second year, and so on and so on. Now, when we go to costs, so these costs include everything, cradle to grave. It has mining, grinding, transport, and spreading the rock. So the costs start at $300 per ton of CO2 at 2020, and this is because we have the threshold. But they drop to 150 to 200 at about 2040, and then they drop even more at 2070. The reason they drop is, and this is what comes out of the economic models, is that it is projected that electricity will drop, right? And if electricity drops, then grinding costs will drop. And also in this model, we have our own electrification of the network, of the transport network. We have functions there that say how are trucks going to be electrified in a couple of decades from now, and how trains are also going to be electrified much later. So that's mostly why it gets cheaper and cheaper. And so we have the cost by states as well, and by decade. And what we saw here in this scatter plot is something we knew, is how transporting the rock over big distances increases costs, right? So here on your x-axis, you can see the rock transport distance. So if you're at, if you're moving at about 150 miles, then your costs are going to be low. But as you go more and more, 700 miles, over 1,000 kilometers, your costs are going to increase. So you always have to keep that in mind. All right, so let's see some secondary effects now. So the basalt, when it weathers, it releases phosphorus and potassium from the minerals it has, right? And this offers the possibility to replace fertilizers. And, because right now, because what happened in Ukraine, fertilizer prices shot up by 200–300%. So we looked at P and K release, right? So these are histograms for probability density functions for P and K release for 4 decades. You can see how much is released down here on the x-axis. So it's like 20 kilograms per hectare per year. And these values here is what the farmers apply for wheat, soy, and maize for different states. So you can see it's the same sort of metric. It's really close to what they apply, what is released by weathering. And similar for K, right? So K behaves a bit differently because the mineral weathers slower.
It's more for K, but farmers also apply more K in their fields. So you can see again, it's within the same range. Another secondary effect is reversing soil acidification, because basalt weathering increases soil pH. And these are average, so this is an average soil pH across the croplands in the United States. So you can see they're acidic, they're about 6.3. And then as you slowly, in the model, as you slowly put basalt, the soil pH increases. And depending if you put a lot of rock or less, depending on the scenario, you might reach over 7.2% over there. And so if you assume that acidic soils have pH of lower than 6.5, you can see what fraction of crop area you're going to left with being acidic. So if you opt for the 2 gigatons rock scenario per year, which is this one, by 2070, you might not have any acidic soils. And another effect, this is the last one, that when the soil pH increases, you decrease N2O emissions and NO, right? And those reductions in NO, reduces tropospheric ozone, which is a pollutant. So Maria did some runs on CLM, and she saw how tropospheric ozone would be reduced over the Corn Belt. And when you have increased concentrations of tropospheric ozone, you reduce the yields of your crops. So if you reduce it, she ran some simulations and she saw how the relative yield will increase. So 4 to 5% increase in crop yield, for the croplands, you're looking into hundreds of millions of dollars. So in conclusion, we saw how we simulated that you can remove about 0.2 to 0.3 tons of CO2 per year by 2050. And the costs are comparable with, other negative emission technologies. And the advantage of household weathering is you don't have to wait for BECCS and DACs to scale up. We believe that it is there. We don't need any new technologies in order to scale up this one. And of course, a household weathering has secondary benefits. As I said, reducing soil pH and supplementing fertilizers, reducing N2O emissions, which is a greenhouse gas, and tropospheric ozone, and finally, increasing the crop yields. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you very much. I'm looking here. There is already a question in the audience here.
Hi. I think it's a two-part question. Yeah. First of all, it was an amazing presentation and a very interesting model you did there. But two questions arise at that point. We learned from the other presentations today that the actual CO2 uptake is very difficult to quantify during terrestrial weathering of basalt. So I would wonder what the solution rate for basalt, like what weathering rates did you assume, and what uptake per ton of basalt did you use for the model, and what measurements are these numbers based on? That would be very interesting.
I'm going to tell you that I'm not a geochemist, right? So I'm going to tell you what I heard during meetings with geochemists. So first of all, there is another. So this is a modeling US study. There is another study that I'm not involved in, where they looked at data from a research facility in the United States, where they measured the actual CO2 removal from that, the rates. But I'm not involved in that, so I cannot tell you. Plus, it's still doing the rounds in some journals. So in this one, we had 40 tons of rock per hectare. That was the application rate. For the first years, you would get a return of 5%, depending on what basalt you use, because we had different basalts for different states. I didn't go into that, but each state would have 3 or 4 basalts, and then there was this uncertainty. but you would start with a return of like 5. And I think like best case scenario, you would get, I don't know, maybe 18, maybe 20%. Best case scenario, some amazing grid soils with, that really helped, that were very suitable for hard rock weathering, so very acidic soils. So these were the rates that we saw.
Okay, thank you. There's a second question in the audience here.
Can I also ask a two-part question? I like that question. First part is, for this, to achieve the numbers you presented there, do you have to apply 40 tons per hectare every year on all US agricultural lands? And the second part is, if you're only having 5% weathering, do the numbers account for the emissions of transporting the rock? Because to see a scenario where as you increase rock exponentially, the carbon footprint is done immediately, right? So then, but the weathering is over multi-decades. So year on year, you could actually be increasing the CO2 until something like 2050 when you break even or something.
So everything you saw was net cost, net CO2, right? We had emissions, secondary emissions, even for the explosives that you put in the mines to blast the rock, we had emissions for that one. So we have for the whole processes. When it goes to transport, for example, we knew the emissions for trains, and we had functions that would electrify the train network, for example, right? So we knew the emissions for diesel trains, and then if you electrify the network, we would look at which state you electrified the network from, and what electricity mix that state has, and that would go into the model. So we even have some electrification of the spreading processes. So it's all net, what you see here. Even the costs are net.
I have to look at Linda.
Yeah, there's a question. Guy has a question. You want to pose it yourself, Guy? Otherwise, I'll read it. It's about the weathering model. Does the weathering model take the potential carbonate precipitation in soil and river into account? For example, by implementing such a model process, or simply a removal efficiency?
I didn't show any of that. I'm not, the right person to talk about it, but we had people from, I don't remember his last name. His name was Schwang. Anyway, he's in Texas A&M, I think. And from a couple of people at Yale, they looked at the river chemistry. They looked at if this CO2, whatever, can be dissolved in the river flow and in the ocean. So we had a couple of people that did that. There's a whole section in the paper. I just didn't have a lot of time to talk about it. But there is a river geochemistry involved there.
Okay, thank you.
And another question. Can you explain more about the machine learning model that you used in this work?
So there were a couple of things, a couple of classifications that we had to do, some clustering. What we're trying to do right now, it's more deep learning, is this model takes a long time to run. This whole process takes, might take 2 weeks to run, and we have to get hundreds of processors. So right now, what we're trying to do is to build an emulator of this model with deep learning and neural networks. So instead of me giving, because people ask, can we have the model? And then we have to explain to them that, you're never going to be able to run this thing. It's written in 3 different languages. And what we're trying to do now is to build an emulator where I can give you like a small file and the input files, and you'll be able to run it yourself, in seconds, and it will help us as well. So most of the work that we do is, I said machine learning, it's mostly deep learning that we do.
Thank you. Then we move to the next speaker, Carlos. I think you need to stop sharing your screen, and Carlos can share the screen. Carlos, the floor is, you are now share screen.
You can see it and you can hear me?
We see it and we hear you.
Awesome. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be giving this presentation in such a lively community related with enhanced rock weathering. I'm a geochemist. I work now for SRK Consulting, but the data that I'm going to show you today is a result of my postdoc, and also Kwan Rouse is my colleague. And I'm going to show some of the results. We're working with mine wastes and rock powders, some of the results from different projects that we work on to track carbon in sequestration in mine wastes and mineral wastes, and implications for carbon removal monitoring techniques. So in mine sites, we have these large basins where we deposit very fine crushed rock that is exposed to CO2. So these are perfect sites to study enhanced rock weathering and to learn more about the mineral dissolution and precipitation cycles, how CO2 is transferred into the systems and react to minerals. Systems that are controlled by the mineral processing activities, such as crushing the rock, the grain size, also deposition rates, the water content, and of course the climate. For many years, our group and our collaborators have worked on sampling mine sites all over the world, including nickel deposits, kimberlite mines, and also asbestos mines. And we have determined passive carbonation, which is the unattended transformation of the silicates, so magnesium hydroxides in these wastes, into carbonates that you see here below. Traditionally, we have done carbon monitoring and validation using mineralogical assessments, which means sampling the secondary carbonates that form in these tailings. And this requires extensive sampling of the tailings with hundreds to 1,000 samples. And perhaps the most well-known case study is the Mount Keith mine here on your right, which is located in Western Australia. Australia is a nickel deposit, containing some brucite, which is a magnesium hydroxide that is very reactive to CO2, and is estimated to concentrate 40,000 tons of CO2 per year in 16 square kilometers. But sampling active mines can be very difficult because there's limited access to tailings due to safety issues. And there's also tailings deposition it's an ongoing process. So it's not easy to sample these systems. And also some of these ultramafic rocks contain primary carbonates. And if we are just sampling carbonates, it could be a problem if we have, for example, have calcite forming, secondary calcite being formed in the system that cannot be differentiated from primary carbonates. So our work has been trying to simplify the methodologies to measure and track and validate carbon sequestration in active mines. So one of the things that we recently have started developing is mass balance models, simplified mass balance models using historical data from the mine sites. This behind you is a Venetian mine, is a diamond mine in South Africa. And what we use is the inputs for these models are the water chemistry before of the water that is used, the source water used in mineral processing, and then the output is the water chemistry of the water that is in the basins deposited with the mineral powders. In between this mass balance, using FreakC calculates, and that uses also the mineralogy of the system, calculates the changes, the shifts in the chemistry due to mineral reactions in the system. So this is a conceptual model. I'm not going through all the steps of the model, but what we aim with this is to find a simplified table like the one that I've here that calculates how much CO2 is being consumed in the system and how much CO2 is being concentrated in the system in the form of secondary carbonates, in this case, as calcite. This mass balance allows us then with integration with the mineral processing water, so the volume of water used to process the rock, also the rock that is deposited in these basins, allow us to calculate a rate per square meter per year. And integrating that on a long-term trend, we built a tool that allows us to monitor how carbon sequestration is changing in the system over time. And this can be used even to detect changes in the mineral deposition process. For example, here at this point, there was more, and they intensified the exploration, crushed more rock, deposit more rock. That gives you a shift on the rates. And this is helpful to establish a baseline for the carbon sequestration, the passive carbonation, the unattended carbonation in the mines, that then we can use to build up on enhanced rock strategies to maximize carbon sequestration at the mines. We use also CO2 flux analyzers to get more detailed information about the process of passive carbonation. These flux analyzers, like core that some of you probably know, we can load them with a calibrated amount of rock powder. Then this chamber closes, and for a certain period of time, it will measure the changes in concentration in the closed chamber, changes in concentration of CO2. That creates a gradient that is transformed into a CO2 flux that you see here nicely in this graphic, a very clean graphic where you see the flux of CO2 by changes by the uptake of CO2 by the kimberlite powders. More negative fluxes mean that CO2 is being taken by the mineral powder, and if it becomes more positive, it means that it could be emitting, or it could be also an interference with other variables in the system, such as water content. As water content decreases, we see that there's changes in the CO2 fluxes. By integrating these results, we can estimate an approximate carbonation rate for these materials. For example, for this kimberlite powder, we estimated 136 grams of CO2 per square meter. But the limitations of using solely this system is that we cannot, in case of using silicates as this example, the kimberlite, is that we can't validate the changes in the CO2, for example, with the changes in total inorganic carbon in the system. Changes are so small in total inorganic carbon that we can't validate that number. And also the signal is not separating mineral processes, such as calcite recycling. There's calcite in the system that it will also dissolve and faster than the silicates, and that influences the fluxes. So we need to come up with other strategies to differentiate all of these processes. So we build up larger scale monitoring systems, the pilot scale with 1 ton of these rock powders. And these are set up with sensors and water samplers that aim to collect information at the different phases of the carbon cycle in gas phase, in soluble phase, and also a solid phase. There's lots of data related with this study that hopefully we'll see in the paper in the end of the year, but just to show you some of the things that we found, for example, using a CO2 diffusion probe that was monitoring and collecting information every 30 minutes. We created this long-term flux of CO2 information that shows that the supply of CO2 to these wastes is around 600 to 700 grams per square meter per year. You see some fluctuation in the signal. Sometimes the fluxes are much higher. And what we found is that this is mostly related with seasonality. This is related with the temperature differences. So when the soil is warmer than the air, we will have more diffusion of CO2 into the materials. And also we're related with rainfall periods. When the supply of CO2 in the system, how does it translate into the CO2 that we found in the water chemistry? So this is a rate, an enhanced weathering rate converted from the raw data of the dissolved inorganic carbon. And what you see here is that initially we have a high response of the system, but as we move farther towards 1 year of experiment, we see a slowly decline of the signal, meaning that we're losing reactivity, and that means that the signal of enhanced rock weathering will be lost over time. Some of these blue dots that you see here is we tested an enhanced strategy which included tilling and wetting more frequently the surface of the rocks, and that causes pulses of enhanced rock weathering, but not necessarily more carbon that is being sequestered. We estimate that the rates that we get are just a fraction of how much CO2 we are supplying to the system. And that's mainly because silicate systems are more dissolution limited than CO2 supply limited. So this is what we've been learning in pure mineral systems, but what happens if we transfer these strategies to monitor carbon into silicate systems mixed with, or soils mixed with silicates. So Quan Rouses, my colleague, postdoc at Trent University, has been working with wollastonite mixed in alkaline soils. They have a slightly high pH, and they were sourced locally around our university, and they had contained a little bit, I don't know how much, calcite, so that gives them their alkaline pH. and is developing proxies to monitor carbon in these systems and also defining the origin and fate of CO2 in the soil silicate systems. So in this experiment using the long-term flux analyzers, we have pure soil and then soil treated with 2 different doses of elastinite. 100 grams of elastinite per kilogram of soil, and here 200 grams of per kilogram of soil, which is a very high rate of elastinite. Here again, now I'm going to show you more fluxes. This is an experiment that lasted, this is a longer experiment with just snapshotting here the first 60 days of the experiment. So on the left side, you see the fluxes, and then here the time. The gray is the control, and then red is the 1 dose, and blue the 2 doses of elastinite added to the soil. Again, positive means efflux, means releasing CO2. Negative means concentrated or uptaking CO2. So we see initially that there's a big difference between the soil and the treated soil, with more negative fluxes being observed for the system treated with the double dose. We think that this period is, the system is still equilibrating. The system was wetted in the beginning, and then here this vertical blue line shows another wetting period. And what you see is now that the system is more equilibrated, the fluxes started becoming more similar, and as we move forward, we see that there's almost no differentiation. This is in 40 days, almost no differentiation in the efflux of CO2 from the soils. We see also that when we add water to the system, we have the system is taking up more CO2. As we let it dry, is releasing more CO2. It could be also because calcite is forming and is releasing CO2 into the chamber. When converting that into passivation or emissions decrease, we see here comparison after 1 week. There's a significant decrease in the emissions, but as we move towards the 4 weeks, we don't see much change, but the 2 doses keeps being able to reduce some of the CO2 emissions from the soil. So this is some of the challenges that people from other groups have been talking about today, is validating the carbon sequestration. So this is a closed system. So we expected the mass balance to be easy to complete. After comparison of what we assume to be the carbon sequestration based on the fluxes, we expected to see certain TIC changes in the soil, and it's almost impossible to discriminate how total inorganic carbon in the system is changing if elastinite is reacting and transforming into calcite. So this is due because there's an initial wide carbonate content in soils. There's a lot of heterogeneity when we sample, and then there's some small changes in the changes in carbonate content are so small that are hard to distinguish. Also, the source of carbon in these new carbonates in soil is also an intriguing, puzzling aspect of this research. What we finding is that the signal, the carbon-13 isotope signal, is depleting, and that correlates directly with an organic, microbial, organic origin, which means that most likely what we're observing is not a carbon removal technology, but an emission avoidance technologies, and we're keeping some of that carbon CO2 that is generated from microbes in the system as carbonates precipitate and elastinite reacts with CO2. So in conclusion, the lessons learned is that long-term silicate weathering produces a very low signal that is difficult to track in mineral systems, closed systems, and is going to be even more complicated to track in open systems as we've seen today. We need multiple methodologies to validate. One signal is not enough. An isolated rate does not reflect all the processes that occur in the system, such as calcite recycling. So we need to combine different information from different acquisition techniques to understand how much is enhanced rock weathering contributing to carbon drawdown. And then we have the problem of the origin and fate of CO2 in soils, and we need better discrimination. What is the source of CO2 that we trapping as a soluble or solid phase in these systems? Briefly, what Kwan is preparing this graph for a publication. Here you see some of the results from using mine wastes, and we are comparing this with studies that have been published. They're not inserted here, but they will be in the publication. And what we're finding is that the NS rock weathering rates for different materials, basalt, olivine, kimberlite, and even wollastonite, are more or less in the same range. So there's not much difference, which is quite remarkable, given that these minerals have different reactivities, or these substrates have different reactivities. We're still far from getting high removal rates as magnesium looping or GIC, but the advantage we hope with the NS rock weathering is that we don't need to work on the storage, on CO2 storage, if we can keep the solubility as well as the mineral trapping. Also, one of the things that for mine sites in particular is quite difficult to enhance the signal is the carbon sequestration, is that we are limited by the area that is available to deposit the minerals. So enhanced rock weathering, in this graphic here, you see the comparison between enhanced rock weathering in diamond mines and also in a nickel mine that are rich in brucite. And some of the diamond mines have very slow dissolution rates, whereas the Mount Keith with brucite has high dissolution rates. So they are on the upper side of the CO2 consumption rate when compared with the CO2 consumption rate by the major river basins in the world. But when we compare this based on the area, we see that the amount of carbon that we might achieve if we integrate all the mines of these types in the world. So basically multiplying this rate by assuming that we have the same size of basin for tailings deposition and accounting for all the mine types in the world, we are aiming for a maximum of 4 megatons of CO2 per year sequestered in the mining industry. So we need to be more creative if we want to accelerate enhanced rock weathering in mines and contribute to the gigatons and greater CO2 sequestration. So there's a lot to say, and if you want to reach out and talk more about this research, please feel free to email me, and I will gladly have a conversation with you.
Thank you very much, Carlos.
You're welcome.
We got time for one question. Is a question here from the audience. Jos Vink has got a question.
Hi, Carlos. Thanks on a lot of data to digest. But
I know.
I remember one of our mistakes years ago with experiments trying to measure CO2 fluxes in closed systems. And one of that mistake was that CO2 concentrations become rate limiting when it's being absorbed in closed systems. Did you encounter the same, or did you compensate for it?
You're saying you encounter that the CO2 limited became rate limiting. It depends. We didn't experience that. It depends a lot on the mineral that we are using, but we are now moving into open systems as well, and we see slightly different things when we do these experiments in the field. So yeah, there is an effect of having those closed systems. You're correct. We haven't seen CO2 limited systems unless I think it's more likely that it's passivation that is limiting the system than actually the flux measurement. I don't know if this answers your question, but I'm talking more, I think it's more like because the reaction, we don't allow water to flow through and move most of the solids. We will have passivation in the system. And over time, yes, we do that. It becomes not CO2 limited, but it becomes mineral dissolution limited. That's what happens.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then we move to the next speaker, which is Liam.
And I'll stop sharing.
Yes, stop sharing it, yes.
Where is it? No, it's.
Liam
Did
is
you already stop? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I guess so. Thank you for the invitation. This is more of an overview of a regional preliminary study that we've done as part of my Marie Curie fellowship. Let me just put it into full screen. There we go. Part of my fellowship at Geosciences Barcelona, where we've investigated the geochemical CO2 removal potential of Spain. So not dissimilar to the US study that Euripides presented, but at present, at least, much more qualitative and without the true LCA applied. This is a bit more of a general overview. And I can skip much of the basic theory, what we refer to by geochemical CO2 removal, but just to say that when we say that, I'm referring to the natural or the enhanced or engineered reaction of our materials, our chemically appropriate materials with CO2 and usually water for the generation of our bicarbonates or our carbonate products. So here we can quickly go through this. These are just our basic principal reactions that we talk about with geochemical CO2 removal. We know the natural reaction to react our magnesium and calcium bearing rocks or minerals or materials with CO2 in the atmosphere to produce alkalinity and carbonate minerals. And then our enhanced or our engineering approaches, such as enhanced weathering, followed the same general trend, but each reaction step is deliberately accelerated. And the several approaches to that, usually we crush up the rock to increase the surface exposure to CO2. We spread the material, we can add heat, add water, use acids, increase the concentration of CO2, or use microbial accelerants. And these methods can be applied to both the dissolution step and the precipitation step, depending on what the final targeted outcome is. And essentially, these methods are applied to speed up the reaction so that they're occurring on human timescales, such as decades or right down to seconds, rather than centuries, millennia, or even longer. And with geochemical CO2 removal as a definition, we're also referring to any number of in situ geochemical methods, whereby the host material that we want to react with our CO2 isn't disturbed, it stays in the place of origin, or at least not extracted or excavated. And our ex situ methods where the material is moved from its place of origin, typically crushed up or processed to some degree. And we include host settings above the surface or within the subsurface. And with in situ processes such as carbon mineralization, the CO2 is captured and stored underground in geologic formations. By reacting certain minerals to form stable carbonates, the CarbFix project is an example of in situ mineralization. These approaches target silicate mafic rocks such as basalt and ultramafic rocks as well, such as dunites and peridotite. And our in situ processes generally involve ground down fine-grained materials, in many cases representing industrial byproducts that are derived as wastes or separated materials from whatever the desired end product is. And these product residues can come from industrial settings such as mine sites or commercial or agricultural processes. And there are quite a lot of examples, and there's just a few that I've laid out here. As Carlos was talking about, the mine tailings, also associated with the mine sites are the overburden coming from the extraction and the separation of the materials, glassy slags that sometimes come from metal refinery processes, fly ashes from combustion processes, desalination brines, obviously an effluent byproduct from the separation of salt-rich and desalinated waters, and other waste from construction and similar processes. And there's a lot of benefits to using these. There's a lot of it, tens of gigatons produced annually, which might even grow into the future. It's also distributed globally, so there aren't so many geographic restrictions. They're already ground down to these fine grain sizes as part of conventional industrial processes, so no additional energy requirements are needed, and things like that. And what we're learning from the studies and the pilot schemes that continue to push our knowledge further is that while we need to plug our scientific knowledge gaps, it's also meaningful to consider some national or regional inventories and different host settings for CO2 removal purposes, be that geochemical or otherwise. And what we saw from this recent report on the state of CO2 removal is that there is still a little lack of specific focus on these geographical contexts. There's still a big focus on some of our big geographical industrial centers, China, the US, and Australia, countries that show good potential for such strategies and are now being actively investigated. But there is scope for more detailed investigations on other potential material and site hosting settings that haven't maybe received such attention as maybe Spain, for example. And that's where we move on to now, those basic principles and justifications. But why could Spain have such notable geochemical CO2 removal potential? Well, as an indicator of what conditions or ingredients are considered good for geochemical CO2 removal studies, be that full-scale operation, pilot scheme, academic projects that are getting promising results, we can look at some of the examples of successful projects, methods, and approaches, some of which we've seen today and this week. Projects such as the in situ injection of CO2 into basalt through CarbFix 4401, We've seen quite a few good examples of enhanced weathering of crushed up basalt spread across agricultural fields in places like the US and Greece and Malaysia. Projects such as Project Carb Down that Dirk explained this afternoon, and Undo, and plenty of others. Carbonation approaches with mine tailings, such as those being undertaken, as we saw in the previous talk, by Carlos and by Carbon Vault in South Africa and Canada. Electrochemical seawater separation to increase alkalinity. One example is Hawaii and Heimdall. Ocean alkalinity enhancement investigations using olivine or carbonates. We saw that this morning, some excellent talks. And other spreading activities with minerals such as olivine in the North American coastline, such as the work being undertaken by Project Vesta, as Grace presented earlier today. And the themes that emerge from these projects give us a bit of a basic list of required materials such as seawater reject brines.
Wait,
To speed up
bad
the
connection.
conditions, we might need some. I'm very sorry, I can't really do much about that, I'm afraid. These are all
Okay.
basic stuff, so maybe it doesn't matter so much as long as you can. Anyway, so other things that we might need are exposure to CO2. We might get that by direct air capture or by flue gases or with additions of water, heat, microbes, anything that can accelerate our reaction. And we need space with suitable settings to host the reaction, such as suitable bedrock, industrial areas for reactor systems, large areas of land to spread materials such as our croplands, our coastal areas, forests. And we need support for projects from government, industry, academia, funding providers, and also from the general public. So for Spain, we catalogued our suitable materials, be that for in situ or ex situ, that could be utilized for geochemical CO2 removal purposes, and identified some key uncertainties and areas that could be further explored in greater detail, with more specific aims and methods that could be considered further down the line. So we don't discriminate on what could or couldn't work. We more identify the materials and areas that could be targeted for more research. So to begin, Spain's got widespread mapped carbonate coverage, which could be utilized for bicarbonate alkalinity generation for approaches such as enhanced weathering and ocean alkalinity enhancement. Here's some outcrop examples, but there's so many in Spain anyway. And though less abundant in Spain, silicate mafic and ultramafic rocks provide a greater CO2 removal capacity per ton of rock. And then that offers additional opportunities for in situ injection methods, as well as other ex situ opportunities, including mineral carbonation. We identified the best areas of exposure of suitable rocks at the surface. So these are the darker colored areas on the map here. And they're predominantly in the Canary Islands, in Galicia and parts of Andalusia. This is particularly the case of the Canary Islands with its widespread basaltic exposure, as we see here. We pinpointed some restricted access areas to rule them out as realistic implementation possibilities. Obviously, this includes national parks and protected land, for example. And any mine wastes that are derived from these favorable rocks, there's our freshly ground accessible waste materials like tailings for ex situ opportunities. We see them as our low-hanging fruit for geochemical CO2 removal. We have some sporadic examples of olivine-rich dunite rocks that are being mined in northwestern Spain. I think some of the audience will be aware of that mine in particular, but also we've got carbonate and basalt hosting quarries as well. Similarly, fly ash could offer up similar opportunities to be utilized, produced in coal-fired powered plants, mostly in northern Spain, as well as glassy slag materials prominent in industrial centres in the northern part of the peninsula and parts of Andalusia too, such as the Atlantic Copper Refinery. And finally, we considered widely distributed desalination reject brine operations for complementary approaches that utilise solutions, either independently as our CO2 removal material or with solid materials for additional drawdown and alkalinity generation or acid neutralisation, as these brines contain high amounts of magnesium and calcium-rich solutions. And again, they're available in high volumes in Spain. So we identified areas of northern and southern coasts of Spain, as well as the Canary Islands, as hosting the best opportunities for further research and potential projects and pilot schemes. Key areas are the exposed basalts at the Canary Islands, which also host relevant agriculture and industry. Galicia, with its suitable ultramafic rocks, and again, industry. Similarly, Andalusia. We have ex situ opportunities in Asturias, in Cantabria, in Basque Country, where they produce a lot of industrial wastes. And other ex situ opportunities in the Valencian community and down in Murcia. And as well as prominent industry, Spain has huge amounts of irrigated agricultural land, coastal land, vineyards, greenhouses, rice paddies, mine sites, industrial centres, and so on, that could be targeted for ex situ opportunities that may be proximal to the rock or to an industrial waste source, to a CO2 point source, to the ocean, or situated in just in favourable climates. With any available geochemical data available for both bedrock and industrial byproducts, we were able to calculate the maximum carbonation potential and maximum enhanced weathering potential for these materials that we deem suitable in kilograms of CO2 per ton of material. In other words, the ability for material to react with CO2 to form carbonates or bicarbonates based on their whole rock composition, but this doesn't include the mineral kinetics. But what we see is that the ultramafic rocks, such as the Ronda peridotite in southern Spain, or our ultramafic Hausbergites, Dunites, and serpentinites in northwest of Spain, have the highest reactivity potential and therefore potential to readily remove CO2. While fly ashes and slag industrial wastes, which can contain high aluminium, iron, silica, have lower reactivity. And that doesn't mean we rule these out as usable for CO2 removal, as in their physical state, they're fine-grained, easy to move around, close to point sources. They can still be useful for certain approaches and projects. But the challenge that we face and why it's important to think about how we enhance or engineer methods to speed up reactions is that, as we've done based on some shrinking core modeling, in other words, the dissolution modeling that incorporates the kinetics, which Joseph explained earlier, dissolution rates are still slow if we're going to have any impact on human timescales, and we're only achieving a fraction of the maximum potential over, in this case, several decades, up to 70 years towards the end of the century. So there's still a need to explore methods to get the best possible returns of CO2 removal out of the materials present. And as we saw in those requirement slides earlier, which I'll go back to now, we essentially need suitable conditions and a suitable host setting to get the most out of the material. So yeah, to briefly go back to those requirements for geochemical CO2 removal, for the implementation and to see how Spain fits into that, first necessity was the right kind of material. We know that Spain has that, or at least we think it does. The right conditions, which we believe Spain also has, the right setting, which Spain has. And then finally, this one still remains to be seen if there's sufficient funding or interest from policyholders or parties of interest to pursue these CO2 removal pilot schemes in this part of Europe. And though through our own work with CSIC here in Spain, there is a lot of industry interest within the country from a number of mine and refinery operators to explore their options. And the EU, of course, is pushing for emission reductions in climate and legislations for energy. So Spain could still be at the forefront of any geochemical CO2 removal strategy going forward within Europe. And with that, I'll leave you with this, the final slide. So that's just the paper that we published earlier this year, some contact details. And thank you for your time. And if you want to come to Spain and do some work, please do. You can come and stay with me in my house. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liam. And in the interest of time, we do only one question from Luna from the back.
I really like the spread of all the ultramafic rock among Spain, but whenever I see these kinds of maps, I always cannot help but wonder, like, what's the kind of volume we're talking about? Because this 2D map, of course, doesn't show how deep the material actually goes.
Yeah, and of course, we can only take that so far with what we have on the map. We tried to limit it to where we know there's possible exposure. So where we've got outcrops or we've got, well, you know, burnt croplands, outcrops, anything away from cities and anything that's built upon. But yeah, in terms of depth, we can be optimistic and say that there's probably as much as we'll ever need in terms of depth if we're able to access that. But then that comes down to our more detailed studies where we might have to go to the field and look at these in much greater detail. And hopefully with this study, we'll start to highlight areas that you can start and go out and take a shovel and start to do some work. And I'll try and do some of that myself, I think.
I might accept the offer for going to 20 minutes. Now, in due of time, we need to go back to next. We need to go forward to the next speaker, Risa. If you can stop sharing your screen, I thank you very much.
Risa, if you can share this, yeah. Can you say something if we hear you?
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen now indeed. And we also hear you.
Okay, perfect. So hello everyone, my name is Reza. I'm a PhD student in the University of Guelph, and this is a summary of our modeling study on constraining the global capacity of enhanced rock weathering in croplands, considering soil temperature and pH control and kinetics. So this figure shows a summary of the processes that affect enhanced rock weathering in the soil cropland, with the case study of wollastonite. And as you can see, there are lots of processes, including like climatology and like biotic and other processes that affect amount of the calcium that will be released from the wollastonite and will be precipitated as a pathogenic carbon or will go to the solution as alkalinity. But if we wrap up all this process to the chain of process, we will come to the fourth step, which start with CO2 dissolution in the rainwater system, and it will be continued with the silicate dissolution in the soil water system. And either it will be a sink of carbon as a pathogenic carbonate precipitation in the soil system, or it will migrate as alkalinity and bicarbonate from the soil to the groundwater to the ocean. And this is actually something that is affected by the controls of the geochemical condition and soil water pH and other controls on the soil system, that how much is pathogenic carbon will be formed or how much will be migrated to the soil. Anyway, the main focus of this study is the second step, which is silicate dissolution in the soil water system, and we were looking to how much like this weathering rate limiting step will control the amount of the like the mineral that is dissolved in the soil water system. So for this study, we included 3 minerals, including wollastonite, forestite, and lizardite as an indication of fast weathering, moderate weathering, and slow weathering minerals in the study. And these silicates has demonstrated suitability for enhanced rock weathering in crop soils and mine tailing scenarios in the previous study. And also the analysis of transporting costs and energy costs that were showed with other presented in previous presentations were not included in the study, and it was assumed that the minerals are available globally. Although we know, for example, in the case of wollastonite, it's far less abundant compared to the other candidates, but still because it's available in the many places throughout the world, we included in this study. So for our study, we adopted the weathering rate modeling from the Palandri and Caraca study, which is a compilation of the laboratory study and laboratory values that they compile and they made like the weathering rate data. And you can see that the weathering rate data not only is dependent on the rain content, also it's dependent on the pH and the temperature, that it will affect the weathering rate and how much silicate will be dissolved in the soil water system. So we came with our shrinking core model, and in this model, the main parameter that was of interest was the time that taken to reach percentages of silicate mineral dissolution for any of these dissolved minerals that were included in our study. And as you can see, the parameters that
affect our study include the molar volume of the mineral and the particle diameter. And this is another simplicity that was included in the study. We assume that all the particle minerals are the same, but as I think one of the presenters this in the afternoon mentioned, this is like a monodisperse, and if you go and see if a distribution value of the particle diameter, the result of the modeling will be for sure different. And also the silicate mineral application rate that was in our studies was 1 ton per hectare per year, and the modeling was for the span of 78 years of the interval starting in 2023 up to 2100 year. And as you can see in this formula, the formula is like the weathering rate, and the weathering rate is a function of temperature and pH. And as an example, if I want to show how the pH and temperature will affect the amount of the dissolvable different minerals that were the case study of this study, you can see, for example, at the pH of acidic pH of 5, around 5, and temperature of about like ambient, you can see the whole wollastonite after 1 year would be dissolved, while this amount for forestrite and lizardite is much less. And even the amount of this dissolved mineral after 1 year at like higher pH, around like above 7, and at the lower temperature is like much less. For example, for wollastonite in comparison, it's like only 7%, and for the forestrite and like lizardite is much less. So this encouraged us to develop a world map of cropland, soils, and temperature for like involving in the study, but no world map of soil pH and like temperature was of croplands, of the worldwide croplands were available in the literature. But the available data set included world soil pH data, world croplands area, and also world soil temperature. So we obtained this data from the literature, and we analyzed them in the and processed them in the ArcGIS ArcMap software, and we came with the creation of the world map of soil pH of croplands and also world map of soil temperature of croplands. And the last steps of our modeling was included to classify the croplands all over the world into the pH intervals of 0.5 intervals, example like a 3 to the 3.5 up to 7.5 up to 8, and also classify the cropland into the temperature intervals of 5 degrees, for example like 0 to 5 and 5 to the 10, and so on, and calculate the weathering rates of these minerals that we have chosen and the time of the mineral dissolution, which was like one of the parameters in our study for each defined temperature and pH interval. And it was like by considering the median point of each interval, for example, for the pH interval of 3 to 3.5, we considered 3.25 and so on. The same for the temperature happened. And in the next step, we determined the quantitative amount of dissolved silicate mineral in its pH interval according to the cropland areas that we acquired, and also in the different temperature interval. And finally, we determined the sequestrated carbon after 78 years, considering the ultimate amount of dissolved silicate minerals, and also the ratio of the CO2 to the mineral of our interest, molar masses. If I want to jump into this, like the result, you can see this is the like the developed world map of soil pH croplands, and you see it's will distribute over the like the from acidic soil to the 3.5 to the 4 intervals up to the like alkaline values of even above 9. And the other map that we developed was the temperature map of the croplands area, which was like again to the 5 degrees temperature intervals, except the very extreme amount of -20 to the -10, and also 30 to the 40 because they had like very less value comparing to the other intervals. We considered this value to the like 10 temperature intervals. And this is the result that we got, and you can see the amount of the sequestrated carbon for each continent, and as highlighted circle, diamond, and square values in each figure are indicative of amount of sequestrated carbon because of applying wollastonite, forestite, and lizardite respectively. And you can see the highest amount was in Asia and Europe, and this is basically because there was more croplands in this area. And the lowest one was in the ocean and like South America because it has like less croplands in this continent. Apart from this, another analysis that we did in the study was amount of sequestrated CO2 per unit of area for 3 different pH points, namely ultra acidic, which was pH like less than 3.5, and also strongly acidic at the pH of around 5, and also neutral pH, which was around above 7. And as you can see, this analysis showed that for the ultra acidic values, the highest value of the sequestrated carbon in form of pedogenic and also in form of alkalinity happens for the forestite. And after that, it comes to the lizardite and the wollastonite. And this is mainly because of per each mole of silicate, forestite silicate that is dissolved in the system, 2 mole of carbon is sequestrated. But when it comes to the higher pH, the wollastonite will dominate, and like in the higher pH of around 5 and also around 7.25, the highest amount of sequestrated carbon is belonging to the wollastonite. Also, if I want to pinpoint to the limitation of this study, I can say that we didn't consider like climatological and mineralogical, biological values. And actually, in this study, we were trying to constrain the upper boundary of the sequestrated carbon through these 3 minerals of case studies. And these are the topics that can be chosen with the other researchers for enhancing this modeling result and see how it will affect the result. And also, if you're more interested and want a more detailed version of this study, you can. I would like to refer you to the manuscript version of this study concerning the capacity of global croplands to the CO2 drawdown by mineral weathering, and it was just accepted in the ACS Earth and Space Chemistry Journal. I think it was accepted yesterday. And also, these are the references that we included in this study. And this is all. And I want also thank you all the presentation for today. It was really grateful to hear and learn from other presentation and other people that are studying on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Riza. Given the time, we have the option for 1 question. Jasper.
Thank you for your nice talk. However, I'm wondering, for your pH 3.5 situation, how can you sequester CO2 with such a low pH when you do not produce bicarbonate or carbonate?
Like in this study, we just assume that all the dissolved minerals, all the minerals that apply to the soil will be dissolved, and either in form of pedogenic or alkalinity. Still, we cannot figure out, is it for sure in the form of pedogenic carbonate or it will be alkalinity. Still, this wasn't actually something that we were looking. We were just trying to constrain, is it in either form of pedogenic carbonate or alkalinity. So probably it would be at the lower pH, it would be alkalinity, and it goes to the groundwater and ocean.
3.25, you do not have carbonate soils. Neither bicarbonate. It's all there.
No. I think this is for an offline discussion, please. We're going to our emails addressing yes. And thank you very much, Lisa. Now, the last but not the least, Elizabeth will be presenting our work. Or both of you, I don't know sure who's doing the presenting.
Sorry, I was going to run the whole lot today. Is my screen shared now?
Yes, we see your screen share. Yes, now in full view mode.
All right.
Thank
perfect.
you.
Great, thanks very much. So thank you for the invitation to be here, and it's very interesting. I'm glad you've survived to the end of the day. With the interest of time, I'll jump straight in with an introduction. So I joined, this is me down in the left-hand corner, so I joined in Planet just over a month ago as the head of carbon. So this means I get to engage with enhanced rock weathering from multiple different perspectives and think about everything to do with MRV. So from detailed science through to markets, through to policy, really trying to cover everything. And what I hope to do today is to give you a bit of an insight into this view of showing a little bit about policy and also covering some of the science as well. I want to acknowledge my colleague in today's efforts, so Ellie Pedrosa, who most of you probably know already, who really helped with the second half of this talk. So what I want to cover in the first half is really thinking about the question of why Brazil? So why is Brazil a good place for us to operate as in Planet? And like any tropical regions, it has those key ingredients for enhanced rock weathering, as we've already seen a little bit today. So we have a lot of rain, we have a lot of heat, and the result of this is a very intense weathering environment. So the soils in Brazil are typically these oxysols and ultisols, and these are heavily weathered. They have low cation exchange capacities, they're nutrient depleted, and they have very low organic carbon contents. So this is really great from an enhanced weathering perspective. It's quite a perfect place to go. It means that we can have fast weathering reactions, but at the same time, it also means that we have a good chance of seeing weathering signals because of this low cation exchange capacity. And it's also unlikely that we're going to form soil carbonates given the acidity of the system. This is not good, however, for productivity. So one of the big problems in Brazil is this huge dependency on chemical fertilizers. And we know that these have a high CO2 footprint, both to import and to produce. We know that they're, although rich in macronutrients, they don't do much for micronutrients. They have high solubility, so there's negative effects for eutrophication, for waterways, and they're incredibly expensive. And Brazil is actually very much addicted to these fertilizers and bringing in 85% as an imported good. And this creates quite big problems, actually. So this means that it's very exposed to geopolitical risks. And this diagram on the right-hand side is showing just the price in US dollars of fertilizers, various types. And you can see these huge increases around the financial crisis in 2008, and then more recently with the Ukraine war. So in order to isolate itself against these sort of fluctuations, it's very important for Brazil to move away from chemical fertilizer use. And this is part of a actually quite a long-standing viewpoint. And also it's coming up in a lot more recent years. Just last year, there's been this national decree to decrease importation. And this isn't just a problem for Brazil. Part of the cost of living crisis actually is caused by the fact that, you know, fertilizer prices are increasing, and Brazil exports a lot of food to the world in soy, sugar, coffee, for example. So on the other hand, rock powders, we already know this. It offers many co-benefits. It can act as a fertilizer for micro and macronutrients. It can be supplied from local mines, which have a very low CO2 footprint because we're not shipping things around the world or producing them through chemical refineries. They're more affordable. They have lots of benefits in terms of slow release of nutrients. We can have pest control, improve water retention. It can reduce eutrophication, and it can promote equality for farming as well due to the affordability. And of course, the thing that we're interested in is really the CDR potential. So Brazil has been aware of this generally since the 1800s, and more so from the 1950s. With the Rochajan, I think I probably ruined the pronunciation of this, but the Rochajan movement was really this step up in terms of promoting the research for mineralizers for agricultural use. The result of this then in the sort of 2013 up to 2016 was to create a legal framework for the use of these remineralizer powders. And we can take advantage of that today. So in order to be classified as a remineralizer, there have to be minimum levels of nutrients, both micro and macro nutrients. There are maximum limits for toxicity. We have a minimum sum of bases, so it has to be above 9 weight percent. It has to be proven that these remineralizers will benefit soil health, and this is done through third-party testing. The other benefit is mine operations are actually certified to produce these for their environmental impacts and for their health and safety. So this means we have a very safe framework within which we can operate if we use remineralizers for CDR. And a lot of these powders can be used for CDR, so there are basalts included within this designation. So the other thing that's really great about Brazil is actually because of this very intense weathering environment, we have very low impacts based on life cycle analysis. So whether we look at ecosystem, human health, resource depletion, or total impacts, Brazil is showing up with the lowest impacts per hectare for enhanced rock weathering. And this comes from both the highly intense weathering environment, but also the fact that a lot of local electricity comes from hydropower, so it decreases the CO2 footprint of operations. There's also a great geographic spread of potential mines. So InPlanet are currently operating within 100 kilometers of a mine that produces the powders. And as we've heard in previous talks, these powders are actually produced as a byproduct, meaning that we're not necessarily going to have to add in that CO2 to our total cost. So moving forward then, Brazil seems to be a really great place to operate, and we're finding this and taking advantage of this. And at the moment, only about 5% of farmers are actually using remineralizers, and we really want to boost that number up to 100%. And how are we going to do this with CDR? So this involves the measurements, which is the huge topic, of course, for this entire conference. So I just want to give a quick overview of how this is planned out for InPlanet, with the idea that this is starting very soon, and we have a few some initial data to show towards the end. So we have these 5 different sampling pillars, and we're going to we have set up column experiments which are based in labs. We have pot experiments, so a greenhouse pot setup, a bit like the Carb Down project. We have these mesocosm scales, so like larger experiments that are actually placed in the field so that we can have natural conditions compared to these ones which will be irrigated. We have these field monitoring stations, which I'm going to come back to later, and then we have in-field sampling. And so why do we need so much? I think it's become clear in this conference that we need different approaches to tackle this measurement problem. And the thing is that none of these pillars can do it perfectly. So we have various levels of control, for example. We know that columns we can control and in-field we can't control. We have relative differences in distances to natural conditions. So the field application will be natural conditions, and pots and columns are less so. We also have time limitations, setup costs, and result speeds. And we also need to consider reference to literature. So most studies to date have focused on mesocosm scale, whereas ultimately we need to get to field scales. And within this, we have 5 analytical components. So as we've already learned, it's very hard to see a weathering signal whether we just look at a single component. So we're looking at the rock powders themselves. We look at the soils, we look at the vegetation, we look at any pore waters and liquids, and we look at gas fluxes. So this is a comprehensive set of parameters, and the idea is to measure all of these on as many pillars as possible. So with these different from column experiments up to in-field sampling, we could say look at rock or vegetation. Sometimes we can't look at vegetation. It's just not practical to put this in the columns, and gases, for example, as well. So this is really going to give us this multi-dimensional view, and we're hoping that this is going to help us identify when the best approach is for finding weathering signals, understand the uncertainty, understand the variability, the distribution of uncertainties in this, and really settle down on something that's going to work for the tropics. So the field monitoring stations are set up like this, and we have 4 different areas to a field monitoring station with different treatments. One of these is a control, and this is included in every field monitoring station we have. And so these field monitoring stations, the idea is that we have these built in the same place that we're applying them, although at the moment, this one's built at the university and slightly further away than we would like from the fields. So at the center of these field monitoring stations, we have instrumentation to track things like the weathering environment, so humidity, precipitation, temperature, and then we can run different experiments around the outside. So the first data that came from this, saw this really nice result of increasing summer bases. So that's calcium, magnesium, sodium, and potassium. And we see a nice relationship with electrical conductivity. And this was taken using micro-rhizons. So it's actually sampling pool waters from the soils themselves. But in this, the science team noticed that there was this large amount of potassium, which is sort of unexpected. And it was particularly explaining these high ones. So of course, this is a bit of a red flag for fertilizer inputs. So the team went out, they dug big holes and they made a fence and they sealed off the field monitoring station with an impermeable fence. And this prevented runoff from surrounding fields from entering the field monitoring station. And as a result, the summer bases decreased massively and there was no potassium anymore within this, but we still have a nice relationship with EC. So that seems to have taken care of this contamination problem. And then the first results, which I think are really interesting, come from the experiment of, look, we have a control, we have 10 tons per hectare equivalent, 50 and 100 for rock powders. And we can see this weathering signal come through as an increase of the summer bases. And again, this nice correlation with EC, suggesting that we're not getting any problems from fertilizers. So although it's the first step, this is just one observation. We're quite limited because we can only collect these when it rains, and then entering the rainy season, this is going to happen a lot more in the future. And we're hoping to collect a lot more data now moving forwards over the next year. But I think this is a really great place to start because it at least shows that we're seeing some sort of weathering signal. So in the questions now, I think Ellie's also online. I know a lot of you know Ellie, and if you've got some really techie stuff, we'll pose it to her and hopefully I can answer some more general questions. And then just to sort of acknowledge our partners and collaborators in this process with building the field monitoring stations and in funding as well. So thank you very much. Hope I squeeze that into the allotted time.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And given the time, and I'm sure the time in Brazil is a bit easier here, we have 5:30. There can be one question asked for the people of here or either live, online. No, you did very good work. There's no questions. Then there is one last reminding item. I think, oh, sorry, there's one question.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that this is, rock dust on agricultural land is already standard practice in Brazil. So just intrigued how your take on how you deal with that additionality issue with, I'm guessing you have a baseline and then there'll be an increase, but intrigued to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that's right. That's something I've been thinking about quite a lot recently. So in some of the fields, so as I said, 95% of farmers don't use this. And in that case, there's very little to worry about in terms of additionality. And then for examples where farmers might be using a low, the tendency is to use a low dose rate, so around 2 tons per hectare. So the higher volumes that we want to go for CDR of around 10 tons per hectare, for example. So in every field application, we will have a control where farmers will just do business as usual. They will spread their, say, 2 tons, they will use fertilizers, they will use manure, whatever they want. And this will be monitored. And then the main plot that we're looking at, which will extend to around 1,000 hectares, this will be where we'll go up to, say, 10 tons per hectare. So the monitoring for our counterfactual will be in parallel to the field deployment.
Okay, thank you very much. Then now we need to see.
You can stop sharing or okay, yes, now I see myself in the yes. The last thing we always do at this conference, we have the Olaf Scheuling Award. We have a very informal and very fast decision making indeed. Yes, so already we have a winner. I would suggest Arthur and Günther and Emily, please come forward because you're also part of the jury. That's How shall we do that?
Um,
You got experience.
I got experience. Yeah, I got experience in receiving the award, but not in announcing it.
But you got more experience than me, I guess, then.
Yeah, the Olaf Schelling Award. So it's for innovative research in the field of enhanced weathering. So we chose a presenter that gave a very clear presentation, I think, very well illustrated, on a topic that has maybe not received as much attention as other topics. So without leaving you waiting,
You're getting better at that. You're getting better at it. Next year you do it much better.
So the person that we've chosen is Luna Geerts.
Now you can explain what the obligation is. I think only to show up next year. I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, I think so too, and help with organizing the conference a bit.
So this is the Olaf Schelling Award.
Thank you very much.
There is an amount of 500 euros attached to that. The 500 euros. You can spend the money you want, but I guess you might go to Liam. You might go back to your Sphinx because he is looking for your for cooperation with you. Okay. But that's completely on your own decision, indeed. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Let's make a picture as well. Could you, sorry,